Sneeg the. Over fall break I watched all of the Territories VODs for the first time and the Origin VODs and rewatched a bunch of shite. Kids, you get autism from Game Gwumps. Whoa 7x3 action father. Hello Mr. Streamer Man and chat. Hello Sneegsnag.
That. Hi, Smile. My hat's all crooked. How are we?
Hi Sneep Snorp. Have you enjoyed OSRS sailing so far?
Yeah. I think it's fun. It's a good time. I am personally of the belief that more things to do in the game is never a bad thing. I know there's a bunch of people who are dramatic about nothing, so I personally think it's great that they're adding stuff to the game constantly and trying stuff that's new and interesting, even if people think it's not a good skill or shouldn't be or whatever. I think I think it should be a skill. I think it's fun. I think it's fun, and I feel like I've had a lot to do until I got to like 70. And then all I had to do was get 2 sailing levels to get to the next Barracuda trial, which will help me a bit too. So I'm like, I don't know. People are weird about nothing.
41 moths, wow. Oh god. There's so many fucking moths. Help.
People
help
need
me, there is
jobs,
moths
dude.
everywhere. They're so stinky they smell like Sneeg farts.
Like, they could just not add content to the game. Anyway. Hi. What are we talking about? Old school RuneScape.
Hello stinky streamer man and people love freaks.
Old school RuneScape added shortly. The first new skill to their game since bringing it back. And there is some divisiveness over it in terms of how fast it should be or how useful it is or how much of a skill it should be. But there's a lot of There's a lot of there's a good amount of stuff to it, and it's opened up a lot of the game, which I think is great. They've every dead space inside of the map that was ocean is now like saleable areas, and there's stuff within those areas to do, and there's more places to get different resources and new monsters. Like, they've opened up the game. It's like the biggest update they've ever done. Like, I'm honestly way okay with it. It's stupid to complain. I think it took a second to get going, but once I got, like, I don't know, man, it was fine. I don't know. I, for one, like figuring it out. I think there's people that there are people who are so optimized pilled on RuneScape that they need like the fastest way to do the whole thing. And while there's like good reasons to do that, because like, why waste your time? It's also like when there's a completely new skill and there's nothing known about it, and then you're complaining that it's slow. It's like, well, yeah, nobody fucking knows what's going on yet. So yeah, it's probably going to be slow. Also, it might just be a slow skill. I don't know. People are silly. People are silly as if fire making isn't get 50 fire making and then play the same minigame to 99. We want to talk about boring. That's boring. Winter Todd is fun. Yeah, except you have to do it like 200 times. Gets kind of old. Just saying. There's like a bunch of shit to do within sailing. Fire making is get 50 fire making, do Winter Todd until your fingers want to fall off. There's something that shouldn't be a skill. Fire making should like low-key be within woodcutting, or just not a skill, because it's kind of like, what is one of those like very old skills that they can't get rid of because it was in the original and now it's just there. I don't know. Anyway, hi. I was out of my house and then I was cleaning my house, so now I'm like a little tired. I thought about what I was going to play today or what I was going to do today, and I'm like, yeah. Can we do something chill? Well, yeah, we're going to do some reacting. We're going to do some reacting. It feels like a chill react sort of day to start, at least. They don't like it, they shouldn't use it. Why bother? Well, there are people who are like max caped and nerded out, nerd pilled to the core, and are like pissed that they have to get 99 sailing to get their max cape back, and they're so obsessed with getting it back as fast as possible that they're mad that the skill isn't like 24 hours of time committed and you're done. It's also like you can't throw money at the skill half the time. It's how do you manage motivation issues when it comes to cleaning up after a toddler struggling with how messy my nephew
Lava
is?
Chicken. I had 15k streams of the OG song this year. I'm ranked 125 for Jack Black listeners because of it.
Dude. $15,000? And also you were only 125th?
45-month baby.
Anyway, motivation when it comes to picking up toddler toys. Realistically, you don't have the time because it is an endless battle. I think something that's been helpful.
Apparently I've spent 1,490 hours here. Maybe streamer is cool.
Apparently, something that has been useful is that we have like containers that we also like put away so she can't see them. So she's not grabbing every toy that she has, like looking at it, putting it on the ground. And we're also teaching her to put the things back where they were. Obviously, she's 2, so she's not really going to get that every time. But I just put things out of sight, if I'm honest with you. We just have like an area where there's a bunch of toys put away, and then we'll get like, they're like in little bins, and then we'll get like one bin out and she'll have stuff to play with.
0.005% for Find Your Flame last year. That was funny.
Because she's 2 and she's not gonna be like, where is my piano toy that I love so much? Yeah, get a lot of storage containers. Just get a lot of containers, bro. I don't know how else to put it. Just storage. Just get a bunch of storage and don't try to make it a system because the child's just gonna fuck it up. Just throw shit in. Anyway. Good to see everybody. Yeah, I did some chores and some shopping earlier today. I'm a little like tired, kind of wanting something to do that's chill.
Tell me you're neurodivergent without saying you're neurodivergent. I'll go first. I have 106 hours watched of Sneegsnag this year.
Oh. Anyway, I thought we would just do some reacting for a little bit. See how it goes. I don't think I have anything to upload on the React channel anyway, so I kind of low-key need some. And you guys have been very good about putting videos in the reaction suggestions. So we got some good stuff. So I've got to do my job. I've got to make content. Well, I've got to watch content that people put effort in and make mine. I'll never understand this. I won't. It's fine. It's funny because I have a bunch of people who like love watching me watch stuff, and then there's people in the comments that are like, this is fucking stupid. Yeah, I agree. I don't have much time to watch videos, but it's great that I get to watch them on stream because I get to watch videos. It works for me. The amount of people said they stopped watching because I kept saying sir. Like I was the only one. The guy in the video was saying it nonstop. Why are they mad at me for pointing out the person in the video's incessant? I was moaning it. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be okay, and I think they'll be okay. Because how ridiculous is it that somebody is just responding no sir, yes sir to every single thing? God forbid, as a streamer, I exaggerate and point it out. What a beautiful nothing burger. I love that. I love that. Anyway. Let's do more of that. Let's do more of that. Let's watch more videos and make...
My second most listened to song is Vicious Snag this year. Wasn't that my number one last year? Peak is peak.
Let's watch more videos and make more annoying commentary that make people mad. So, yeah. Chat, warm up the comment. Warm up the chat. Chat, warm up the chat, chat. This YouTube video isn't going to say hi to itself. Welcome to the YouTube video. Wait. Welcome to the YouTube video today. We're going to be watching some stuff, true crime or not. This stuff comes from the reaction channel of my Discord. So if you're not a part of that, please join it and give me some cool videos that you thought were really interesting or something that you think might be interesting. Yeah. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you missed the stream, but I stream almost every day. So make sure you follow me on Twitch and you might be able to watch some of these live, like all these lovely people over here trying to get me demonetized. So play the intro.
I am now addicted to Mega Bonk.
What?
Thank you, streamer man.
What did I do? That was weeks ago, brother. Anyway. First video of the day, we're going to be watching a dreading video. Of course, we love dreading. It's called Cop Accidentally Confesses on Police Body Cam. You know me, I love watching a cop be stupid because they're really good at it. So here we go.
We've covered men pretending to be law enforcement officers. We have emphasized that their actions are essentially a power fantasy. They long to be part of law enforcement because they view police officers as being exceptionally powerful men. They have an authority that these men often covet and feel like they cannot produce in their daily life.
Why so many ads? I don't know, maybe because this is my fucking job.
So they spend thousands of dollars trying to gain that same sense of accomplishment. These are often young men who feel as if they have no control over their daily lives, who lack a sense of purpose, and cannot fathom actually working towards goals in a meaningful way. And the unfortunate reality that they will likely never have to face is the fact that having a badge will not actually solve any of their problems. We're talking about men who yearn for control and authority above all else, who see cops as the ultimate beacon of their desires. But being a part of law enforcement is really not all that glamorous.
I think I know who it's going to be.
You can arrest people, but you do have a boss and you have
Unfortunate pause. Yeah. Already a significant difference here, obviously. Is this... I wonder if this... So that he's making it seem like this guy's a fake cop, but the title implies it is a real cop, but also he's dressed completely different to the real cops arresting him. So I don't know where this is going to go.
Orders from them. You have a beat that you have no control over, and most of your day is spent interacting with individuals who would rather not speak to you. If any of these individuals were to actually take the time...
That's the haircut of like a guy who thinks, what is going on here, man? We got, This guy harasses women at a bar 100%.
Time to become law enforcement officers, they would quickly realize how little authority and power they actually have, meaning that they would either have to accept that their feeling of
What is happening right here, bro? Why is there a headset dent? What the fuck? That is awesome, dude. That is so awesome. Wow.
of general inadequacy cannot be solved by
Wow.
exercising control over other people, and so they would have to work on themselves. Or they could find another position
That
of
barber
authority to
fucked
covet,
his shit
and it
up.
would seem that that has occurred in this case. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading.
Hi.
Or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we're going to be going over one of the most perplexing fake cop cases we've ever stumbled upon.
It
that
is a
being the
fake cop,
case
okay.
of
What to say, bro?
Logan
I mean, he's got like a literal
So,
collared
Logan
shirt
is
on. That's
actually a
it.
cop. All of his
Oh.
paraphernalia and credentials are real. Unlike every other person we've covered in this series, Logan had the mental and physical determination to go after his dreams, which is commendable, but it would appear that that simply wasn't enough for him. He wasn't content with the power and authority that came from being a plain old police officer, some plain Jane.
What?
So he began impersonating a federal officer. In his mind, this would give him a bit more authority over the general public, and therefore solve all of his self-esteem issues. WFMJ.com would report that Malik had been going around to different establishments in Boardman, Ohio, questioning individuals about a hate group in the area. The first time he approached another party was inside of a Macy's, while he was at a jewelry counter. He told the associate working there that he was part of a fugitive task force, and asked them if they had seen 4 to 5 bald men in the area with tattoos on the backs of their heads.
4
The
to 5
witnesses would
bald
state
men?
that Malik appeared, quote, jittery and shaky, and became fearful
Oh.
that he was a mentally unstable man, pretending to be law enforcement. Malik, of course, did not notice her discomfort. She then contacted her manager, fearing for her safety and the safety of those in the store. The manager would later confirm to police that Malik seemed anxious and was shaking all over during their conversation.
Wait, yeah, bald men with tattoos on the back of their heads. Is that not literally Agent 47? Excellent work, Agent
Dent head
47.
ain't away.
You've harassed the Macy's.
He repeated that he was a U.S. Marshal, looking for 4 to 5 men who were wanted on drug charges. He then wrote down his name and phone number for them to call if they saw
Right.
anything suspicious. Following that interaction, Malik would go to a Holiday Inn nearby. There, he spoke to the front desk manager, stating that he was U.S. Marshal Malik. He once again stated he was in the area looking for a group of skinheads.
I mean, how stupid. How stupid. Like, literally a pathway to get into the federal, like to become a federal officer is to just be a regular officer and then eventually go to that point. Like, why are you? He was literally on the pathway. Like, theoretically speaking, he was in the lane to get to that point. Like, what are we do? What are you doing, man? That's actually crazy. I mean, he said it so well. I mean, like, literally this need for like power and importance and relevancy is like so necessary to some people. They like gravitate to police officer. And then they get it, and then they still, it's not enough because it's like this guy literally is a cop, and it wasn't enough because he wanted to be a bigger cop because that's all he cared about was like being more important or more in charge. Like, literally, it is such an ego trip for half of these people, if not most, that like they'll just do this for no reason. He could have just kept doing work and eventually applied, or he could have applied then. He could have just applied. Why not?
and asked if they could recognize one if they saw one. She too noticed his hands were really shaky, as if he were in a state of distress, and was alarmed when she realized he was
Yes.
carrying a weapon on him. Malik again did not seem to notice her
Yes.
discomfort. He told the front desk manager to call him if she noticed any suspicious activity, once again writing his phone number down on a piece of paper. She asked if he had a business card of sorts, and he denied. but wrote down his purported division on a piece of paper, under his phone number instead. After he left the inn, she immediately contacted 911 to report that there was a man in the area impersonating law enforcement. Finally, Malik would stop by a local gas station. There he would approach a group of teenagers sitting in a parked car. He showed them his badge and once again stated he was a U.S. Marshal in the area, hunting down modern-day Nazis. As you do. He questioned the teens, asking of course if they had seen any skinheads in the area, and then advised them to call him and not law enforcement if that changed. Once he left, the teens immediately called law enforcement, feeling deeply uncomfortable and unsafe with the interaction.
He's not even good at pretending to be a federal officer. He got immediately called upon. He got immediately snitched on every single time. He's not even good at it. Guys, have you seen any Nazis around? I gotta get them. Dude, pack it up, brother.
The following is the footage that has been made public by the YouTube account CopWatch. Channels like theirs allow channels like ours to exist, and as such, I highly recommend you go send them some support. Their efforts to make this footage public is commendable.
I love this quadruple regurgitation. Police body cam footage released because of the Freedom of Information Act. CopWatch releasing the body cam footage because they take stuff from the Freedom of Information Act. Dreading adding his commentary to the footage from the Freedom of Information Act uploaded by CopWatch because he knows what he's talking about and has good commentary and thoughts. And then my stupid ass watching good commentary of footage given to the good commentary guy by a different channel who got the comment or the footage from a legal statute. This is a job. This is a job of all time right here. I am working.
And we cannot possibly thank them enough. We're only going to cover portions of the footage we have.
Yeah, I'm the bad commentary. I'm the guy moaning sir a lot. Yeah.
Unedited upload, sans our commentary. A link will be left in the description box down below. So with all of that said, let us begin.
What's going on today?
Bro. He's dressed like a frat boy. He's dressed like a frat kid. That's actually unreal. That's unreal. What does he think feds dress up like? He's got his fiddle-dee-dees on.
I've been hanging out for a while.
He's about to jump over the candlestick, bro.
Okay.
I'm about to go into work. I was just sitting up here talking.
I get you.
And I was talking to
bro, look at him getting pincered by the other cop.
I get
Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. That's actually so hard. That's Ara. Unfortunate cop glaze by me. Literally, they approach him from 3 different points, bro. She comes up here. Another guy this way, another guy this way. Like literally just says nope.
I've been hanging out for a while. I'm off duty. I work for Washington Building Department.
Look at that.
I'm about to go
Look at that wide berth.
I get you.
And I was talking to like just being friendly with people. Did somebody take offense? Sure.
One of the issues we've encountered when we review footage of fake police officers is that these are individuals who are not great at lying. They're being interviewed by who they consider to be their peers or idols, and immediately you can see the panic and stress on their faces. Logan is being approached by multiple officers on all sides, and clearly understands that his little charade is over. But unlike every other fake cop, he actually works for law enforcement. He should therefore feel at ease at least a little bit talking to his fellow officers and explaining what happened. He was on his way to work in the next town over. He talked to a civilian casually, and there was a misunderstanding. All he has to do is keep calm and level-headed, and show them proper credentials, and he'd likely be able to walk away without any issue. However, he immediately comes across...
Yeah, except he was freaking out over talking to a regular person about what he's being a weirdo about. He can't even handle talking to a civilian, let alone his peer.
Is nervous, immediately vomiting word salad about what he's been doing. Based on the testimony of the witnesses in this case, though, it would seem that Malik has been anxious the entire time he was pretending to be a U.S. Marshal.
Yeah, because he got
Each of their individual statements
time.
mentions how jittery he was, and how that was the first indicator that he was not actually affiliated with law enforcement. It would seem that in his own excitement to catch skinheads and LARP as a federal officer, that
LARP.
Malik was unable to compose himself in any meaningful way. He was unable to step into the character he had made up for
I'm a
himself, but
hero.
was simultaneously having too much fun to recognize that no one around him was believing his lies.
That's sad, bro. That's sad, bro. You literally dream of a job so badly that you shortcut it, despite being on the road, despite being on the pathway to get to there, by the way. Once again, he was literally on the roadmap to becoming a federal officer if he decided to. Shortcut it anyway because he got impatient, I guess. And then he can't even do it. He doesn't even do it good. He does it so bad that the 3 people he bothers are immediately like, this guy's definitely not a cop. But he is. He's just not that cop. He's a lower state cop. Not a federal cop, he's a state cop. So he's literally a cop, but he can't even pretend to be a cop while pretending to be a cop as a cop. What? It's not even like a dude with some stupid fantasy who can't even get it through the police academy. He literally did. He literally did the training, is apparently a cop. That's real gear and everything. And he can't even fake being a bigger cop correctly. That's actually crazy. He's so bad at it that the people he was bothering were like, there's no way this guy's real. But he is.
So don't lock your fingers. You should not do this, right? Put your hands upside down. Spread your feet. Okay.
Whoa!
I'm an off-duty officer. I have my identification. Okay. We're just going to check because we're going to call your first aid police officer. Oh, okay. You have anything else on you? No, sir. I have a taser in my vehicle. In my bag. I have my badge right here. Where's your ID at? My police ID, so I don't have a police ID on me. I can, don't have a police ID. No, I don't have a police ID yet.
The responding officers immediately place Logan in handcuffs given the fact that he has a firearm on him, which Logan handles pretty well. However, despite having his badge on him, he doesn't have police identification, which would make the responding officers even more suspicious of what he was doing. Despite actually being a cop, he's already pulled out all of the plays that we usually see when teenagers pretend to be officers. He's from another town. He's about to be on shift. He doesn't have an ID due to some kind of administration error and so on. But it is notable that we have seen the charade performed better.
Washingtonville?
I'll give you my chief's number. You can call him and confirm that right now. Have you been sworn in? Yeah, no, I'm a sworn in chief officer. You don't have an ID? No, they do.
You would have an ID.
I've been bitching about this forever. I have my badge. I don't have an ID.
Do we want to guess if that is a thing that happens? Guys, what do we think comes first in the process of swearing in an officer? Do we think, is it the badge or the ID? Is it the chicken or is it the egg? I think he's lying. Guys, I think he's lying.
Do you have like your driver's license on you?
Yes, sir. Or, yes, ma'am.
Gulp. Woman.
Here?
In this wallet?
Yes. And that's my old badge from my old department.
We're going to skip forward a bit, as the next portion of the original upload includes footage we do not have relevant commentary for.
W.
Gave this at the Holiday Inn, has your
Oh
name
my
on
God,
it.
he's
Says you're
nude.
with the U.S. Marshals Task Force, has your last name on it. That's what they gave us at the Holiday Inn.
Okay. Okay, we're going I didn't say that was the first one to call my chief. No, we'll get a hold of one. Okay, thank you.
As we stated, Logan
Yeah,
told
shut
the
his ass
witnesses
up.
to call him and not the police should they come into contact with any skinheads. He's given them a handwritten paper with his phone number under which he wrote his name and claimed to be a U.S. Marshal. So, in other words, he destroyed any sort of reasonable doubt that he was trying to impersonate an officer, or that all of this had been a misunderstanding, all because he wanted to
Good.
sign an
That's so
autograph
smart.
like he was Mickey Mouse at Disney World. This was such a strange, boneheaded decision that it begs the question, why would a person who works in law enforcement, who knows he is actively breaking the law, make such a massive misstep? Why would
Exactly.
he provide such damning evidence against himself?
Almost like they don't even understand what they're supposed to maintain or the rules that they're meant to uphold. They actually don't do enough to study what they're meant to know. They literally don't know. Like, that is actually the answer. It sounds stupid, but there's such little training to give them, and it gets less all the time, that they don't actually know most of what they're supposed to uphold. They don't actually know. They literally don't, which is insane to think about. You give a dude a gun, a badge, an authority over people, and then you don't even tell them a majority of what they're supposed to uphold. It's insane. Like, it's absurd to think about. It just shouldn't be a thing.
If he could easily just have given the witness his phone number without writing his fake job title. But I think the answer is surprisingly simple. Logan, it would seem, fundamentally did not understand how he was being perceived when he spoke to the witnesses on this particular morning. He believed that they were impressed by him because he'd been able to portray a federal officer so realistically, and because he felt like he did such a great job, he didn't see any risk in giving the witnesses direct, unflinching evidence of what he had done. In his mind, there was no
Insane.
possible danger in leaving his name and number with the witnesses, because he had them eating out
Oh,
of the
they're
palm of
really
his hand.
buying this.
But according to reports around this case,
They're like
that was
clicking
far
the
from
panic
truth.
button under the
Witnesses
desk the
would
whole
go on
time.
to say that they were confused and alarmed by his behavior. They believed almost immediately that he was impersonating law enforcement.
That's
and they only
crazy.
went along with his act because they saw he was armed and believed he was dangerous. But Logan, high off of his own excitement, was unable to see that. That's the danger of self-delusion, as it can convince you that competence and confidence are the same thing. Logan mistook the witnesses' compliance for respect, when in reality they were terrified of him. He thought their willingness to listen meant they believed him, when they were really just trying not to provoke him.
Did you just get out of the gas station? What the hell just happened?
No, listen, I want to be completely honest, and the reason I did lie to you, and the
Was
reason
there
I
an
lied to
employee
you,
that called us in and she through?
Hey, go ahead. The reason I lied to you is because I was embarrassed. Listen, I've always wanted to be a U.S. Marshal, and I'm not saying I did not tell them that I was a U.S. Marshal. I can see how that was misconstrued. I pay attention to their most wanted, and they had a bunch of Aryan Brotherhood dudes on there for most wanted. And if you don't believe me, because why would you? I was dishonest with you from the start. I can pull it up on my phone and show you their AV guys wanted on there. Okay, I put I'm Officer Mallett on that note, so I can articulate it better. Can you?
Except he didn't? Didn't they literally say he didn't?
Show me that note so I can explain it better, because honestly, I'm a little nervous. This is my dream career. I will not lie to you. I just want to make sure
Not anymore,
I'm
buddy.
telling you the truth and
You're going to have to keep dreaming because they ain't going to let you in, dude. Ain't no way.
not stumbling around.
Logan is obviously nervous here, but more than that, he's beginning to realize that there will be consequences for his actions, which include him being fired and unable to go after
your
what
heads
he just
back in the
described
cloud,
as his
bruh.
dream position. Any chance he had of actually becoming a federal marshal rides on him being let off the hook here, but at the present moment, he's far too nervous to actually give his own version of events. As
Ain't
we
gonna
said
do that.
earlier, Logan had perceived the entire ordeal incorrectly, and he now seems to realize that. However, in his heightened state of anxiety, he's unsure that he'll be able to accurately recall what he said to the hotel staff. He's still adamant that everything he has done thus far can be explained away as a simple misunderstanding. However, he needs to see the direct evidence against him before saying anything else.
Because I know as an officer when people are
they're
stumbling
not gonna-
around,
they're
it's
probably
like,
not
okay,
gonna
what the
do.
fuck? Why are you nervous? Something's up. I understand. I've been around. Not that long, but I've been an officer for 5 years. But if you show me that, I can explain to you.
He's been an officer for 5 years. I mean, I'm not totally in tune with the time spent or needed off the top of my head anymore for like, I think 5 years is a decent length to at least try to legitimately become one. That's a little shocking to me.
Exactly what I meant by that.
Well, that note might have been written by the by officer. I'm not sure.
I wrote that note. I put Officer Malik, and I said, if you saw these guys, because I had some buddies. They're not law enforcement, but some buddies talking about Aryan brother, like Nazi-looking dudes walking around.
I cannot properly emphasize how stupid what he just said here was. The responding officer just gave him an out, albeit a small one. He told Logan that he wasn't quite sure who wrote the note, if it was the hotel staff or him. If Logan had been paying attention, or was a little bit less on edge, he could have easily spun the story into being that they had simply taken down his information incorrectly, and could have potentially walked away from the situation relatively unaffected. It would have all been a big misunderstanding,
low-key.
and he could go back to being a real cop who gaslights as a federal agent in his free time. And sure, there were multiple other witnesses, but at the very least, that one damning piece of evidence would be explained away. But because of his obvious anxiety, he tells the officer that it was him who wrote down the phone number and his profession. And this is where he nails himself in spectacular fashion, because he felt the need to try and gain control over the situation. This is something that is extremely common, and you've likely done this to yourself at some point in your life. In my experience, it's relatively normal
in
to
the
want to
mouth.
explain or over-explain yourself when you know you're in trouble, but oftentimes it's better to say nothing until you have calmed down.
And not just like in the general Boardman area. The reason I went there, and you can also talk to the people at Holiday Inn, I'm in the process of moving. So I was asking them what their room rates were and how much their suites cost, because I want to get a suite when I go there. Because I have she's 2.5-year-old daughter. I get her every other week. I don't want her to be stuck in a crammed up room, and I want to see about the pool. But while I was there, I brought that up. I said, I'm Officer Malik. You see these guys? Here's my phone number. You can call me. I also said call 911 or whatever, and I brought up what they look like. And I said the U.S. Marshals wanted them. I said you can contact U.S. Marshals and say I'm a U.S. Marshal. But what's embarrassing about it to me is how fucking like obsessed I am with like what they do, because that's like my dream. I would like to work with them and stuff. So like I always talk about like
Probably should have just tried to do that instead of pretending to do that. Like when I was a kid and I was like, I would love to be a content creator, I like started doing that instead of like saying that. I was doing it. I started doing it. And I mean, it didn't work for a long time. And then it did because I was doing it.
like wanting to be able to cooperate with them and stuff, but I would never identify myself as a marshal. Yeah. So, okay. But that's what I'm saying. And I mean, did my chief give you any?
No, he said you are an officer with Washingtonville, but he said he doesn't have anything going on in Boardman right now.
No, and I'm not. I didn't claim to be up here for work or anything. I was up here hanging out and everything. I was going to be going into work after I got done up here. That was it. And I was going to meet a girl that I've been waiting for.
Hanging out with my police vest on, with my gun and badge out, asking about Nazis. I'm just hanging out, guys. I'm just hanging out up here.
Forever to meet too. before I left, but I was just sitting here for a little bit waiting on her.
Waiting for a girl, wow.
Kids until 8, and so I was waiting on that, going to talk to her, then go to work, because I missed a day this week, and I needed to make those hours back up. I don't
What are we talking about?
Cut it any shorter than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But no, I want to be able to articulate this better, so I want to see exactly what that said. And
They're not
going
gonna
to
show
any
that.
bullshit coming from me. Honestly,
I doubt they're gonna show him. I would be shocked. The only reason I would expect, the only reason they might is because he is a cop and they could like.
I will not lie to you. Okay. I was just really embarrassed.
Throw him a bone,
about
but
how it went down, because it's shameful.
how it went down? It was like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Just that.
What were you
that
asking the
obsession.
people in sheets?
Asking them?
Yeah. Did you talk them in sheets?
I was just like talking to people bad sheets. I wasn't asking them anything specifically. Why?
Bro, if anybody approaches you with a police vest and gun, are you not immediately just gonna co-op? Like, how many of you would walk away? None, because that's fucking stupid. No, you're not gonna say me. You're not gonna say me. If a cop walks up to you with a gun and a badge, asking you questions, you're gonna walk away. You're gonna say nothing and turn around. That's not happening. You're not American? Well, that's fair, I guess. But like, if this was an American situation, why would you speak to a cop? If the person approached you, this is what we're... Well, if the hypothetical was different. This guy approached them. He approached them. He went to them. It's not you going up to them. This guy walked up with the badge, gear, everything on, asking questions. I'm not saying you're about to cooperate fully, but why would you? I don't think most people are going to just walk away from a dude brandishing a weapon, even if they're not like holding it or touching it. If you see it, it's going to immediately give you a bit of anxiety. That is just psychologically what happens and why it's stupid to open carry or even let people just do that, by the way. Like, I'm not saying you're going to be fully cooperative, but you're not like literally he's putting these people in a weird position.
For 3 years, I be york in my shit sloppy style, I be freak in my jorts.
Okay. Awesome. Turn away or ignore people that approach me. Guys. I guess it's just a bad hypothetical. I don't, not American. That probably makes sense. I don't know, guys. If you've ever been in the room with somebody with their gun just like out in the open, it's not a fun situation. It's actually just like the worst situation to be in. Like, as an American, it is like the worst thing to be a part of. Like, it is immediately anxiety inducing and uncomfortable that a dude is just sitting there with his 9mm on his hip. Put that shit away. I don't want to see it. Even if it's a cop. Even if it's a cop. I don't like it. It's awful. It's stressful, and it immediately creates this power imbalance where like you can't do anything about it, nor can you walk away from the situation and be fully safe guaranteed. Cops aren't allowed to carry guns here. Okay. But in the hypothetical,
Sneeg, what's your opinion border security,
that I
like
put
that
out.
Aussie TV series if you know it? Curious cause they have similar jobs to police and have seemingly similar-ish power to me.
In the hypothetical that I put out, I said that he had a gun. I'm not talking about other places. I'm talking about you are approached by a person with a badge and a gun. I understand that not every cop in every nation has a gun, but in this hypothetical, he has one. We're moving on.
Well, they called us too.
Just because I was sitting out there. And,
This is going to get every single time I ask one of these sorts of things, somebody's like, well, I'm actually like the biggest badass on the planet and I'm just going to thug it out and ignore it. Except all of the reasons that I would are like all these 6 or 7 different nuances that I am going to bring up due to my situation and not the one that you brought up. And it changes my response completely because it has nothing to do with what you originally put out there. And then the second I start talking about that and we get into all the nuances, somebody's like, well, what about my nuances that are 3 different things that change the situation as well? What about that nuance? And then it just... We're moving on.
Might be impersonating a police officer, so I don't know what you were saying to
Well,
them.
because, they saw my badge and everything, and they were asking, and I said I was a police
I once
officer
lived
and
with
stuff.
someone who just had guns and ammo out and about, no safe. The stress was unimaginable.
Like, I have my gun, I have my badge, I didn't want them getting freaking nervous on me or anything like that. But, no, I was just talking that I was
Smart.
And then there were some younger kids, black kids. There were some younger kids there, and I was just kind of like messing with them. Like, there's a kid in a red hoodie, and I was like, sir, you have a warrant. And he was like, before you get all mad at me, I have a twisted sense of humor. And he's like,
Now, officer, before you get mad at me, I have some dark humor. Yeah, you see, what I did was walk up to a guy and tell him he had a warrant. I have some. It's dark humor.
before you get all mad at me, you want twisted sense of humor. Like, before you get all mad at me, I have a twisted sense of humor. And he's like, for what? And I was like, I hate red hoodies, so I just issued you one. I'm like,
Good one. That's fire. No, that's a classic. That's a classic, bro. I think the Joker used that one actually. That was
now I'm just playing completely. Like,
I'm getting like
that
I got
was it.
actual
wasn't, like,
goosebumps from like the
impersonating
cringe.
anything.
Did you
didn't,
see me just like
act
shiver?
I was going for an arrest. I literally, it was like 3 seconds.
I got like a
worth of
chill
words. I
down
was
my
just
spine
like,
because he's like,
We can see in real time how Logan changes his story, again due to his own anxiety. When initially asked about his conversation with another witness, he states that he never talked to them in the first place. But when he's informed that they also called 911 because they felt like he was impersonating law enforcement, he pivots, admitting that he did speak to them but only for a little bit. Logan isn't exactly trying to lie, even though that is what he's actively doing. He's trying to get out of the situation as quickly as possible, without making things any worse for himself. And in doing so, he leaves out key details that the officers already know. So, if you were ever being questioned by the police, It is always in your best interest to ask to speak to a lawyer as quickly as possible. Trying to explain yourself in a high-stress situation will often lead to you incriminating yourself in some way, or saying something that you wish you hadn't.
Yeah.
But if you do insist on talking to them, know that if they bring up something or someone the way this officer just did,
They already
did
know.
so for a reason. Lying to them is not going to help you.
Honestly.
Also, like, the lawyer can just, like, get the evidence that you want to figure out so bad. Like, the lawyer can just... You get a lawyer and then they go, okay, this is what they have on you. Because the lawyer has to be like, why is he detained? Can you produce the reason that you arrested my client? Because he's detained right now, but then he'll be arrested. Especially if he asks for a lawyer and shuts up and they have reasonable suspicion to arrest him. Then he'll get a lawyer and then the lawyer will be like, produce the evidence. And then the lawyer will go to you and be like, here's the evidence. And then you'll have your answer. Instead of this, like, well, I'm a cop and this guy's a cop and I can, you know, buddy this guy with I can tell him my dark cop humor joke where I tell teenagers they're under arrest. I'm getting a Netflix special because I'm so funny.
Because I know things are tense, like, racial-wise. They see law enforcement officers and they think...
Wait, the kids were... Okay, so let's get this straight. This week, okay. He questioned teenagers who, from this part of the dialogue, I'm assuming are minorities. And his opening line with his twisted humor that he quoted, he has, was that they had a warrant. So he walked up to minorities, teenage minorities. He said at one point, black teenagers. Okay, so he walked up to a group of black teenagers and said that they had a warrant out for their arrest. As a joke. To build rapport. Because he's got twisted humor. Maybe I'm just too woke. Maybe I'm just libbed out. I'm too libbed up, dude. I don't get it. I don't get the dark humor. I'm too libbed up.
that we all hate them or something. So
Libbed up, lubed up.
Make a stupid joke and just kind of like lighten the mood, because you know that like look, sometimes you get that dirty look, and it's just like I don't want them to think that we're all dicks and have no sense of humor. You know what I mean?
In other news, it turns out Logan just solved racism by making a joke, but too bad that person was so put off by what he said that they called 911.
Which, not that my sense of humor is great.
Right, like the fuck?
Laughed.
He solved racism by making a joke that was racially charged. Oh, so it's like when two negatives like become positives. Oh, so like he's a, oh, wait, so it's like he's a fucking idiot. It's called dark humor, liberal racism. Yeah, good one. Yep, good one. Really dug deep in the joke pile for that one. Literally gives off I'm not a racist, but racist statement. Literally exactly what he's doing exactly that right now. He literally explains the situation and goes, well, I know about all the racial tension. I was just trying to like make it not tense. So I proceeded to be racist. Are you stupid? Yes, but that's rhetorical, obviously.
Funny, and that was it. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I did do that. Like I said, I went to the Holiday Inn and I brought up the fact I did not identify myself and claim to be a U.S. Marshal.
Oh my God, bro.
These loud cars on 224 drive me absolutely nutty. Yeah. But I wasn't identifying myself as a marshal. I told them I'm a police officer, and they even asked me, they're like, where's Washington? Which I get all the time. I was like, it's half Mahoning, half Columbia.
Washingtonville does sound fake.
Also, because you asked what else I had on me, I have my vape. I know you patted me down. I have my vape in here, so I don't. Yeah, I felt that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Oh my God, he's crazy.
And just making sure, 'cause I didn't want you to
armed and vaped up, dude.
You knew. I didn't want.
Yeah, I know you're looking for dangerous stuff on me. You got my gun, but you forgot my vape. In case you wanted to take that away, because I know that's pretty hardcore. I've got my flavored smoke juice. Because I'm 12.
Them to think that I was like keeping something sketchy, like a THC card or something in there.
That is true. It is bad, but it's more that it's bad for you. True.
I was trying to get their attention, but they won't look at me. Yeah.
He's got a vape!
I take responsibility. Like, it was a dumbass thing to even poke my nose in because it's not my case. It's not something
really?
that I'm working on. I'm not a marshal. I'm just very intrigued in what they do, and I would love. That's my dream.
So I did it ahead of time and ruined all my chances.
I have a 2.5-year-old daughter. She's my entire world. And, like, she's so smart. Like, you ask her, what's your daddy? A cop. And it's like, my dad was a chief patrolman growing up. I looked at him like fucking Superman. And it means the world to me. Like, I want her to grow up with me being that to her. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like.
So Logan cannot stop talking, despite the responding officer not asking him any questions. This is fairly common, as he's trying to get the officer to be more or less on his side. If they view him as a good guy and a peer, maybe they'll be more likely to let him off with a warning or agree that everything that occurred here was a small misunderstanding. He is in an uncomfortable situation.
No, the cop is just not responding on purpose, so he psychologically wants to fill the gap up with nonsense, so he's just talking about everything, and the cop not responding is making him anxious, which makes him talk more. So now we're talking about how much he likes his daughter, which has nothing to do with the fact that he's impersonating a federal officer for no reason, even though he dreams of being a federal officer. So bad that he shortcutted being a federal officer by, even though he was being a cop and on the pathway to becoming one, he just decided to pretend to be one and then harass a bunch of people so badly that they called the actual police on him because he was so bad at pretending to be the thing he wanted to be so bad.
And wants to break any sort of silence. But in doing so, he continues to bury himself as everything he has said thus far can be used against him. He just explained how he grew up idolizing
like a cop of 5 years should probably know better,
how he viewed him as Superman. He attributed his father's position with power and authority over the home he grew up in, and so it was his dream to follow in his footsteps.
Yeah,
he likely believed that when he got a badge of his own, he'd feel the same kind of confidence and power that his father had. But that didn't happen, and instead of working on himself, he turned his sights on a different career path, one that...
You'll never guess what happens when somebody with no confidence gets a badge thinking it'll give them confidence, guys. Fucking nothing. It does nothing for you. Nothing. Nothing changes. You're still a huge wiener.
That he could easily work towards with time, but
and then you have a power dynamic over people, so you become a giant dick.
All right, let me go talk to these officers again real quick, and I'll come back.
One thing I was going to ask, with the, you know what? No, it's running. Never mind. I have problems with the battery in my car, but it's running. Working.
Okay. Is there anything illegal in the car?
The car, no. Like I said, I have my taser. Nothing up.
All right.
I was going to say, taser's not illegal for me, but no. I have nothing illegal.
And would you give us permission to check it?
Yeah.
I'm not going to right now, but...
Stupid.
No, you have permission.
Okay, hang tight.
Stupid.
Okay.
Wait, why were you opening up this side?
We're just going to go ahead and make sure there's nothing illegal in the car, okay?
Okay, that's fine. I was asked... I know you'll be quick. Can you grab my cell phone so I can tell the girl that I'm not standing her up so she...
Brother, I feel like there's a time and a place. I feel like there's a time and a place.
She doesn't, like, never talk to me again real quick?
We'll get you out here in a few minutes.
Okay. All right. I had a brand new Lincoln MKZ, but when me and...
That's awesome, bro.
My...
He's still fucking... They rolled the window down because he won't shut up, dude.
My daughter's mother broke up. I wanted her to have a nice, safe car. So I, like a sucker, I gave it to her.
Of course.
And I gave her our house and still paid for it. And she has a boyfriend now. So
Are you berating your ex-wife to a woman?
I just stopped paying for it because I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So no one asked him any questions. He's just handing over this information of his own free will because he doesn't want to be uncomfortable. If he sits in silence for too long, the reality of the situation he's put himself in will begin to set in. That would obviously be distressing. So instead, he decides to talk about his daughter, his ex-girlfriend, and his car as if any of the officers care about those details. Logan will continue to try and talk to the police officers while they stand
No
outside of
trauma
the car for
dumping
the
in
next 15
hashtag
minutes or
general
so.
guys.
We cut that portion out because we have no real commentary outside of what we've already said. Though to be fair, there is something incredibly funny about him trying to engage with the officers as an equal while he sits handcuffed in the back of the car. Again, should you want to watch the full
Through the
interview in its
barred
entirety,
windows,
which
bro.
I recommend. A link will be left in the
actually
description
my
box
car
down
is
below.
shit because of my
Through our
asshole
investigation, we determined
ex-girlfriend
that you actually were telling people you were,
took the house
US
because I
Marshal.
gave it to her, and a good car because I gave it to her.
Okay.
And
Well, sir, I'm telling you
she's
to be
got a
honest,
boyfriend now,
that's
so like I
information
actually
we
hate
have.
her.
Okay. So
I would never in a million years, sir.
okay, I understand that. But I've conducted a thorough investigation.
I believe you.
I've talked to my chief.
Yes, sir.
I've talked to some other people.
It's dark. The sun went down.
Okay, you are going to be arrested for impersonating a U.S. Marshal.
See ya.
It's a misdemeanor to 4th degree. So what we're going to do is take you back to our police station. You'll be booked, and you'll be released on a summons. Okay?
Sir.
What I
know
expect.
there's nothing you can do, but like my life's ruined.
I
I
understand this is a tough thing.
Well, this didn't. Who's saying that? I'm actually legitimately saying that I'm a U.S. Marshal is what I'm saying. Because I can, like that paper right there, that does not confirm that. I can confirm that.
All right, well.
Enough time has passed since the initial interaction for Logan to have calmed down. But again, his memory is skewed due to his emotions. Earlier, when he told the hotel staff and
think he
other
got to text
witnesses
the
that he
girl?
was working as a U.S. Marshal, he was too excited to remember what exactly he said, or to even perceive how they were reacting to him. Then, when he was initially being questioned by the police, he was way too nervous to think through what he was saying, accidentally confirming that he had written the note that stated he was a federal officer. He's being hanged by his own statements, but because he was so on edge when those statements were given,
Hey
he
babe,
genuinely
can't make
has
our
no
date
idea that he
tonight.
did
Busy
that. You
ruining
might have
my
felt
dream
this in your
career.
personal life if you've ever been
Hope
in an
that's
argument with
chill.
someone, because both
Maybe
of you
we
are
can
so
link up
emotionally
tomorrow,
heightened,
LOL.
You probably won't fully remember what
I don't know
happened.
though. Might be
You
in
do
jail.
remember
Ha
will
ha
be
ha ha.
entirely based in
Let
your
me
favor.
know.
So when you talk to them after you've calmed down, you might feel as if they experienced something entirely different. They tell you that you said something harshly to them, but in your own recollection, you don't recall saying that, or at the very least, don't recall saying it in an aggressive or unjustified way. And because both of you were part of the argument, neither can provide an unbiased version of events.
Just chilling in jail. What you doing? Sorry about missing the date yesterday. LMAO. So crazy. Hope we can reconnect. I guess my messages aren't going through because you haven't responded to the last 50. Hope we're still good. Sorry about missing the date, by the way. Ha 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 ha. That was so crazy. Still chilling in jail. Could be able to do it in about a day when I pay my bail. Except I'm probably going to have to call my mom to get her to pay the bail. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, let me know. Smile.
We're just putting together all our evidence and everything. And then you can have your day in court, okay? You know, we have probable cause to make the arrest.
You know, no matter what, though, like, being reasonable, and I'm not putting this on you, I'm fucked and done with law enforcement forever. There's no chance now.
Well, that's not up to me, and
No,
I can't
know,
say
but
that.
I'm saying
And you know, this is not something I want to do. I don't want to arrest another police officer, okay?
Maybe just don't do it then.
But we do things professionally, and we have to go by the book
I'm
out
frustrated about I'm not frustrated with you, but this is absolutely insane to me. Can I have somebody pick my vehicle up? I can't afford to get it, man.
Okay. Yeah, I think we could probably pull it right up into the parking spot there.
So is it going to be an ORC bond?
No, it's just. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
We're just
How
gonna give
long
you.
am I going to be?
You go down to the police station. We'll take
10% of your bail.
Photographs. Then you'll be released on a summons.
Okay.
And
you tell my chief that this
Unless they don't give you a bail,
No, I
which they
didn't
probably
tell
won't
your
because you're a
chief
white
yet, but
cop.
I'll call him and let him know.
Okay, so I'm fired and fucked. And
He actually earlier he did tell me to tell you he wants to see you tomorrow
Yep.
at 5 o'clock in his office.
Yeah.
I mean, I might as well resign at this point. There's no point.
He did resign, but only after being, quote, encouraged, unquote, by the police chief. According to his later appeal, Washingtonville Police Chief Kenneth Faust stated that Malik was doing pretty good and always showing up for work, and was on the right track in the unit. However, this lone incident made it clear that Malik's own discernment left much to be desired, and he was not.
His own police chief is saying that he was on the right track. I don't understand.
Okay.
Secure the vehicle and leave.
Yeah, do you want to pull it up into the parking spot or just leave it there?
Can I have two requests?
I guess you can just leave it there. Yeah.
I just wanted to get my.
We gotta get any other police stuff out of the car.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
We'll get you
What was that?
water when we get back to the station. You want it?
No, I'm saying I have it like sugar thing. I don't even have to go get it. You can hand it, and I'll give it right back to you. I just wanted like a drink of that because I have a sugar thing, like legitimately.
A sugar
My
thing.
blood sugar gets low. I get really shaky.
Okay, well,
I'm not
I
trying
can't.
to one up on you on a
I can't let you have something else to drink that I don't know what it is. So, we can give you some water. If you feel like your blood sugar's getting low, we'll have the ambulance come check it.
No.
And they can give you some glucose or something.
No, I'm
But, you know, like I said, we go
My
strictly
super
by
real
policy
sugar thing
out
that I
here.
won't get
I'm not-
verified by
I
the
respect you
paramedics.
Okay. And like I said, I apologize.
You don't know. You
For
don't owe me an apology. I just this is absurd. Like I can see where there's a misunderstanding from people. I can see.
Well, hopefully it'll get straightened out.
God, this is tough. This is tough. This is tough.
All right,
I'm
I'm going to have to put cuffs on you.
I'm just saying. I know how this procedure goes. Can I take a puff of my puffer before we?
No, can't have you do that. You're going to be getting out shortly.
Yeah.
So
20
it's
minutes.
not like you're going into...
Do these need to be?
There's no way, bro. He asked if he could hit his vape. Mr. Officer, please, bro. Please, bro.
Put it away in my car.
Put 'em on your head. You're good.
Can I puff some mango before you cuff me one more time?
This walking here.
Why is he acting like he's going to be in jail for 50 years, bro? They're just going to book you and release you because you're a white boy.
Actually, this is how I put my hands. So how I make people put their hands. When you were telling me to do it different, I was
You
like,
already patted him down, right?
Yeah, but there's some stuff in his pocket.
yeah, I have 2 vapes in my pocket.
Who?
And spread your feet.
Is that your gun or is that the department's gun?
Dude.
That's mine. It's actually my mom's name, but I.
Oh my God. It's getting worse. I can't handle this, bro. It's so cringe. I didn't think I'd be watching cringe cop behavior. This is crazy.
Got it off of her.
It's like everything is a death sentence of his, like,
everything police related we're
dignity.
taking as evidence.
I can't
Well,
believe
obviously,
this.
If this case goes out, then you're getting everything back.
My firearm I get to keep, right?
It's not yours.
It's evidence, but you know you can hopefully get it back.
We're gonna log it into evidence for now. Then,
Yeah.
when this
You won't get it back tonight after the case is heard in court. Okay.
Oh my God.
You guys got your thing. That's
All right.
This hurts.
Does this just clip off?
This is a
Yeah,
painful
just pull it
watch.
straight up.
Okay. Don't need the holster, I don't think.
Okay.
This is painful.
My thing is, that gun is my mom's firearm.
Okay.
Okay, like she owns it, and that's going to get me royally.
Okay,
Just log it into evidence for now.
yeah,
And we'll work something out
it's
later.
not getting forfeited right now. It's
No,
just
I know that.
Yeah.
My mom's gonna kill
I wish I
me,
could
dude. You don't
explain it to
understand.
And not sound like I'm trying to be a dick, but I don't know how to articulate this correctly.
Do you want us to throw those vapes in your car or anything, or any of your other property? Because you can't be smoking at the station.
Ooh, Mr. Officer, I
wait.
wanna play Roblox.
I
And
wasn't
talk to
gonna
my
smoke it at the
Discord
station.
hidden before
I can't
jail
keep 'em on me.
PLS.
Yeah,
Also,
I
my
just don't
mom would be
smoke 'em.
mad
No,
and
I
she
was-
won't make
okay.
cookies.
He's gonna
Keep
smoke
Osha.
him.
Okay.
Oh, listen, I'm frustrated. Not at you. Not at you. Not at you.
We're gonna have
Well,
Steve
I'm
over
frustrated that I'm put in this position.
No, I'm sorry. You are too. You have my phone?
Yeah, I imagine it would be
Yes, sir.
frustrating.
I just got two full confessions this last week on cold case manslaughter case and involuntary manslaughter case. Now with this happening now, is that going to jeopardize that case?
Yes, it will. So this is actually a really interesting point, one that we don't get to go over often. So when someone in law enforcement breaks the law, it casts a long shadow over their entire professional history. Every arrest they made,
Yup.
every report they filed, every confession
Yo,
they took,
has this guy
suddenly is
touched
left open
grass
to
ever?
scrutiny.
Oh my
We
God.
discussed this in the case of the Norfolk 4, where the detective was widely known for gaining confessions. He did this through abusing suspects, refusing to give them food and water, and threatening them for hours straight. When his actions were eventually revealed, that immediately called every one of his confessions into question. That same thing is true here, even if on a smaller scale. This was not an officer bending a rule in the heat of a dangerous situation. This was a
No, it's a great point. I mean, yeah, it's not brought up much.
Hi, chat.
When an
Happy
officer
10
does
months, I
something
think.
bad or
Being busy
illegal
with
or
uni and
gets in
having a
trouble,
consistent friend group for the first time in like
Even-
4 years, so I haven't been in chat much.
That's
Hope
okay.
all well.
live your life, bro. No problem. Literally, like, if you do something like damning as a cop, it questions your entire career. Even if that gets buried, which happens a lot for cops, they get thrown a bone or backed up by other police. Excuse me, oh my God, or their district, etc. That can still be brought up for questioning, especially in court. Like, if I'm a defense lawyer and I see that the cop that arrested me, like, or that arrested my client had any problems on the job, off the job, it would be immediately ammo in the in the canister. Like, it's immediately, like, it would throw out a bunch of arrests, because it's like, how do you even verify that this dude is doing his job correctly when he's literally impersonating a federal officer? How do you even know his confession is good, valid, or even through, like, legal means if he's illegally impersonating a federal officer? He's literally breaking the law. How can we trust that he's upholding the law correctly? You basically can't. You not even basically, you actually can't. Like, it's actually over.
The guy in the car needs to cease yapping though. These aren't the right people to be yapping with.
True.
man off duty fabricating authority, impersonating a federal agent, and carrying a gun while doing so. It's the kind
His
of
mom's
behavior
gun.
that reveals not a momentary lapse, but a fundamental willingness to step outside of the bounds of legality whenever it suits him. If he was willing to break the law when it didn't matter, what does that say about the choices he might make when it does? A defense attorney doesn't need to prove that Logan committed misconduct on the job. They only need to establish reasonable doubt about his judgment, and Logan has handed them that doubt on a silver platter. Any good defense attorney would immediately discredit anything that he touched, citing his own illegal activities. Any confession he obtained now becomes suspect. Any arrest he made becomes vulnerable to appeal. A victim's case could fall apart in minutes because the arresting officer demonstrated beyond question that he is capable of deception and abuse of authority. Even if you or I might feel that using this specific incident to undermine his prior cases is a legal stretch, the system doesn't work on gut feelings. It works on credibility, and Logan has obliterated his.
He's shattered it. He's not getting any sort of officer job ever again.
And these guys,
he might not even get like a security guard job.
Bars very badly because they're linked to 5 or 6 of them. I've gotten 2 full confessions from them, and
they're gone, buddy.
My
What cases are those?
They're gone.
What are those cases?
Those cases don't exist anymore.
What
You ruined
cases
them.
are they? What are they?
It's involuntary manslaughter. Is what we're going to be charging on the male suspect for selling bad dope that led to the overdose death of the mother. And then his wife, I was going to recommend complicity to involuntary manslaughter because she wasn't the dope dealer, but she actually handed the baggie to the woman. And we had rock solid evidence other than the actual like physical evidence and residue. It sat in before I was there. It sat in a temporary evidence locker for 2 years before they sent it to BCI. So when they first told me about it,
What is happening?
You guys have no chance. But luckily I pulled some psychology and I have good people skills, so I got them to talk to me and got full confessions.
Yeah, you're good at
both
this.
Of them. I was very surprised, but I
Sherlock
just
Holmes is in the back seat right now,
justice for
behind bars,
the little girls that
because
lost
he's
their
so
mom
good
for
at
that,
it.
and I'm hoping this doesn't jeopardize that because this is the one time we've finally been able to pin them, and like I'm guilty as hell. This isn't a sob story. This isn't me blaming like you arresting me. Like I hope you're
I'm
not
sure
taking
it's
it like
not.
that. No, I'm just saying like I pray to God it doesn't ruin that because those little girls deserve justice.
It
Well,
does.
they're less likely to get justice now. I was unable to find the case he was talking about, but if
Almost like as an officer, you're supposed to legally uphold the law, which means including yourself, by the way, and you're supposed to be a positive and highly looked up to figure that upholds the law, even to themselves, which doesn't happen, by the way, because people like this just don't do it when it's convenient for them because they're given a badge and power and told that they can just have power over people. So they're like, oh, I'll just pretend I'm the fucking FBI really quick. It's fine. I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing a good thing here. I'm trying to find Nazis, guys. I can be a federal officer if I decide to be, even though I'm totally on the pathway to becoming one anyway. I just decided to do it ahead of time and ruined everybody's chances of getting justice in other cases and also my entire career. It's fine. It's like a good reason though. So like I can do it because it's a good reason though. I can do bad thing because good thing is a result of bad thing. Even though good thing hasn't happened and won't, and I can't even prove to you that good thing will happen because I'm doing bad thing, but I think good thing happened so I can do bad thing. So am I free to go? Can I hit my vape?
If this case was dismissed, or if their confessions were thrown out, it's entirely his fault, and all because he wanted to feel as though he had a bit more authority than he actually did.
I'm a good cop.
This is a noisy street.
FBI.
Okay, do you have somebody to call? Do you have your phone? Did we get that for you?
I have his phone, his wallet, and his car keys.
Okay, because you have to call somebody to come pick you up at the PD.
Yeah.
I can't walk back. I have nobody.
Well, yeah, I guess you can walk. Yeah.
Because I have nobody to come. My people are in Canton.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll let you get down there so you can get out, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And again, I'm not upset with you. I'm upset with the
Walk of
situation.
shaming out of the
You've been
police
very kind to me.
precinct,
I
bruh.
can tell you're a very good and intelligent officer.
Okay.
And
Well, I appreciate
I'm
that.
proud to, even though I'm probably not going to be a cop anymore, as of right now, I'm proud to call you a brother in the job, and I'd be honored to work next to you, okay?
Okay, appreciate that.
You're a great man.
All right. Well, good luck, okay?
Throughout their conversation, Logan has really wanted to get each of the officers to like him personally, which is fairly sad in our opinion. It's clear that Logan really enjoyed the idea of being a police officer, so much so that he was willing to level up by being a federal marshal in his free time.
So much so that he did it for 5 years the correct way. Which is ridiculous. This doesn't even guys, this doesn't even talk about the potentiality of him having done this prior, by the way. Like he could have been doing this the whole time. You don't actually know. He could have done this more. He could have done this after. That's the craziest part. Is he could have been doing this the whole 5 years. Who's to say? Which is exactly the issue. Which is what any good defense lawyer would bring up, by the way. This is incident 1 that's recorded. Who's to say there isn't more? There's nothing that you can't trust it. There's nothing to trust here. It's totally untrustworthy.
The fact that he is so desperate to get the other officers on his side to the point where he repeats that he isn't mad at them and views them as brothers is really depressing. This is an individual who really wants to be liked above everything else, and someone who fundamentally doesn't understand how they're being perceived. The rest of the footage is just Logan talking to the female officer in booking, which we have little commentary for. Following his arrest, Logan would reject a plea deal and plead not guilty. He wanted to go to trial for this case, believing that his lawyers could reframe the situation as being either a misunderstanding or that he was not acting while in his right mind. His lawyers would argue that Malik suffered from severe mental health issues, specifically PTSD, from being a first responder after a fatal train incident. After this incident, which took place in 2019, Malik was placed onto multiple medications that reportedly left him feeling cut off and emotionless. However, 2 weeks after his arrest, he was placed on 2 different drugs, which his lawyers argued affected his mindset negatively. They went further to state that Malik was unaware of what he was doing at the time of the incident, and has little to no memory of what happened until he was arrested. To bolster their argument, Malik was evaluated, and was found to be fully competent to stand trial. They also found that, quote, Malik was able to appreciate the consequences of his acts, and that he was not insane at the time of conduct.
The entire time. Also, evidence is him asking about other cases because of this. He's literally understanding the consequences of what he's doing. He's saying, oh, I'm never going to be a cop again. I've ruined my chances. My dreams are crushed. I can't support my family because of this. He fully is grasping the consequences as he's being arrested. Like, what is this argument? That's crazy to me.
After a short trial, Malik was found guilty and sentenced to 30 days in prison, as well as a $5,000 fine and 1 year supervised release. However, he has since tried to appeal his sentence, arguing that there was insufficient evidence for a conviction, and that impersonating a police officer is protected speech under the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment, which is one of the most ridiculous things we've ever.
It's also a crime! It's illegal! What? Huh? What?
Ever heard. But it's alright. Unsurprisingly, his appeal was denied. So, if you have made it to this part of the video, thank you for watching. As always, if there's a case you want to see us cover or a topic you want to bring more attention to, you can let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. We're still consistently going through your list.
Oh, there's literally laws to tell people not to do it because people do it and it's stupid to do it. It's literally not First Amendment. Oh, great video. Wow. That was a good one. My body hurts. My skin's crawling. I have to leave the room for a second. I have to pee, and I have to, like, shake the cringe out of my body. Everybody, like, get up and do something productive really quick. Like, drink some water or something. I have to, like, shake the cringe out. That was, like, so bad. That was... damn. That was phenomenal, bro. Like, phenomenal on the worst. Dude. Damn. Go back to pissing right now? But I'm done. What? Why? What is happening? You need to run an ad, but it's not letting us. That's because I ran an ad. I clicked run ad as I left because I was going pee. I figured I'd run an ad. I didn't think I had to, like, announce it. Feel like it was just kind of like a good place to put it so people didn't deal with ads while watching stuff. My bad. Anyway, Jumpsuit, thank you for the 52 months. Oswald, thank you for the 55. Uniting Salmon, thank you for the 64. Lisa, thank you for the 10. Cryptid Bar, thank you for the 37. Dula, thank you for the 34. Moses with the 51. Nova with the 6. Sarah Lauren with the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the freaks. Give me some W's. Give me some W's. Hand them over. Come on now. Medusa, thank you for the fungi. Wait. Medusa fungi, thank you for the 2 months. Medusan fungi, and I said Medusan, thank you for the fungi. I need help. I need to go back to therapy, I think. Ghost shit, thank you for the 45 months. Karma, thank you for the 33.
Wow.
Memories, thank you for the 30. Nick's, thank you for the 3. Nick, thank you for the 10. Jimmy, thank you for the 41. Goth, thank you for the 32. Life is Life as Ash, thank you for the 31. Casper, thank you for the 23. Umbug, thank you for the 21. Rowan, thank you for the 20. Roy, thank you for the 32. Autistic Overlord, thank you for the 27. Lux Oxen, thank you for the year. Spook, thank you for the 52. And Impressive, thank you for the 16. Larkstein, thank you for the 29. Also, fun fact, you don't get ads when you are subbed, so you should do that because there's ads, because I need money. Because this is my job, and I've got a daughter and a second one coming on the way.
So you were my most watched streamer with an ungodly amount of time.
I would like to take care of my family if that's cool with you guys. All right, cool. RD Cinders, thank you for the 49. Manat, thank you for the 17. That's a fart month, dude. Very cool. Sneeg, what's your opinion on border security like the Aussie show, if you know it? I don't. Curious because to me they have similar jobs to police and seemingly similar-ish powers. They are the police, essentially. Yeah, just as bad. Sorry to tell you, man. You'll be shocked to know that Border Patrol is just as racially prejudiced as the rest of them. I've actually had a lot of Australian friends tell me that the LA Border Patrol does not like Australians. Like the customs security officers. Obviously that's a different type of Border Patrol, but had a few friends from Australia with some bad run-ins with LA border security and LAX, interestingly enough. But yeah, you'll be shocked to hear that, like, if you go to the Mexican border in America and you're like white, they'll just probably let you in, by the way. Like, the amount of times, and I've connected internationally in multiple places. I've landed in LA, I've landed in Minneapolis, and I've landed in Miami for international connections. Like when I come back into America, I've connected to all of these points. You'll be shocked to hear that the worst place to connect internationally is Miami, because they're just assuming everybody is like trying to illegally get in, even though they have to legally buy a plane ticket. It's really fucking weird. It's really weird. Miami's border patrol is terrible. Slow, singular prejudice. Like, and I go through that and I just walk straight through because they look at me and they go, whatever, because I'm white. I mean, like, literally it's just because of the privilege that I was born and given for no reason. And then I'm watching all these other people, like anybody who's Hispanic looking takes double the length, if not more. It's absurd. It's absurd. Almost every single one. If you are ever in a border patrol line in America, just take notes on who takes longer to get through. And it's not even their fault, by the way. Like, it's not their fault. Just to clarify, it is border security's racial prejudice against any minority race. It's actually crazy. It's crazy, dude. Like, the Miami Border Patrol checkpoint takes forever because they cannot be
white
not
man, white
ignorant.
man, white
it's
man.
crazy.
White man, white man, white man, white man.
Yes. It's ridiculous, bro. All right, let's watch something. Let's watch something a little true crime adjacent, a little not. It's more horror. Somebody suggested this channel called Fascinating Horror. They didn't suggest a specific video. They suggested just the channel in general. I thought it was a little interesting. It's they just do very weird sort of horror things. So I thought I would grab one that appealed to me or looked interesting. This one is called Unusual Food Deaths Part 1. So first impressions, I'm excited because if this is a good channel, there's a lot of stuff here and I like the idea of this sort of realm of content because it's very adjacent. So was it? Okay.
On the 4th of April 2019, venue manager Darren Hickey was offered
Stop the video, we're moving on. Just kidding.
a fish cake by a chef at his place of work. Darren managed weddings and other events at Ridgemont House, a small manor house near Manchester in England. In this role, it was quite normal and indeed part of his job to sample menu items that might be offered to guests. Darren thought nothing of trying the appetizer he was offered, but within 24 hours, the decision to take a bite of that fish cake would result in his sudden and premature death.
That's unfortunate. Fish cake's kind of fire, too.
A fish cake is, usually, a portion of shredded fish and potato, coated in batter or breadcrumbs, and then
gotta be
deep-fried.
like a parasite or something.
This results in a crispy outer coating with a soft interior.
Yeah, fish
A
cakes
combination
are
that
fire.
makes them ideal as
Crab cake,
appetizers
more fire,
or
I
as
agree.
finger food to be served at a wedding or party. The particular fish cake Darren was offered had
It's
been
your own
prepared just
theory?
moments ago.
My bad.
The
Sorry.
outside had cooled enough that it could be handled, but the inside was still piping hot.
That's my fault.
As soon as Darren took a bite and
Well, probably
swallowed,
not a
he knew
parasite
that
then,
something was wrong.
But
The interior of the cake was far hotter than he'd expected, and he felt as though he had burned his throat. Darren did his best to ignore the pain. He drank some water and went about his day. But the pain did not subside.
I don't think it'd be a parasite.
That
if it was
afternoon,
hot.
he visited the nearby Chorley Hospital,
I guess it was an
where he
allergy.
was seen after a short wait. An examination of his mouth and
Wait, so he
throat
went
showed
to the
nothing
hospital?
amiss, and he was sent home with paracetamol and instructions to return if the pain
Yeah, it's
worsened.
Tylenol, by the way.
Returning home, Darren spent the evening resting, until at 9:45 p.m. he was discovered by his partner,
Thumb.
55-year-old Neil Parkinson,
Oh.
apparently choking. Neil gave first aid and called for an ambulance.
What, he went to anaphylactic
Darren
shock?
was rushed back to hospital where, despite the best efforts of doctors, he passed away just after midnight. Post-mortem examination revealed a sequence of events. The piping hot fish cake Darren had sampled had indeed burned his throat. In fact, it had caused burns so severe that a pathologist likened them to injuries seen in people who inhale smoke during house fires.
What?
However, these burns had been relatively far down his throat, and thus had not been observed when he was examined after presenting himself to hospital. Burns like those Darren suffered as a result of hot food
Dude,
are
that's
extremely unusual
crazy,
and extremely
actually.
rare. And this, combined with the lack
This is like the McDonald's woman. You know how everybody like uses that example of the woman who sued McDonald's for spilling coffee on herself as like a stupid thing? Even though when you look into that case, she got 3rd-degree burns on her like lap, which is insane. That is very hot. That is very hot. Yeah, if you look into that case, she was extremely valid to do that. She got maimed. Like it ruined her like organs. Like she got severely burned. This is that is this level of crazy to me. That's the first thing that comes to my head.
of any observable injury led to the hospital staff discharging him without further treatment, and his ultimate death. Darren was remembered as a positive and caring person,
Dude, that
a
sucks.
determined individual who did an immense amount of work for charity in addition
wife's
to his
calling me.
work
Hold on.
duties.
Alrighty, dude. Let's get back into it.
With remarkable
so
resilience,
unfortunate.
he had survived and recovered from a catastrophic stroke 7 years prior to the loss of his life in a bizarre food-related accident. In 2019, 19-year-old Australian Sam Ballard was sitting outside on the concrete patio of a friend's house, drinking wine and talking with several of his peers. The group knew each other well, and it was a relaxed evening, which took a turn when they noticed a slug crawling across the floor of the patio. As a joke, the group discussed the slug. "Should I eat it?" said Sam. It was intended as a joke or dare. Not something he inherently wanted to do, but something which the group would find amusing. After a few moments of discussion and laughter, Sam did as he had suggested and ate the slug. The rest of that evening passed without incident, and the group parted ways. In the days that followed, though, Sam began to experience a series of strange symptoms. He was overcome by dizzy spells and vomiting, and felt severe, unexplained pains in his legs.
Video?
Sam told his mother about eating the slug, but she reasoned that this could not be the cause of his symptoms. No one gets sick from that, she said. But as his condition worsened and no other explanation presented itself, Sam was admitted to hospital. Within days, he had fallen into a coma from which he would not emerge for 420 days. During this time, doctors were able to better understand what had gone wrong. The slug which Sam had eaten had been infested with a parasite.
As an Australian, my parents always used to use this story as an example of why not to touch slugs and snails. That's crazy, bro. So this is like a well-known Australian story then. I did not touch snails or slugs growing up. I remember seeing one and getting excited. And like the psychopathic little kid I was, I used to get the salt and be like, because I was a fucking kid. And I was like, look at him go. Even though I was literally burning a slug alive. But awful. Yeah, well, I'm not the only person that's done that. So don't even crucify me here. Plenty of people do that. Throw the first stone. Throw the first stone, dude.
Known as rat lungworm.
Kids
this
like
parasite is most often found in rodents, but can be passed to slugs and snails. This parasite had been infested with a parasite known as rat lungworm.
Bruh.
This parasite is most often found in rodents, but can be passed to slugs and snails if these consume rodent excrement. If infested slugs or snails are then consumed by humans, the parasites can survive and work their way into the liver, lungs, and nervous system. They may move to the brain, the spine, or the eye. And once there, they can cause severe inflammation, resulting in serious illness and incapacitation. Some people exposed to rat lungworm are lucky. The parasites die or pass through their system, causing only mild illness. Others, like Sam, experience extreme and debilitating illness as a result of the infection. Sam awoke from his coma more than a year after he had entered it and found himself completely paralyzed. He was unable to move his limbs or eat without an assistive tube. These devastating injuries aside, though, he remained the same person he'd ever been. With time, he was able to steer a motorized wheelchair and engage in limited communication. He nonetheless required constant care and was limited in what he was able to do. The friends with whom Sam had been drinking that night apologized for not stopping him from eating the slug.
Yeah, I'll say.
Sam forgave them. The group remained friends and regularly spent time together. Though Sam could not participate in the activities that had once bonded them, it never occurred to them to abandon him. One reporter who was close to the case said of the group, "I have rarely met a finer group of young men. They made a mistake, a spur-of-the-moment muck-around of unforeseen consequences that should not define them.
Yeah, that's pretty catastrophic.
And their love and support for Sam has never wavered in the years since. Sam was a valued and central part of their friendship group until, in 2018, he passed away from complications following an infection. He died surrounded by friends and family at the age of 28.
Damn, bro.
Killed by the long consequences of a momentary mistake made almost a decade earlier.
That's wild.
On the 5th of October 2012, a reptile store in the city of Deerfield Beach in Florida held an unusual competition. Anyone could enter, and the prize on offer was a valuable ball python snake, worth in excess of $800.
Those things are cute.
To take the grand prize, contestants would simply have to eat as many cockroaches as they could within a set time limit.
Oh my god.
Cockroaches and other insects, although not generally considered palatable, are edible. Indeed, by some standards, edible insects.
They also can contain a lot of parasites. Which is why, if you're enough of a psychopath to eat them, you should probably cook them. Get rid of the parasite. How much do we want to bet this place didn't cook them first and they were eating them live?
Have much to recommend them. They are an excellent source of protein and can be farmed with relatively little environmental impact.
Oh, please stop.
For this reason, they are considered by some to be an excellent, if unconventional, food. The cockroaches to be eaten during this competition had been raised specifically for it in an environment free of pathogens. They were, according to the store owner, safe to eat. Several contestants volunteered for the contest.
Right.
Among them was 32-year-old Edward Archbold, a father of two who worked at a company that sold boat accessories. He told his girlfriend that he had entered the competition just a few hours before it was due to take place and appeared unfazed by the task at hand. It was, he said, not a big deal. He did not even wish to keep the prize, but would give it to a snake-loving friend if he prevailed.
Oh, they're so cute.
From the start of the contest, Edward was a crowd favourite. He was, many spectators later said, the most engaging and entertaining contestant, the life of the party. When contestants were given 4 minutes to eat as many cockroaches as possible, Edward won by a clear margin, using a technique that involved filling his mouth with cockroaches and washing them down with water. He appeared delighted to have won, but left the shop before he could be presented with the prize. Minutes later, he was found vomiting and choking outside. An ambulance was called and he was rushed to hospital, but passed away shortly thereafter.
Well,
in the immediate aftermath of his death, the cause was unknown. It was speculated that the cockroaches he consumed might have been contaminated.
Allergy.
Or that he might have had an allergy to cockroaches
allergy, by the way.
that he was previously unaware of.
It's a common allergy.
Following medical examination, though, no sign of an infection or allergic reaction was found. It appeared that he had vomited and then choked on the undigested cockroaches. Contestants had all signed an extensive waiver before participating in the competition, and no charges were ultimately brought against the organizer. Edward was survived by his girlfriend and 2 children. The snake that he had won in the competition was awarded to him posthumously and became part of his estate.
Aspirated on cockroaches, bro? That's so unfortunate. Well, that was awful. I'm subscribing. Gonna have to watch more of these. Ugh. Alrighty, dude. Let's watch another video. We're gonna watch a brew video. We like brew. Very cool. Shout out to Epidemic Sounds for their inevitable copyright striking of this video. It's titled "The Blue Hole Keeps Killing People. A Man Died Filming What Happens Inside." It was titled something differently when it was suggested. They change their titles all the time. It's about something crazy in the ocean. That's as about as much of a context as I can give because I don't know what else happens. So, whoops.
This is real found footage of a man's final moments as he descends towards his certain doom at the bottom of a deep hole in the seafloor. But how did he get here? What caused his death? And how was his tape recovered from a place so deadly? It's referred to as the diver's graveyard. On April 28th, 2000, 22-year-old Russian-Israeli diving instructor Yuri Lipsky arrived in Dahab, a laid-back town on the southeast coast of Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. With an adventurous streak and a camera he was eager to take below the waves. Like many drawn to the little town, the young man had heard stories of the Blue Hole, a circular sinkhole in the Red Sea, whose depths had become legendary among other divers. But Yuri wasn't content with the tourist-friendly dives that others came for. What he wanted lay much deeper. His goal was to film the Arch, a natural underwater tunnel about halfway down the Blue Hole that leads out to open sea. The Arch had already gained a reputation as the deadliest diving location in the world, but this just made it all the more alluring to some. For
What
Yuri,
exactly
it was a chance to prove his diving
makes
skills
it deadly,
and
though,
document on
is what
film
I'm-
what so many others had only spoken of in awe. In the end, what he captured on camera would be watched by millions around the world, but not for the reasons he imagined. The Blue Hole in Dahab is actually one of many blue holes in the world. These marine formations are large sinkholes in seabeds composed of a softer type of bedrock, like limestone or coral reef. Because they extend below the bottom of the seabed floor for most of their depth, the water circulation isn't that great, making the environment unfavorable for most sea life. The one in Dahab is 100 to 120 meters, or 328 to 393 feet deep.
Damn.
But that's not even the deepest blue hole.
That's so
that would be
far.
the Tom Jah Blue Hole in Chetumal Bay, on the southern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, at an estimated 420 meters, or 1,380 feet of depth. The hole's bottom is so far down, no one has even been able to physically explore it. But if Dahab's Blue Hole isn't even the deepest, what makes it the deadliest? When you get to the Blue Hole, you will notice that it's a busy dive site surrounded by coral reefs that attract many casual scuba divers due to abundant marine life.
Well, that's why.
At first, you're knee-deep in the water stepping on the reef, with the depth at
Probably
just
'cause
half a
people
meter
just
or
meander in
1.6
and get
feet.
sunk.
But suddenly, the shallow reef shelf gives way to a near vertical drop of over 100 meters,
Like
or
some
320
Subnautica
feet
shit.
down. Usually, people who dive here stick to the outer shallow perimeter, which surrounds the hole almost entirely. There is one divot in the wall with a dip of 6 meters or 20 feet called the Saddle, where the Red Sea laps into the big sinkhole. Here, divers stand on the saddle to stare into the total darkness of the abyss below. Some experienced groups will even venture their way towards the center of the hole, while maintaining saddle depth. But what attracted Yuri and many other daredevils was the Arch, an underwater tunnel on one side of the
There's
Blue Hole's
300
walls that
casual
connects
feet.
the sinkhole to the open sea. The
That is-
arch cannot be seen from the top of the hole, as the ceiling of the entrance is past the halfway mark into the sinkhole wall at a depth of 55 meters or 180 feet, where it's extremely dark.
I mean, that
the
is
tunnel wasn't
insane.
even found until 1968, when modern scuba
Absolutely
diving
not.
equipment had become more available. The entry
Absolutely
of the arch is
not.
also not exactly straightforward to find, because the line between the blue hole and open water is indirect. At the length of 26 meters or 85 feet, the tunnel leads through the rock beneath the reef, with a floor that slopes downward to a depth of 120 meters as it finally connects into the open sea. According to diving instructor Alex Hayes, who has dived the Blue Hole countless times, it's beautiful. There's nothing else like it. It's like standing in an underwater cathedral. So Yuri's motivation for filming the tunnel wasn't unfounded, but according to veteran local technical diving trainer Tarek Omar, Yuri was a dangerous combination of inexperienced and overconfident.
The year before his accident, he showed up once and he was like everybody else showing up around Dahab, and we hear it every day. I'm here for 2 days. I want to do the canyon and the Blue Hole. Regardless experience, certification, regardless nothing.
Initially turning the eager youngster away, Omar said Yuri came back in 2000 with an even stronger fixation on descending into the hole. Omar recalls, he wanted to film the arch. I said, okay, so you'll need 2 weeks training with me first, and then we'll film. But Yuri, once again, thought he didn't have the time to do the training. And this time, he decided he wouldn't leave without diving the blue hole.
So he just did.
Unfortunately, this meant that Yuri wouldn't be leaving to hop alive. Their conversation happened less than an hour before Yuri's demise, and not being able to stop the young man would turn out to be one of Tarek Omar's greatest regrets. We should never take life for granted, and that extends to our health. So if you're ever experiencing a strange symptom that you know you should get checked out, don't let the headache of booking a doctor's appointment cause you to just ignore it and hope it goes away. Book it through ZocDoc, this video's sponsor. Forget late night medical.
Come on, bro. The ad segues kill me, bro.
Arch that makes it so dangerous.
W segue.
Around 40 meters or 130 feet is considered the maximum depth for recreational scuba diving. Beyond that point, you enter a zone that requires specialized training and experience known as technical diving. Technical diving doesn't necessarily mean you're a professional. It's a hobby for many experienced divers, but it does demand a much higher level of preparation because mistakes at those depths can become fatal very quickly. Tech divers are trained to push beyond recreational limits to explore deep caves, wrecks, or passages like the Arch. To do this safely, they need to know how to manage hazards specific to extreme depths such as nitrogen narcosis, oxygen toxicity, and higher rates of air supply depletion. As previously stated, the Arch's ceiling begins at about 55 meters, already well past recreational limits, meaning even approaching the tunnel without proper skills, planning, and backup systems is gambling with your life.
Damn.
A bet that many divers have lost. The challenge has been compared to climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, but underwater, and with far less room for error. Technical divers attempting dives like this rely on specialized equipment, multiple tanks with different gas mixes, backup regulators, underwater computers, reels for navigation, and high-powered lights. All these tools help them keep track of time and depth, calculate stops, and handle emergencies if something fails. But even with all of this gear, the Arch is notorious for claiming lives and considered one of the world's most dangerous dives. And part of the danger is how deceptively inviting the blue hole appears. Warm, calm, and easy to enter from shore. It looks nothing like the death trap it becomes at depth, even for those not attempting to dive as deep as the Arch. That false sense of safety has lured countless divers into pushing past their training, turning what seems like a casual...
I don't exactly know how it works. It's something to do with the abundance, I think. Or I don't know. I just don't know, actually. I know we don't take in just oxygen. Bubba? Boy. What was the question? I don't remember, bro. If somebody knows how to explain oxygen poisoning, put it in the comments. I'm curious because I don't fully know myself.
Dive into a one-way trip. Another common mistake
later
for
in the
those
video?
who want to conquer the Arch is underestimating
anyway.
the tunnel itself. From a distance, the Arch looks short, and the light at the far end appears much closer than it really is. Divers, under the judgment-clouding effects of nitrogen narcosis similar to alcohol intoxication, have been tricked into thinking that glow was the surface, only to swim downward toward it and burn through their gas supply. In reality, with the Arch's depth considered, even reaching its entrance already places divers well beyond recreational limits. Another deadly mistake is missing the entrance altogether. The Arch is difficult to spot, and those who drift past it can be pulled deeper into the darkness with no visual references to know how deep they've really gone. Without proper gas planning or staged cylinders, this mistake is almost always fatal, making it not unusual for search teams to find bodies of divers who unknowingly slipped past the threshold and had no way back. Insufficient gas is also deadly. When you breathe from a scuba tank, a two-stage regulator lowers the tank's very high pressure and then delivers each breath at the surrounding water pressure so your lungs can expand normally. Because pressure rises by about 1 atmosphere every 10 meters or 33 feet, each breath at depth contains more air molecules than the same sized breath at the surface. That means your tank empties faster in direct proportion to depth. At the depths of the arch, air consumption skyrockets more than 6 times what you'd breathe at surface level, and a single cylinder can be drained in minutes. Running low on gas at depth is uniquely dangerous because you also have to plan decompression time on the way up. The deeper and longer you stay, the more inert gas, like nitrogen, which makes up 72% of the air we normally breathe, dissolves into your tissues under pressure. If you ascend too quickly, those dissolved gases can come out as bubbles in the blood, causing decompression sickness, also called the bends. That's why technical dives plan long, timed decompression stops and carry ample reserves, often multiple cylinders, to complete dives safely. Depth also changes how the gases themselves affect your brain and nervous system. As partial pressure rises with depth, nitrogen becomes narcotic. This slows down your reaction time, distorting judgment, making complex tasks like problem solving or planning your ascent harder. At the same time, the amount of oxygen from a pressurized air tank can become toxic to the central nervous system. This can trigger visual and auditory disturbances, muscle twitching, and in the worst cases, convulsions, which can be catastrophic considering you're underwater. Because of this, technical diving requires different mixes of gases based on the dive plan. In one reported case, a diver named Yasser Issam made a fatal gas switch error, breathing from the wrong tank with 50% oxygen. That concentration of oxygen is toxic below 20 meters, and the diver suffered convulsions and died underwater. Other factors that have claimed lives include ignoring decompression stops, lack of redundancy in equipment, and plain overconfidence. Yet divers still enter the arch underprepared, making the Blue Hole one of the deadliest dive sites in the world. There is no definitive public record of how many divers have died in the Blue Hole. While Egyptian authorities have downplayed the number to around 40, local divers often estimate the toll to be closer to 200. With no official system tracking swimmers, beachgoers, or unreported diving accidents, the true figure remains uncertain. Still, divers and instructors agree on one point. A majority of the deaths are linked to unsuccessful attempts to the arch. Even experienced divers have paid the price. In 2017, respected expert in safety diving Stephen Keenan was into Hobbs Blue Hole to assist 25-year-old freediving world record holder Alicia Zaccini in her attempt to cross the arch using only a single breath. During her attempt, Alicia got disoriented, with Stephen rushing over to guide her towards the direction of the surface. The last photo taken of Stephen was roughly 50 meters or 164 feet below the surface, gently pushing Alicia upwards. During the last 10 meters or 33 feet of the ascent, it's believed that Keenan suffered a blackout or narcosis-related complication. Incapacitated and floating face down in the water at that depth, it took too long to get him to the surface and rush him to receive first aid. Stephen unfortunately died while in transit to a medical facility. His black memorial stone engraved with gold letters is affixed to a cliffside nearby, among others that represent those who have lost their lives to the hole. One of which is dedicated to a pair of Irish technical divers, Conor O'Regan and Martin Gara. In 1997, the divers attempted a descent into the Blue Hole, but didn't reemerge.
Look at the amount of canisters.
Tarek Omar began his mission of retrieving bodies from the diving site, with the duo being his first. Omar remembers it well. They were considered cautious divers. Both died here on November 19th, 1997. They were only 22 and 23. Sad. I found the bodies at a depth of 102 meters, 335 feet. They were holding each other in an embrace. This is how it must have happened. One of them had problems and kept sinking deeper down. The other wanted to help him, and then both of them lost consciousness. What can you do? Their memorial stone is up there. With regards to how many grieving families he's helped bring closure, he says, "I stopped counting at some point." He also has opinions about the death rate and the stories about how the spot was haunted. There are no supernatural reasons behind it. The reason is often the diver. The Blue Hole is the most wonderful dive. If I told you this street has a ghost, you will always fear. People dive in a state of mind that's not exactly top-notch. Some are unqualified and inexperienced. About 30 to 40% of the time, it is psychological. With the slightest problem underwater, the situation explodes. For him, Yuri Lipsky's death was personal. Tarek has said, "It was exceptionally hard for me because I had met Yuri twice before. He was very reckless." After Omar refused to take him without 2 weeks training, Yuri sought out someone else who would lead him to the arch.
I saw him maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes before his accident because he's wandering around asking for a body or someone qualified experienced deep water because he was saying that he's experienced deep diver.
Yuri began pleading to other guides, explaining that he was attempting what's known as a bounce dive, a rapid deep descent into the depths, followed by an immediate ascent.
Bruh.
These dives are often done by those chasing personal depth records and are notoriously
That seems
dangerous.
yeah, I was about
even
to
with
say, that seems
experience and
very
meticulous
dangerous.
planning. Without proper training and preparation, they're considered reckless and strongly discouraged in the diving community, which was why reputable diving trainers refused to take Yuri down to the arch. But Omar noticed that Yuri had begun asking around for just about anyone who would take him to the diving spot, and eventually he found someone.
Well, of
Later
course.
on, he noticed Yuri's guide return without him.
His body actually, he just came back maybe 15-20 minutes after he lost or he couldn't find his body. He came back, actually. But Yuri, he didn't.
Yuri had lost his guide underwater and gone down into the depths alone. Tarek Omar had to come up with a proper diving plan when Yuri's parents asked him to bring their son's body back to the surface.
Bro.
His father, he was arrived already in Dahab, and he asked me to recover his son. I said, okay, we could do it. It's gonna take 2 days. One dive first, to see the location, be sure everything's cool, and the second day we can recover him.
There was nobody better to do it. At that point, Omar had been
What
an
a-
expert around
what
the
a
deep
job
portions of
that
those
is,
waters.
dude.
He knew the sloped, silty floor of the blue hole like it was his backyard. The expedition for the first day to locate Yuri's body was because even though they knew where Yuri had gone in, nobody knew where he ended up.
I knew exact at 111 meters. It was okay to recover him. It was just a little bit heavy. He was facing the ground. He have a cut on his tank strap, so the tank it was floating. His camera video, it was underneath him, on his chest, and he have couple of batteries around him.
Jeez,
The
bro.
first dive, I start get his stuff around him, tied it up, because next morning I need to recover him with everything. Next morning we went
What
to
a
a
stressful
successful
thing to
mission,
do.
and we got Yuri back to his mom and dad. But it was hard. It was tough.
For Tarek Omar, it was a very emotional moment. He remembers seeing a passionate Yuri less than an hour before his accident and was in contact with the parents in the days after,
Crazy how fast
talking
it
about
can
the
be.
recovery mission. Among Yuri's belongings that Omar recovered from the bottom of the blue hole was the camera. I brought it up with the body. I thought the camera was broken, but it still worked. Yuri was filming the whole time. He filmed his own death. 2 days after we recovered his remains and gave his mother his belongings and equipment, she came to me asking that I help her disassemble them so she can pack them. The camera should have been damaged or even broken altogether because I had found it at a depth of 115 meters, and it is only designed to sustain 75 meters, but to my surprise, the camera was still working. We played it and his mother was there. I regret that his mother will have this forever. If I had known the footage existed, I'd have flooded it. I think the thing that really upset
What
and
did we
saddened
think was
me
gonna
about
be
it
on
was
there?
that his mom has it now. She has the footage of her own son drowning.
Ugh.
A quick warning here before we go through the footage. This might be hard to watch in some portions, but it does contain important clues as to what went wrong. The video lasts exactly 7 minutes and 16 seconds and follows Yuri along the big adventure he couldn't wait 2 weeks for. The footage in the beginning shows Yuri near the shallow part of the blue hole, surrounded by the coral reef and other divers visible around him. Yuri adjusts the camera, adding a red filter on it, used to balance colors so the footage would appear more vivid. With that done, Yuri adjusts the camera and puts it on his head. We see Yuri swimming for a couple minutes to the deeper part of the blue hole. And as he looks downwards, the wall with the coral reef drops into the depths. With the wall out of the way,
That is
Yuri
insane,
begins to
bro.
descend. We can hear him breathing normally as he follows the man guiding
It's
him.
just instantly nothing.
At the 3 minutes and 20 seconds mark, we hear a sharp hiss of air coming from Yuri's buoyancy compensation device, or BCD. This is a vest-like piece of gear that allows divers to control their buoyancy underwater, essentially helping them float, sink, or hover at a desired depth. The BCD is connected to the air tank and can be inflated or deflated using a control valve called an inflator. Adding air increases buoyancy, allowing the diver to rise, while releasing air lets them sink, which Yuri does around the 340 mark,
Because of-
venting more air to make himself descend faster.
So the
With that done, Yuri is able to descend
so it
more
didn't break, he
rapidly
was
into
just
the
doing it.
depths. His head is pointed downwards as he goes, filming the coral wall beside him. His breathing through the regulator
Dude.
seems to be sounding a bit more strained.
nope. Hate this.
As we discussed before, the regulator is designed to adjust the pressure of the air so that it matches the surrounding water pressure, making it possible to breathe comfortably underwater. As Yuri descends and the water pressure becomes greater, it needs to work much harder to push out denser air. Also, each of his inhales is consuming greater and greater amounts of air. We haven't seen his diving buddy for a minute or so it's unclear whether he was still with Yuri to guide him at this point. The water gets noticeably dark with the red filter making the surrounding water even more ominous. At 5:10, a beeping noise starts. This is likely an alarm from Yuri's diving computer, warning him that he's beyond the safe time limit at this depth before requiring decompression stops on his ascent with the air that's left in his tank. As we discussed earlier, without these breaks, the gases can form bubbles in the bloodstream and tissues, leading to decompression sickness, also known to divers as the bends.
Like, what is there even to see?
The computer continues to beep, there's nothing. Yuri ignores it. Instead of trying to fill his BCD and turn back, he swims on. It's disturbing and even painful to watch past this point. Every breath draining his tank sounds strained, but for some reason, he continues. It's hard not to wonder what crosses Yuri's mind as he foolhardily swims toward certain doom. At exactly 5 minutes and 37 seconds into the footage, Yuri lifts up his left arm, showing the diving monitor strapped to his wrist. The monitor shows 81.7 meters, 268 feet underwater. Yuri has missed the arch. The tunnel begins at 55 meters. He is way deeper than he should be. We hear a very strained inhale as the computer starts beeping noisily again. We see the number increase to 89.8 meters.
Dude.
He spends more time trying to frantically film the diving monitor to prove the depth he's at. 5 minutes and 56 seconds into the tape, the monitor shows 91.8 meters, more than 300 feet deep.
Dude.
Yuri films as he reaches the silty bottom of the blue hole, but from here, there's nowhere else to go. Suddenly, we see panic setting in. We then hear a hiss coming from his BCD at 6:07. Yuri has likely tried to inflate his vest to go back up, and as the hiss sputters out, he probably has filled up the BCD with most of his remaining air. Nothing happens. 300 feet deep, with the water pressure so high, the fully inflated BCD is not enough to lift his body up one bit. His air is almost gone. In that moment of realization, Yuri begins to flail, overcome by panic. The footage is cut to an indoor setting with tile floors with Tarek Omar's voice saying, "Okay," as he tests to see if the camera still works. He's next to Yuri Lipsky's bereaved mother after having retrieved Yuri's body from the bottom of the sea at his father's request. We don't know how the found footage ended up on YouTube, but it's a cautionary video that Tarek Omar showed to journalists in the following years when he's warning people not to dive without adequate preparation or equipment.
I'll say that's
unreal. He also does have
unreal.
a bit more insight on the gear Yuri was wearing and how it contributed to his death. In his interview with German news magazine Der Spiegel, he explains what went wrong. First, he says, sticking out his thumb to count, Yuri was too heavy. 12 kilograms of lead on his belt plus the bottle, the cameras, and the batteries. He holds up his index finger. Second, his vest burst open. It was already full when he tried to pump air into it. Third, he says, extending his middle finger, oxygen poisoning. That's why he was twitching. That was it. Another aspect of the heaviness might have been the tank. If you watch other videos of experienced divers attempting the arch, you'll see that they carry a total of 4 tanks with them dangling down either side. What Yuri did, diving to a depth of 90 meters with only one tank of regular compressed air, is one of the most dangerous things a diver can attempt. At that depth, the very gases we rely on to breathe start to turn against us. Air is made up mostly of nitrogen at 79% and oxygen at around 21%. Under the extreme pressure
but we can only filter so much of that at a time.
The oxygen that keeps us alive at the surface becomes toxic when compressed to such levels, leading to convulsions, blackout, and death. At the same time, the nitrogen in the mix acts as a narcotic. At 90 meters, that effect can be as strong as being drunk, causing disorientation, confusion, or even euphoria right when focus matters most. As we saw in the footage, even breathing becomes a struggle. The regulator forces the diver to inhale.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this happens when people climb too fast as well, right? That's why when people do like ascents, they have to take breaks. Because if they climb too fast, their oxygen regulation like messes up and then they become delirious. There's like I don't know the name of it. I don't remember. There's like famous case of people who got like so delirious, they made camp and then they got like hypothermic, and then because they were hypothermic and delirious, they thought they were
It's like when horses
hot,
breathe
so
in like how to get
they got
high.
naked, and everybody was like, why are these people dead naked in the mountain? What happened? But they had so much like oxygen poisoning and hypothermia, they like stripped their clothes thinking they were like sweaty. It's dude, that's no. I could not. I don't want
thick, heavy gas under all the pressure. Not being able to breathe out fully against the pressure can quickly lead to a buildup of carbon dioxide in the body, which worsens disorientation and panic. At that depth, every breath drains the tank at a rapid rate. A single tank that might last an hour in shallow water could empty in just a few minutes. But that's also why technical divers don't use ordinary air. Instead, they bring multiple tanks, each with custom gas blends designed to offset these dangers. One is called nitrox, which has extra oxygen and less nitrogen, which is good for shallower dives, but still would be dangerous at great depths. Beyond 50 meters, divers use Trimax, a mix of oxygen, nitrogen, and helium. The helium reduces the narcotic effects of nitrogen and makes the gas easier to breathe under pressure. And surprisingly, the Trimax blend also has less oxygen. Technical divers planning to go deeper intentionally lower the oxygen percentage in their breathing gas. 90-meter dives might contain only 10 to 12% oxygen, enough to sustain life without reaching toxic levels as water pressure rises. So you can see why Yuri was turned away when he approached technical divers, who couldn't make him understand why he needed more tech training, and why they called it madness to dive with regular compressed air. Thanks to Tarek Omar, his parents were able to bury their son, but later, they came back to Dahab to hang up a plaque in Yuri's memory, sprinkling some dirt from his grave to rest forever in the blue hole. Tarek stands as proof that tech diving to the depths of the blue hole, even deeper than Yuri's ill-fated attempt, is possible with the right training and equipment. You'll have to live with the memory of sitting beside Yuri's mother, watching those final moments unfold on screen. But perhaps in the end, it is good that the footage was recovered. It's a cautionary message to spread. Beneath the surface, death waits quietly. A single mistake.
I mean, I was already not going to do this, but I'm certainly not going to ever try now.
Crushing, relentless, and indifferent. What keeps a diver alive in that world isn't luck.
I get nervous putting my head in shallow water.
And respect for the sheer power of nature itself. That's what brings Tarek above the surface every time. As for me, I'll just stay far out of the water. If you liked today's video, then check out this one about the skyscraper where thousands of people live with no laws. It's like a real-life version of the vertical cities in the post-apocalyptic sci-fi movie Dread. Click the...
Dang. Well, that's terrifying. Yeah, that's terrifying. Ugh. Wow. What a fascinating video from Brew as always, bro. Let's
36
watch
moths.
another video.
Wow, that's a lot. Hope everyone is having a good day. Got some goodish
my
news from my dad after his oncologist appointment.
It's good. I'll be right back. We're gonna watch a video on why you can't fake your death anymore. I know we are all looking forward to doing so. So we're gonna see why we can't. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm gonna go say hi to my wife and daughter and grab some food that they heated up for me, some leftovers. So I will be back so I can do that while we do this. And I'll run an ad now since I have to announce it, apparently.
He's gone, we're free. Anyways, hi chat, hope you all are doing well. Here's to 7 months of friends and horsing, I guess. I don't have any jokes to make, I'm busy fostering a 3-legged cat. My gecko Fred says hi. I'm freaking it. Freakiversary, it's been a year of subbing and many more of watching, so grateful for the streams. 3 meow. 35 moths in Sneeg's walls or whatever. Also hi chat.
Bro, how did I get 50 subs while I was AFK? What the fuck? Treasure train? Wait. Whoa. Hold on. Pause. What? Damn. Where did I stop my... What the hell? Ping is with 30 months. Nick's with 20 months. Dallas D. Grief with the Prime sub. Welcome. Mikey with the 36. Blurry with the 7. Magic with the 9. Jock with the year. A treasure train starts. Lee gifts 5 subs. Dragon Cat gifts 20. And then another 50. Damn. Lilia with 35 months. And then Kiramir gifts 5 subs. Damn. What the hell? I was gone. I should AFK more often. Sorry it took me so long. I was making hot chocolate. Yay. And talking to my wife. All right, dude. Let's watch this video. And let's see why we can't fake our own deaths anymore.
Life sucks. You aren't happy. You're a loser who hates your dead-end job and will never be able to pay off your crippling debt. You're in a loveless relationship with a partner who is probably cheating on you.
Crazy
You're
start.
broken, alone, and trapped in the pathetic mediocrity of your day-to-day existence. Just think about that for a moment.
Where did I go wrong?
How do
I fix this? What if I could just turn back the clock?
And now ask yourself, what are you gonna do about it? The answer is obvious. Kill yourself. No, that's too permanent. And you don't really have the guts to do it anyways, do you? No. What you want is a hard reset, a second chance at life. So what do? Fake it. What could possibly go wrong? Meet Ryan Borgward, a 44-year-old father of 3, an unhappily married man of 22
What a start,
years. Well, unhappily married Ryan decided to abandon his family and start a new life in Eastern Europe with a woman that he met online from Uzbekistan. After attending church one Sunday in 2024, Ryan traveled 50 miles to Green Lake, Wisconsin for what would appear to be an impromptu fishing trip. Provisioned with his phone, wallet, fishing gear, and an inflatable raft. This was gonna be easy. Step 1, discard his cell phone into the water's depths. Step 2, inflate the raft. Step 3, overturn the kayak. It all made perfect sense. It would appear as though he drowned into the darkness of the lake's 200 plus feet of water.
Right.
But using the float to swim back to shore, Ryan began his commute up to Canada before taking a series of international flights to meet up with his overseas girlfriend. Too easy, he probably thought. I'm so close to being balls deep in Uzbekistani hole. But Ryan's plan was terribly flawed, and the 54-day search that followed failed to recover his body. Suspicious, investigators performed a forensic examination of his laptop, provided by his wife, discovering that his hard drive had been swapped and his browsing history wiped the day of his disappearance.
Not weird
and if
at
that
all.
wasn't revealing enough, he had taken out a $375,000 life insurance policy earlier that year, as well as obtaining a new passport just 3 months before disappearing.
Very smart.
Which was flagged by the authorities at the Canadian border.
Very smart.
Within just 4 months of his vanishing, Ryan was tracked down in Europe and convinced to return to the US to face his punishment. The final verdict? 89 days in jail for the 89 days he was missing, plus a $30,000 fine to cover the cost of the search and rescue. This is just one case of a failed fake death that we'll be discussing on today's program.
Why are we stripping?
One that exemplifies several mistakes that are commonly made. Mistakes that, by the end of this episode, you will know how to avoid. Becoming invisible isn't easy, but it is possible.
What's happening?
And today, I'm gonna teach you how on the Rusty Cage Show.
This is crazy. I love it.
Konnichiwa. Shinda Forio Stemimasen ka Nihon de wa Koryo Johatsu Torimasu.
What?
A Japanese term referring to individuals who quietly vanish from their lives, leaving behind
When did I turn
no
on the
trace.
dub?
You see, for the Japanese,
There's Japanese
quitting your
captions
job can be
afterwards
seen as
now.
a shameful act.
What is
while simply
happening?
evaporating from existence is a common alternative. And while the practice of johatsu might be kawaii when the Japanese do it, the act of faking one's own disappearance, often through the form of a false death, is a worldwide practice referred
This
to
guy's
as
style is so
pseudocide.
fire.
Why, you ask? To escape the societal pitfalls of the human condition. Debts you can't pay, stuck in a relationship or family you hate, fear of retaliation from someone looking to do you harm. I would bet that right now, most of you are thinking of a problem in your life that would be resolved if everyone thought that you were dead. Mr. X certainly had those thoughts. Jerry Balasag, aka Mr. X, began his professional wrestling career in 1974 as a jobber, a wrestling term for someone whose job it is to intentionally lose to more popular performers. But Jerry had bigger plans outside of the ring,
Bet rigging.
namely avoiding being caught for the 13 fraudulent checks he wrote in order to buy motorcycle parts while performing on a wrestling tour in the Caribbean. Each false check
I can't
carrying
fake my
a
death
potential
anymore. The woke liberals ruined faking deaths. It upsets me deeply, folks.
10-year prison sentence. Now, fearing a lengthy prison term, Jerry decided to go on the run, stealing his wife's second cousin's birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card. Now assuming his new stolen identity as Ricky Allen Weta, the family fled to the Bahamas before eventually relocating in Seattle. The year is now 1978, and having failed to show up for his fraudulent check trials in Alabama, the FBI began tracking him down, first through Alabama and eventually the Caribbeans, where they were met with a dead end. He was nowhere to be found, but the hunt continued. Fortunately for Jerry, over 900 men, women, and children had just drank lethal doses of cyanide in a mass murder-suicide event orchestrated by the religious cult leader Jim Jones in what would infamously be known as the Jonestown Massacre.
Yeah, right.
This tragedy was heavily covered by publications like Time magazine, who published horrific images of the hundreds of bodies sprawled across the ground in the remote settlement of Guyana, South America. Well, for some very odd reason, Jerry Balasak's own mother contacted the U.S. State Department, claiming that she believed that 3 of the bodies photographed were that of her son, his wife, and their young child. Now, why she said this? Unknown. Maybe to cash in on an insurance policy. Maybe to mislead the FBI. But either way, the bodies were far too decomposed by that point to even validate her claim, leading her to...
This guy's crazy. 55,000 subs only? I don't even have to watch. I'm subbing. I don't even have to watch the rest of this. This guy's awesome.
In frustration, have a tombstone laid in Jerry's name, bearing the inscription, "Damn the State Department." But Jerry was in fact not dead. However, the search to find him
because he has his mom to do it.
Due to the lack of success locating him, the FBI called off the manhunt, and all of his fraudulent check charges were dropped under the belief that he was, in fact, deceased. Now living in Seattle, unaware that he was no longer being hunted, Jerry continued his life of crime under his false
shoots
identity,
himself in the foot, doesn't
making money through real estate, where he had paid a man to burn down one of his hotels in order to collect the insurance money. The fire, however, was quickly ruled as an arson, leading Jerry to shoot the arsonist that he had hired in hopes of removing any links between himself and the arson. Unfortunately for Jerry, the man lived. And after crime scene fingerprints were taken, his identity was exposed. Balasak was captured and served 13 and a half.
Trying to remove the connection with the criminal by attacking the criminal and creating a new connection. Right. Okay. I can see where the wires are crossed and make no sense. That's good. Classic.
Half years of a 20-year
maybe he's playing chess and I'm playing checkers, dude.
And dying of a heart attack. A very happy ending for Mr. X. For the most part, he got lucky. But not everyone will be fortunate enough to have a massive cult suicide event occur to cover their tracks. But attracting too much attention after dying isn't always bad. Sometimes it can be very beneficial. For instance, many now famous historical figures gained their popularity after their deaths. The avant-garde painter Vincent van Gogh, writers Franz Kafka, Emily Dickinson, and H.P. Lovecraft, musical acts like Jeff Buckley and Sublime. Their massive success and worldwide recognition came after they ceased to be alive.
Somebody fakes
a
their death
compelling
to try to do
argument
that.
to any failed creators out there struggling to make a name for themselves. I mean, just fake it until you make it. But while that might make sense to those who wish for their legacy to outlive themselves, for a fugitive in hiding, drawing attention to yourself after pseudocide is the worst possible thing that you could do.
Right.
Final argument.
This is like a 90s show. Like he's literally, I love this vibe, dude. He's literally like advertising, like the ad, like the literal like break of and showing the show and shit. That's literally like a 90s cartoon. That's so awesome.
Documents were heard today in the conspiracy
This guy's
trial of
phenomenal.
State Senator David Friedland and his father Jacob. The case now goes to the jury.
In 1979, Former New Jersey State Senator David Friedland was indicted for accepting $360,000 in bribes after arranging a $4 million loan from a Teamsters Union pension fund into companies tied to a corrupt businessman.
In a business operated by a Barry Marlin of Los Angeles. The government claims the Friedlands forced Marlin to pay a kickback in return for getting that pension money.
This was an incredibly illegal conflict of interest, which left Friedland facing a potential 7-year prison sentence, with no other options than to do what any honest politician would do, himself, but for fake. While supposedly scuba diving in the Bahamas, Friedland failed to resurface. The incident was called in, leading to a Coast Guard search which suspiciously recovered no drowned body, resulting in an arrest warrant being quickly issued. After assuming a false identity with a fake passport, Friedland fled to the Maldives, where he started a new career operating a successful scuba diving business. A little too successful. Now, high profile is the last thing that you want when trying to lay low, but high profile was exactly the lifestyle that Friedland was living. Having pictures of himself featured on promotional business postcards, feeding sharks, smiling for the camera, apparently trying to draw the attention of the international policing organization Interpol, which is exactly what he did.
If Mr. Friedland is watching, I would only say to him that I think he is an intelligent enough human being to recognize the fact that it is in his interest to surrender himself.
Leading to his arrest and extradition to the United States to face a prison sentence of 15 years.
I'll say.
He only ended up serving 9.
Pop quiz. What's something that you should never do when trying not to get caught faking your death in a scuba diving accident? I'll give you a hint. It's fucking obvious.
If you said start a successful scuba diving business, well, congratulations. You are smarter than David Friedland.
Bro?
Shameless, overconfident hubris. Idiot. In fact, you should avoid anything that could reveal your identity. What are you, trying to get caught? I mean, not you, because obviously you would never need to put any of this information into practical use. But if for some reason you did, let me just break down the nature of modern day surveillance and just how easy it is to be spotted and recognized.
Just absolute YouTube premium.
You are being watched. Every second of the day, with or without your consent. Every time you look at a smartphone or a computer screen, the front-facing camera, an infrared sensor maps out your face, verifying your identity. Your fingerprints are scanned. GPS tracking, Wi-Fi, and cellular tower triangulation pinpoints your exact location. These devices know exactly what you're looking at, how long you're engaged in what you're looking at, and even have an unsettling understanding of your biometric data, fine-tuned enough to recognize the inconsistencies in your footstep symmetry. It's fucking creepy as shit.
That is creepy.
But this is our current reality. Okay, so smash your iPhone, destroy your smartwatch,
Don't matter.
and never look at a webcam again.
Don't matter.
But you're still being watched. Every time you walk through any medium-sized metropolitan area, CCTV cameras, drone surveillance, and AI-powered face recognition monitoring is watching your every move.
We've all heard about those smart glasses, but did you know there was a way to use the glasses to learn personal information about strangers just by looking at them?
Even seemingly innocuous bus stop ads have cameras now. They don't just look at you, they recognize you, linking your face to an internal database where it can be used to find your social media accounts, photos you're tagged in, or even other surveillance footage taken of you. And that information is readily available to any law enforcement, government agencies, or private investigators who have access to that database.
Or any
the facial recognition software attempts to match people's faces with billions of images scraped off social media websites and shares them with security agencies.
Wonton Tat says he wants you and the general public to trust him.
Right now we have, billions and billions of images from millions of different websites all across the open internet.
This is what Clearview AI's database would look like to law enforcement, says founder Wonton Tat, if, for example, they were searching for me.
Listen to me. If you don't want to be traced, avoid any traceable devices. No more using a cell phone containing personal information. Nothing that requires a password, facial recognition, or fingerprint scanning to unlock. Nothing with a phone number connected to a payment account linked to your identity. Honestly, I would avoid using any phone with a camera that can't be disconnected or a battery that can't be removed. And same goes with any personal computer. Everything has to be a burner device. Prepaid minutes on a simple flip phone purchased with cash.
There's no way that this is an ad.
A burner device's position can easily be found as it pings to cellular towers, knowing your exact location and when and where.
They'd have to know the ID of that
every
phone.
Even when the screen is off, it's screaming in the air, saying, here I am, here I am. Where is this phone with this phone
No,
number
this can't be
in the
unique to the
world?
video, right?
Right
This
now.
has got to be just something
And the fist of surveillance is
Guys, that's just something Edward Snowden put out there, right? There's no way this guy got Edward Snowden to just be a part of this video, right? I haven't seen stuff like that, like interview footage of him like that. There's no way. I mean, what a better person to talk about getting the best guy for the job, really.
tightening each day, with platforms and new laws requiring you to provide photo ID before accessing websites, so that it will eventually become nearly impossible to use the internet
to prove you're
without
not
first
a minor,
verifying your
by
identity.
the way.
Your digital footprint will no longer be something dug
Internet's
up
being
by
slowly
internet
policed.
detectives in order to cancel you after being exposed that you said the N-word in a group chat 7 years ago. Now, your entire digital identity will have to be verified. And all of your monitored activity throughout your day-to-day life will be compiled into a profile of you in order to not just have records of what you have already been doing, but to analyze your habits in order to predict what you will do. It's not like back in the old days where people could just disappear, wear a hat, and give out a fake name in order to start a new life. You are always being watched. So the next time that you see an advertisement on your screen,
good for me.
Just remember, that advertisement
is this a Nord sponsor?
Sees you.
We see you. Athletes. Investment bankers.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here.
Who are you?
Hi, I'm Alternate.
Nicholas Alaverdian, aka Nicholas Rossi, aka Arthur Knight, gained notability as a child welfare advocate, claiming to have suffered abuse.
I've definitely
during his
seen him
time
before,
within
and I
Rhode
don't know
Island's
why.
Department of Children, Youth, and Families.
I've definitely seen him with that breathalyzer on. I don't know why.
Group homes where he says he
Isn't the thing like not needed or something? I recognize him, and I don't know
punching
why.
bag for the other kids. Every day you were beaten.
Every day in Florida, every day in Nebraska, every day in Rhode Island.
Being the brave survivor that he was, Alaverdian utilized his experience with early life trauma to engage with local media and politicians in order to push for reforms in the child welfare system. The problem with Nicholas, however, was that he was a con man and a sex offender, stemming from a 2008 case where, while attending community college in Ohio, Alaverdian lured a young female student into a stairwell, pinned her against a wall, and Louis C.K'd himself in front of her. And despite her protest, Nicholas was purported to have proclaimed, "I'm almost done, don't be a fucking bitch." And this was just one of several rape and sexual assault allegations filed against him.
Brother.
The other problem with Nicholas was that the FBI was investigating him for
What a
failing to
freak.
register as a sex offender while living back in Rhode Island, along with accumulating around $200,000 in debt by fraudulently opening 22 credit cards in his foster father's name.
From day one, when I adopted him and his brother and sister,
this guy's
he
a
was
vibe.
trouble.
Now, an honest man would have done the honorable thing. But Nicholas was built different and decided to go into hiding, escaping the country and attempting to mask his whereabouts by leaving false breadcrumbs, telling his
crazy.
lawyer that he moved to Ireland,
That's fucking crazy,
telling
bro.
the local Rhode Island newspaper that he moved to Canada, and having someone claiming to be his
Video
so-called
is killing me,
widow
bro.
seed false reports to the media that he had fallen ill and died of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
His passing is a very, very sad incident for us, and may you rest in peace, Nicholas.
A suspiciously convenient end to the story of a man being investigated by the FBI for multiple legal charges. Convenient, but not at all convincing. Internet sleuths exposed that his Wikipedia article had been altered after his supposed death by an account linked to Alaverdian himself in order to update his life status, remove any information disputing the legitimacy of his death, as well as changing out pictures of himself with someone else entirely. He was alive, and everyone knew it. But what they didn't know was where in the world is Nicholas Alaverdian? He was in a hospital in Scotland. Now hold on, I know what you're thinking. Scotland? Don't they have enough insane criminals already? The answer is yes, but now they had one too many. You see, the year is now 2020, and a global pandemic is trending. And fortunately, Nicholas Alaverdian, who is now living under the false name of Arthur Knight, contracted COVID. Whether he was actually suffering severe enough symptoms to legitimately
I remember
land him in the
seeing this
hospital,
guy with his
or if
face
this was
breather
a part
on.
of another one of his cons is unknown. But what was known was that a wanted criminal from the US named Nicholas Alaverdian was on the run in a foreign country, and that this fugitive looked an awful lot like the hospitalized man named Arthur Knight.
The couple invited me into their Glasgow home and insisted Arthur was still suffering from long COVID and that this was all a case of mistaken identity.
And after discrepancies in his false identity were revealed through fingerprint analysis, as well as a recognizable tattoo,
This is fascinating.
Nicholas was arrested and extradited back to the US, where he was found guilty of sexual.
Where's
46 month what we watching.
Where is that
React,
changed?
Andy.
Where is that chained to?
Fingerprint and extradited back
What is he chained? Like his one arm?
to the US, where he was found guilty of sexual assault and rape.
We will ask you to find the defendant, Nicholas Alaverdian, guilty of rape.
His sentence has yet to be determined. The point that this case exemplifies
That's
is
ridiculous.
how with modern technology and international cooperative policing, even if you manage to escape the country, you can still be identified. But I think you get the point. Faking your death is not easy. Or so that's how it would appear when analyzing cases in which people were caught. But it is quite possible and probable that people do successfully, intentionally disappear all the time. It doesn't take magic. And if you know what to avoid, anyone can become invisible.
Behold, it is I, the great Downwardo! For years, I have traveled the world, studying the powers of mystics from the Orient. I learned
What
the
is
arts
happening?
of their many celestial sorceries.
We've got a
Levitation,
second character.
Astral projection, and the greatest of all the sacred powers, invisibility. I can feel that someone in this room has the impulse to disappear. Perhaps a hedge fund manager, a pharmaceutical executive, a serial rapist, anyone. Yes, you, sir. Come join me on stage. And what is your name, sir?
Rusty.
And why do you want to disappear?
I said the N-word in a Discord group chat.
Very good. Let's give Rusty a round of applause. Now,
Bro.
Rusty, becoming invisible is no easy
What is going
task.
on with this video,
Sacrifices
dude?
have to be made.
This is so
Your entire
chaotic.
life will be altered to keep your new identity a secret. Are you willing to sacrifice?
Everything.
I see you have tattoos, Rusty. Well, if you don't want to be recognized, tattoos must disappear, vanishing!
Real.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, no tattoos.
That's gore.
But you still look like you, Rusty.
That's gore of
Your
my comfort
head
character.
And facial hair are the same. Your clothes are the same. Your face looks like
Really
you.
bad editing on his arms is killing me, bro.
None of this will do.
So unserious.
Mutatio!
Always smell the pussy first.
I can barely recognize him. Of course, colored contacts would be ideal, but this show is on a budget. And speaking of money, Rusty, what is your preferred form of currency?
MasterCard, of course.
You fucking idiot! Don't you realize that all your financial records are recorded? Pay in cash only. From now on, forever.
Jesus
no bank accounts. No lines of credit in your real name.
Holy fuck.
Cash only.
That was crazy.
In fact, don't do anything financially that could trigger suspicion.
You fucking
Do
idiot.
not empty your bank account or transfer money to foreign accounts.
Let me see that slap again.
Card, of course.
You fucking idiot! Don't you form of currency?
MasterCard, of course.
You fucking idiot! Don't you realize?
You fucking idiot!
Cash.
Actually, that could trigger. In fact, don't do anything financially that could trigger suspicion. Do not empty your bank account or transfer money to foreign accounts unless done slowly in small amounts over the course of a long period of time. If you want to sell stocks, do not do it anytime close to your disappearance. And absolutely do not take out life insurance policies. From now on, you gotta work under the table. Something like construction, landscaping, or prostitution.
But what about my family?
Will I ever see them again?
Ah! Absolutely not. If you're running from the law, expect that all communications with people in your former life are being monitored. Letters in the mail, emails, texts, phone calls.
He's under the table, bro.
And don't do anything on social media. Understood? Magnifico! Burn your driver's license.
Okay.
Shed your birth certificate.
Brother is sweaty.
Abandon your former identity, for you have no use for it now. Ah! Oh.
Wait, is this even legal? Kinda. Depends. It's technically not illegal in the US to not own a driver's license or identification cards of any sort, unless you're doing specific activities such as driving, buying age-restricted products, flying commercially, voting, or entering federal buildings. However, many states do have stop and identify laws, allowing police to require that you identify yourself if they believe that there is reasonable suspicion that you have committed a crime, are in the act of committing a crime, or are about to commit a crime. But the police can, and often do, conveniently interpret reasonable suspicion of a crime to include loitering or prowling, which could be suspected of basically anyone in public without any evidence at all. But in most cases, stop and identify only requires that you provide a name rather than a physical ID. Birth certificates. While legally required for newborns to have one registered to them, it's not illegal if you later just don't have it anymore. Though without one, it could become very difficult to prove that you are a legal citizen. Social security cards. It is not illegal to not have a physical card. So, unless you are doing so to avoid capture from a crime, doing so in a way that is a crime, such as misleading authorities in a false search and rescue mission to recover your body, then it is technically not illegal to fake your own death. Though it should be emphasized that life will become quite difficult, as your options for employment, travel, and many other common activities in modern society will be greatly limited. Essentially, you become a ghost, but it's not impossible. Living off-grid is always an option. If you can find the right employer who hates dealing with taxes, doesn't ask a lot of questions, and is willing to pay in cash, then you're in luck. Alright, stop. Because let's be real. Surveillance technology is advancing insanely fast, and the world in which you can somewhat live anonymously is dying. The options to even pay in cash at all is disappearing at an alarming rate as governments start to push things like central bank digital currencies. And when they finally enforce that, cash will become obsolete altogether.
Basically
leaving
is.
the only option for transactions to be digital.
I mean, there's plenty of places where I've seen that they don't do cash at all. Like they literally have a sign that says no cash because they don't want to deal with it. Because who It's not very often you have the exact amount of cash on you. Not often. So you typically need change, and if less people do it, which is very common now, you might not have that change. So it's basically already happening.
Digital currencies tied to a digital ID, verified through methods such as scanning your fingerprints or the iris of your eye.
Yeah, we already got rid of pennies.
So just keep in mind that what I'm saying in this video could all be antiquated within a few months. But the question still remains, should you fake your death? It all depends on your situation. If you're attempting to evade the law, or if you owe a lot of money to someone willing to hunt you down, it is technically possible to do, but growing harder and harder every day as technology progresses and individual privacy dwindles. If you just want to start a new life and leave without a trace, as long as your record is clean and you're willing to make the lifestyle sacrifices, that decision is up to you. But just know that by doing so, you could be causing great emotional damage and unnecessary stress to friends and loved ones. Listen, there are plenty of legitimate reasons why someone would want to take this route of pseudocide. But who am I to judge? It's your life. Do what you want with it. That being said, let's lighten the mood a little bit. I thank you all for watching. And now, here's a song.
A song? What?
If I were to die today, I wouldn't see tomorrow. I would not hear all the cries of everybody's sorrow. If I were to guess, it'd be a mess, and everyone would scream before they took a day or two to forget about me. But I'm already dead inside, and that's okay with me. One day I may feel alive in time soon to be. And if and when my time should come and I should be done for, don't you cry, we all will die and then be nevermore. Dirt and dust and blood,
this is crazy,
buried in the ground. This is where I hope to be when I'm no more around. Fuck it, just leave me on the side of the road and let the crows and vultures pick the meat off of my bones. 'Cause I'm already dead inside and that's okay with me. One day I may feel alive in time soon to be. And when that old grim reaper comes knocking at my door, I'll say hello and let him in and then be nevermore. I'll say hello and let him in and then be nevermore.
Dude, like what? This guy's nuts. This guy's crazy. What the hell? What an absolute cinematic channel. What the fuck? That was like stunningly good. What the hell? Damn.
Okay, I fucking love this guy going to sub RN.
This isn't his main channel? Oh, he's the guy that made the guillotine. I remember seeing something about this. What the hell, bro? This guy's crazy good.
Your life.
Dude. Excuse me. Wow. Holy shit, bro. We're going to have to be watching more of that stuff. I see a video in the suggestions that is way too tempting to me. Because I love shitting on AI. And A man asked AI for health advice and it cooked every brain cell. Absolutely gonna click and watch this one. In love with this video already, I hope.
AJ is a 38-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with psychosis. The admitting nurse offered him a glass of water. He refused, telling them that he distills his own water at home because he believes that his neighbor is poisoning him. He wanted everyone to know that he studied nutrition in college.
Very
3 months
cool.
earlier, AJ was browsing the most informative website on the entire internet, reading about health.
Oh,
he saw a
good.
post discussing how table salt, sodium chloride, is bad for you, and he didn't like this. In the real world, if something is unavoidable in daily life like salt, then being mindful of your intake and actually using it sparingly is the best way to limit the bad effects. That's the actual sentiment one will find when reading through the medical literature on this. But
Almost like
AJ
it's
didn't
somewhat
like that
necessary
answer.
and unable
He
to
studied
avoid.
nutrition in college, so it was time for him to find a better answer. AJ started arguing with people on the internet. He got the idea in his mind
Interesting that he doesn't-
chloride is the cause.
Interesting that he doesn't say he has the degree. It's just that he studied it. Doesn't say that he has a degree in nutrition. Just that he studied nutrition.
Of all of the health problems rather than sodium. It's almost as abundant in blood as sodium is, so if one were to reduce chloride intake, then clearly it will be better for health. And why argue with stupid people on the internet, AJ thought. AI is smart. It's all signal, definitely no noise. When he started chatting with it, the AI reaffirmed him. You are correct. Ah, good question.
Almost like AI is just trained to do tricks on whoever's dick asks them a question, bro. Like, how do people not understand this? It literally does 360 no scopes on whoever's penis asks the question. Penis or non. Like, it's doing tricks on it no matter what. And we're sitting here thinking that this is the smartest thing that we can ever depend on whatsoever. Meanwhile, there's studies already that's saying it's making people dumber by the second. And it's killing the environment. And it's expensive for no reason. And it's killing the environment. Memphis has gotten hotter just due to the fact that these centers, these like data centers exist. Oh. Literally, these things are just glaze machines. Literally, Krispy Kreme could not garner this much glaze. It glazes it so much harder.
Sorry to interrupt. From one person trying voice acting to someone who has, did you see Prime Video did dub in another language using AI voices off the OG voice actors from the sub/OG version? Fuck I bro, we need better laws on this shit. And it hurts our environments.
Said that sodium bromide was a viable alternative to sodium chloride, but it asked him about his goals. If the goal is reducing chloride for health, you could avoid chlorine compounds in bleach or in the pool. You could replace chlorine-based cleaning and disinfecting agents too. When you get to this extreme side of the periodic table, elements aren't really that different because right next to them are the noble gases.
Bro,
These are
he's
stable
gonna make
and they don't
mustard
react,
gas,
so
isn't
definitely there's no problem for cleaning. But AJ glazed over that cleaning detail. It was time to clean his body of chloride. He ordered sodium bromide online and started using it to salt everything that he ate. At first, AJ didn't really notice too much of a difference. It definitely didn't taste the same, but it wasn't bad. And as the days continued, he felt he was getting healthier. But then he started getting thirsty. He noticed this when he felt his stomach suddenly cramp up.
Almost like he doesn't have
Muscles cramp up
salt.
because of dehydration.
Almost
So
like he has no
as long
salt
as
in
he
his
was
body.
hydrating, it was no
'Cause
problem.
you need salt.
He thought. But every day in the morning, water would come up. He'd feel exhausted after this. There were hours where he was watching TV, but he didn't have a TV. He started having a headache that wouldn't go away. He lived alone, but he could hear someone talking to him. His new upstairs neighbor would nonstop drag things across the floor. The ceiling would vibrate, and he knew he could see paint chips flake from the ceiling and drop into his water. The voice that was speaking to him said that his neighbor was doing this on purpose to poison him. But the voice and the neighbor kept getting louder and louder, and when he finally couldn't take this anymore, he brought himself to the emergency room where we are now. Hey, I got a quick question. If you're learning something from this video and you like it and you're not subscribed yet, I'd really appreciate it if you did subscribe and come back to see the video that I publish next month too. I've been doing, on average, one a month since 2017. And your time is valuable, so I do my best to make every single video that I make worth your time. Appreciate you. At examination, doctors do a blood test and immediately find that AJ has hyperchloremia. Hyper meaning high.
That's crazy.
Chlor referring to chloride and emia meaning presence in blood. High chloride presence in blood. But how could this be? AJ eliminated chloride from his diet and replaced it with bromide instead. How is it possible that he has high chloride presence in blood? Well, there's a little chemistry to be known here. Chloride has a negative electrical charge. When hospital labs measure it, they use a device that finds the movement of chloride ion through a membrane. The problem is, these devices assume that you're measuring chloride because it's the only negatively charged, simple, elemental ion that's supposed to be in your body. So if there's another negatively charged, simple elemental ion in the body like bromide in a significant amount, the reported number is going to include bromide and lump everything together for a giant number.
Terry's
The
such
AI
thing as
chatbot was
penis
right.
envy, a
Bromide
sexist
isn't that
ideal
different
found
from
in psychoanalytic theory and literature. This was a question on my quiz and I literally laughed out loud. What is existence, man?
from chloride. AJ doesn't actually have high chloride presence in blood. What's actually being measured as chloride is
a bunch of
really
bromide. Okay, so
it's
I was
in his
wrong.
blood. It's
I'll
accumulated in his body, but nothing will tell doctors that it's bromide. They don't know that he took it. He's so incapacitated that he can't tell them that. But hyperchloremia with paranoid delusions gives them some clues as to what's happening. Humans are electrically neutral. We're not charged. So our negative and positive charges are equal in the body. We just said that there aren't that many different negatively charged things in the body. Chloride is one. It's the most abundant one in the blood. And bicarbonate, which is base, is the second largest one. It's there to balance out acid. Some proteins and fats are also negatively charged, but we don't need to figure out every single one. If we can get a rough calculation based on the most common body ions, and we can repeat that measurement while a patient is in the hospital, then just the changes in that calculation can give us insight on what's happening. Sodium is the majority of positive ion in the blood. It's more than 90%. So if chloride and bicarbonate are the most abundant negative ions at 85%, then in a healthy person, if you subtract chloride and bicarbonate negative charge from sodium positive charge, you get between 4 and 12.
What?
This is called the anion gap. Anion being a negatively
I used to know what this meant.
chemical. 90 versus 85% means that this difference should be positive. If it's negative,
my
then
brain's
something
exploding.
is wrong.
I'm gonna have a
And in
nightmare
AJ,
about school tonight.
was
I can
negative.
feel it.
His hyperchloremia was so high that his anion gap was negative 21.
That's
These
crazy.
three numbers tell us a lot. He had excessive thirst. That could mean that he was dehydrated, but think about that. Less water would mean that his sodium would be high, but it wasn't.
Well, not necessarily, I don't think, because sodium is for water retention. That's why salt is necessary in a lot of ways. Also why it's in stuff like Gatorade. People get weirded out by Gatorade having salt in it, thinking it's unnecessary, but it helps with I don't know the exact term, but it keeps it maintains fluid, like it keeps fluid in your body. That's why
47 months.
Water absorption. Thank you. Something like that. Something like that.
Been a bit since I stopped by. Sadly, I am
That's why you
employed.
need. That's okay, man. Yeah, like the electrolytes stay in your body better and hydrate you more because there's salt that it bonds with. Basically, is the science. I'm sure I'm oversimplifying it, but there is a necessity to have salt in your body.
It was normal. He had a little bit more base in his body than normal too. This could be a problem, maybe not. All of this information together with psychotic symptoms tells the medical team that the chloride measurement is simply wrong, and that the only thing that can cause this is AJ taking too much bromide for whatever reason because of where it is on the periodic table next to chloride.
Science.
In the psychiatric unit, the nurse saw that AJ had tried to escape. AJ told them that he was seeing shadowy figures and hearing voices.
Of course.
And there's a medical reason why bromide does this. Bromide used to be a treatment for seizures. In 1857, Dr. Charles Locock in Victorian England was looking to treat a group of women's excessive libido and uncontrollable onanism. They believed that back
libido? I'm sorry, Dr. Locock is trying to treat women's sexual desire? More like Dr. No Cock. Hey!
Dr. Charles Locock in Victorian England was looking to treat a group of women's excessive libido
Excessive
and
libido is
uncontrollable
crazy.
Onanism. They believed that back then, if you engaged
my
in
wife
that
wants to have sex with me
self-behavior,
too
it
much.
would cause seizures. Only one of the women in this group actually had epilepsy, but the bromide did in fact suppress her seizures. And bromide was being used for this all the way into the 1970s, just the seizure part. And when it was banned by the FDA, that was when it stopped. And the reason for the ban wasn't because companies were paying off the FDA. The alternatives for seizure treatments were already 60 and 40 years old at that time and were off patent. It was because bromide side effects were really difficult to deal with. The AI that AJ chatted with got caught between the blurred lines. Bromide and chloride physically get mistaken.
More like all the fucking cream in their genes for the user.
Human body does it too. They're not the same thing, and that's the problem. Let's start with the brain. There's two different modes. It gets excited and then it gets inhibited. Excitation happens through a neurotransmitter called glutamate, and inhibition happens through a neurotransmitter called GABA. When GABA calms the brain down, the brain cells let chloride rush in to send the signal to the other cells and nerves. But if bromide is there, the body can't tell the difference. It's not the same thing. When bromide is surrounded by water, the total size is smaller than when chloride is surrounded by water. This means that more bromide enters into the brain than chloride, sending a more intense signal. Altering GABA in the brain leads to a variety of problems in a way that we're still learning about. For example, alcohol is a depressant. It does that through GABA. When one becomes dependent on alcohol, the brain compensates in the opposite direction, creating more structures that excite the brain because it's always inhibited by the alcohol. And when that person suddenly quits cold turkey, the brain, expecting more alcohol to calm it, starts to hallucinate. It becomes paranoid. It causes seizures, and the resulting discharge can be deadly. For AJ, bromide was acting on GABA in his brain, causing delusional thinking.
Okay, so for this scene, you're going to have a seizure.
We also know that bromide substantially lowers blood flow to certain parts of the brain.
Why?
Muscles use chloride to signal for contraction, but
I don't feel like that was
bromide is too
necessary.
similar while being different enough. The muscles in his gut became irritated, causing severe nausea, and the movement up would somewhat limit the amount that would absorb into his body, but only until he would eat more sodium bromide at his next meal.
Actually, I never threw
the
up in my
kidneys
toilet.
exchange ions to make urine.
I
The
threw up in my
electric
sink.
gradient helps concentrate water from
Which
the
is
blood.
worse, 'cause I
but when the
clogged my
wrong
sink.
ions are present, the wrong urine is
And
made.
then it went in
And
the
eventually, chloride is so depleted in his body that it's only bromide
Fun
left,
fact.
and it's there to cause more problems. It caused him to have a skin rash and acne that he had never had before. Luckily, the medical team were able to determine this quickly because of the hyperchloremia in his blood test. If chloride was displaced by his bromide intake, then the answer would be to give him chloride to replenish his stores and displace all the bromide absorbed in his body.
I guess
You keep
ideally.
giving it until the bromide is gone. He was started on an aggressive IV with the exact chemical that caused him to do all of this, sodium chloride, because that's what our bodies are
but
made of.
ChatGPT
It's
said
interesting that
no.
this first, most visibly recorded case of someone taking health influence from AI and getting hospitalized is bromism. This is a problem that should have disappeared in America because the FDA banned bromide in all but a few medicines, but occasionally
What a perfect way to describe
There's
a
some people who might
ChatGPT
drink a lot of
Cro-Magnon.
Robitussin, sometimes for cough, sometimes not. Don't do the latter. You'll notice that Robitussin is dextromethorphan HBr, which is hydrobromide. Done this way because bromide does suppress cough. So on top of the actual cough syrup causing psychotic symptoms when taken inappropriately, the bromide adds on top of it. In 1997, a man drank a gallon of soda every day. As late as 2014, In the United States, brominated vegetable oil was used in some sodas to give off the cloudy, opaque appearance. The man had symptoms of headache, fatigue, and memory loss similar to AJ because his blood bromide levels were measured to be similar to that of AJ's. Although it's still a little unclear today how this happened specifically to him, because I think we all know people who drink as much, if not more, soda than that, even before the elimination of brominated vegetable oil from soda in the United States.
All right, so
More
you're gonna
recently,
tweak
there
on
were
the
cases
Coke
of
Zero real
bromism
quick.
coming
All
from
right,
dietary
Greg.
supplements reported in literature, all with the same confusion,
but this
agitation,
aspartame's
psychiatric,
fucking
and
my shit
gastrointestinal
up.
symptoms that AJ had. In the hospital, AJ started to improve over days on the
You're gonna
sodium
Golden
chloride
Freddy in the
IV.
corner from
He
all the
was well
Coke
enough to
Zero.
be able to tell the medical team about strange zits that he started growing all over his body and how he had been so tired before he arrived at the hospital. All of these gave doctors more clues that
What, do you just walk in a hospital and film a bit?
Blood tests specifically for bromide
I guess that's
arrives back from
is
the
that
lab
illegal?
to confirm what happened.
Feels illegal.
It's ironic that the human brain and an artificial brain both regarded chloride and bromide as interchangeable before the AI safeguards were hard-coded in. A currently obscure but historically prominent, narrowly similar to normal function elemental poisoning had all the features of something that would slip through the cracks and cause a real problem. But
I'm referring to
was
anybody
this really
who-
an AI problem, or was this a people problem? I had a conversation.
Yes, it's a yes problem. It's both. I'm gonna refer to anybody who hurts themselves because they took advice of AI as a bromizer. That's crazy.
Conversation with ChatGPT-5 about this in November of 2025. This case was all over the news in August of 2025 when the case report was published in the Annals of Internal Medicine. Clearly, once the media storm of this case had come out, somebody who had been working on ChatGPT patched this up gratuitously. There was a specific bromide warning every time you brought up chloride, and when pressed about it, the AI uncharacteristically became defensive. I've never seen a commercial chatbot push back like this, because in the end, this is a product. If something is going to disagree all the time and just be nasty, no one's going to want to use that. Why pay to be yelled at when I can get that every day for free? But even worse, when I replied back, so why did that guy end up taking bromide? The AI even said, there isn't actually any guy. No real person in a prior conversation took bromide because of me. Which, when further asked, the chatbot did fold and admit that there was a person, but then went back to reinforcing with some really weird wordsmithing. It liked to say, I do not recommend sodium bromide, but that someone did take sodium bromide after consulting ChatGPT, as if I and ChatGPT are two different entities when speaking. These chatbot models change multiple times every day. It's inconsistent. One answer one day, another answer another day. Some days it's good, other days it sucks.
Almost like
this
it's
is where
just
the bigger
not
question
reliable or
comes in.
smart
In the paper
in any
that
way.
this case is based on, and in news articles that were published around the same time, it really does look like this patient got his own ideas and only paid attention to what he wanted to pay attention to.
Almost
And
like
a human
that's what
problem.
a lot of people like
It's
to
not
do.
an AI problem. Granted, the AI maybe could have done a little bit better of a job to flash giant obnoxious warnings like it does right now, but if you've been alive long enough, you should also know people. Sign is literally in their face, and they still miss what it says.
Also
That
true.
ChatGPT brought up sodium bromide as a substitute to sodium chloride in the context of cleaning and other outside of the body uses wasn't wrong. All the articles about this case mention this. It's maybe a little bit weird of a communication back, but have you ever talked with someone else and it just seems like they don't know what you're talking about? But sometimes it feels like they don't want to even try to understand what you're saying. No one has actually seen this patient's actual chat logs with ChatGPT, but this seems to be the most plausible thing that the program
probably 'cause
said.
they
And at the
nuked
end of the
it.
day, ChatGPT didn't hold this guy down and force feed him bromide in
What
his
is this
mouth.
fucking picture,
Just
bro?
like every other technology from the last 100 years, generative AI amplifies people, both good and bad. AI is going to keep needing new places to put new warnings after every new accident because people always manage to find new ways to mess things up. And the new ways look just like the old ways, bringing us back
Why are we
to
using
bromide.
AI
At
to
3
slander
weeks of
AI? That seems
hospitalization,
really stupid.
AJ's anion gap became normal and his psychotic symptoms improved.
Well, that's
the time
good.
that it takes for the amount of bromide in the body to cut in half is 12 days. This means after 24 days, little more than 3 weeks,
That's
2
crazy.
half-lives, the amount in his body was 1/4 the amount when he presented to the emergency room. Bromide is not acutely deadly, but the onset of symptoms is insidious. The problems that it causes adds up over time with continued intake, and the person the psychotic symptoms are happening to appear gradually, and they don't realize that it's happening. But this level was good enough for him to be able to go home as he was able to make a full recovery. Before you close this video, I'd appreciate it if you took
Yay.
a moment to watch today's sponsor message. FlexiSpot didn't want to interrupt the case, so they suggested placing this spot at the end. After genuinely using their...
No. Congrats on your bag, though. Very cool. Blah, blah. There's a desk. I don't need a desk, but I'll put this on here in case anybody wants a desk. Well, reason number 5,000 to shit on AI. It's fucking stupid. It's almost like using it as any reliable source of information or help is fucking stupid. Because it's like it's literally like asking an infant for advice. It is literally so new and not in any way regulated or understanding of anything that, like, it's asking a child what you should do, basically. How stupid. I'm happy he's safe, but, like, damn. How stupid. Damn. Wow, what a great start. Let's watch a video by Casual Geographic called The Ridiculous Random Nature of the Gorilla. We like Casual Geographic here. Of course I clicked on this.
Oh my god. The greatest trick Hollywood ever pulled was convincing the world that gorillas were something to be scared of. Whole time it's an ADHD Uber ape built like a practical joke. The gorillini is the opposite of a sleeper build. They look like a flash pass to being full-time horizontal, when really gorillas are unintentionally the most unserious animals on the planet. Almost every character trait that made them feared back in the day actually makes them adorably ridiculous when you have context. Like you've seen this picture, a gorilla beating its chest and maybe you next has to be one of the most intimidating sights in nature. The sound, though. That was not edited. Whole time this display sounds like an assault on bubble wrap. King Kong had you misunderstood. Only in a movie would you see this and hear the God of Thunder. It's more like someone weaponizing bubble tea in a straw.
No.
There has been theses kid toys telling kids how to find knives and telling T.hem things they should not know, like sex and how to unlock doors. Fucking scary, dude.
Right.
Because it sounds like his family flatlined by firing squad. It's fitting. It was widely believed that the peg pounding was considered an act of war,
again,
but
bro.
newer research says that it might help gorillas avoid conflict altogether. In a study done by Edward Wright of the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Germany, it was found that the biggest, most brolic mountain gorillas actually produce the sounds with the lowest frequency. Something about larger air sacs near the larynx, but it's considered an honest signal of competitive ability. And between two prime apes, the one with the higher frequency flesh tap might just tap out of a fight
next time I get pissed off.
So the chest beating actually allows smaller gorillas to avoid a fight they'd almost certainly lose, and lets gorillas choose the best option, since bigger males tend to be the first choice for intercourse. That's gonna be painfully ironic in a minute, but we'll get to that bridge. The other thing that apparently terrified early explorers into introverts was their jaw work. Gorillas have top 5 most inappropriate dental work for their profession, right up there with camels and the gelada monkey. It's almost divine intervention that a lawnmower with limbs has a stronger bite force than lions, hyenas, and even a grizzly bear. And if you watch gorilla ASMR, you can literally see the muscles attached to the
this is the farting
crest.
one.
That crest is why the gorilla has a built-in
That's the one where he farts, he's like...
Literally everybody, gorillas only use those vice grip jaws to crush about 40 pounds of food a day. And you'll never be more grateful for their grocery list until you watch one kilo tree like a banana. All that food would mean nothing if they didn't also have a host of gut bacteria to help break it all down. But because all that bacterial work also produces gas, gorillas are almost in a perpetual state of flatulence. A troop of IBS apes break more wind than a bloated beached whale, and it's so constant that researchers occasionally track traveling families through their southbound symphony. Scientists even used a gorilla-coded camera to gain insight into the secret society of this steroid simian. And what they found was that a well-fed family could blow a hole through the ozone layer. And out both ends. According to late gorilla
just be farting,
Diane
dude.
Fossey, gorillas burp as
That's
an
just
act of
Sneeg. No,
goodwill.
it's not! Shut up.
and contentment. And you know, in some cultures, letting it out the attic is considered a compliment, but they might as well have gotten it from a knuckle-walking cow ape.
Yeah, Chad, it's a compliment.
Gorillas have also been recorded singing while they eat. Researchers refer to it as a chorus of appreciation. It's pretty cool. Check it out.
That's so cool. Okay.
Basically living in their version of a giant gingerbread house has gorilla gang singing out both ends. It's also a fact that they sing louder when eating their favorite foods like this banana tree stalk. And the funniest thing is, in the wild, the lead singer is actually the silverback. Science says he uses singing, or well, more like humming, to tell the group when it's time to stop and eat. And you know the law, when silverback speaks, everyone listens, and when he sings, it's time for fixings. But I'm not hungry. Okay, jeez. It makes sense. Few things are more dominant than the lead silverback male. You know he's the one calling all the shots and making all the decisions for a troop of up to and sometimes over 30. One could say that is the peak male form.
Damn.
And
Dude,
you remember that?
Low-key, I'm kind of built like that. Look. Flat ass, dad gut, a little bit of man titty. Maybe I am a gorilla, dude. All right.
Painfully ironic thing, I promise. Well, it's about that time, but before you judge me, I'm just gonna remind you that this is strictly educational. But I would feel weird if I didn't say this. So if you're a child, an adult with a child, or an adult who thinks they're a child, skip to this timestamp right here. Or don't, I can't stop you, but don't let your parents blame me if you don't. Here's an ad while you consider the cost of curiosity. So, fun fact about a silverback, they're the largest apes in the world, can weigh in the neighborhood of 500 pounds, and when their privates stand at attention, they're about 3/4 short of 2 inches. They don't just have the smallest waist snake of any ape, it's widely believed gorillas have the smallest member of any mammal relative to body size.
King Kong ain't got on me!
I promise you he doesn't. In fact, if we scaled for size, you have a better chance at Subway of seeing a foot long than from a Giga Kong. I swear I'm not just using this for richer jokes. There's actually a reason gorillas ended up hung like a hamster. When you look at how all the great apes measure up, you'll 1, end up on a list, incognito can't save you, but 2, you'll realize humans have more appendical advantages than just a long thumb.
Hey, how's it going?
Chimps, bonobos, and O-rings are roughly about the same, but nature seems—
What the hell was that, bro? What?
The maliciously undercut gorillas in particular. Believe it or not, it's about the same. But nature seemed to maliciously undercut gorillas in particular. Believe it or not, it's a direct reflection of how they live. Chimpanzees live in polyandrous packs where females can mate with multiple males. So there was evolutionary pressure for them to develop heavy blood flow. The more baby batter one can produce, the better chances one of his little swimmers wins the race to reality, which led to chimps having a massive man purse. I feel dirty. With humans, it's believed that earlier variants may have selected for the more groinally gifted, especially with humans being more bipedal. It'd probably be more of a factor. Eventually, that led to humans having more to flex under the waistband than just 9mm. But with gorillas, it's different. They often live in harems where all the females in a group practice their multiplication.
This guy's scaring the shit out of me with this video.
Which means they didn't have the selective pressure of dealing with other males like chimps, or even the pressure of females having a choice like humans. Also, another theory is that a larger Nixon might have helped shovel out rival Nectar. Again, something a back of silver doesn't have to worry about. It actually ties back to the chest beating. Being an absolute unit was already so much of a flex that evolution didn't have to juice their stats in other ways. But unfortunately, it means gorillas are built like an anti-steroid.
It's like Boba Purse being shot out of a straw.
Of what podcast bros call an alpha male.
Damn.
If humans were truly meant to take cues from them, forget Snickers, we'd be packing a Skittle. And with that, I am going to power wash my search history.
What is this picture?
Also, silverbacks aren't the aggressive jocks that movies made them out to be. Turns out, they're a lot more involved in raising children than we thought. Research actually shows that if a gorilla were to lose its mother, as long as it still isn't living off her milk, they'd still have an equal shot at surviving. It's cause silverbacks don't give child support, they are the child support. It's even been proven that gorillas are more attracted to the sensitive, child-nurturing males, and not really the aggressive bully types. Which is probably why they put up with so much disrespect, and why the father instinct might not just apply to gorillas. You might remember in 1986, a child fell into a gorilla enclosure.
Oh wait, this is
that happens. And 400-pound Jumbo went over and tried to comfort the unconscious boy. Even when the boy came to and understandably panicked, instead of wilding out at the sudden disturbance, Jumbo calmly guided the other gorillas to a corner of the enclosure while first responders rescued the boy. Ironically, this was during a time the majority thought gorillas were bloodthirsty savages patrolling the underbrush of Africa. That literally could not have been further from the truth. In fact, it led to one of the most infuriating arguments I keep letting myself get baited into. Anytime someone brings up gorilla versus grizzly, all I can think is, you don't know gorillas, and you really don't know grizzlies. Forget bears, there's cases of leopards causing problems for a plus-size primate, with records finding past tense gorillas with puncture wounds around the head and neck. Now, leopard attacks on a full-grown male are rare. But if a 150-pound big cat is a genuine threat, a 10-foot, 900-pound revenant plot device would slaughter a roid monkey. And really, the more you think about it, the more disrespectful the question is. Y'all stay playing on a grizzly's body, especially since the gorilla himself wouldn't even want that smoke. For all that bulk, they'd definitely rather run away than run a fade. Imagine thinking they can match up with a grizzly when gorillas can get humbled by a change in weather.
They're so goofy looking, bro.
In captivity and in the wild have no problems playing in the water, but when it falls out the sky, it's suddenly unacceptable. Also, I don't know if you've seen that corgi that gave its owner a heart attack until she realized the only victim was a jar of jam. Turns out gorillas might have done the same to early explorers. One could only imagine seeing the blood-soaked fangs of this behemoth up close, only to realize gorilla grills come from the tannins in their diet, and for reference, tannins are the same ingredient that makes coffee bitter. And I think that's just gorillas in a nutshell. They look like they could do an absolute number on the human population, but I could not find one verified case of a gorilla murking a person. Attempts may have been made, but if you watch this video, you know she basically begged for it. Plus, it's captivity. In the wild, you actively have to try to get gorilla gloves put on you. They genuinely give you every possible warning before they do. And even if you ignore the chest beat, the flashing teeth, and all the other signs a gorilla might give you, usually the most they'll ever do is bluff charge. Now, let me not be ridiculous. A gorilla could absolutely turn you into a human jigsaw puzzle. And for all I'm talking, a bluff charge from a gorilla would have my soul pump faking the higher power. But gorillas got stuck with the monster label, which means
look how cute they are.
It distracted people from the fact that they're the most unserious animals on earth.
They're
what
just
do
little
I mean?
unga bunga
Well, you remember what I
cornballs.
said about silverbacks being fathers? Well, this is Hauko. Hauko is a proud father of 4 who loves nothing more than to play with his children. Problem is, sometimes his mate isn't too eager to let him rock with such a small baby, so in all of Hauko's infinite wisdom, he came up with a solution. He f***ing kidnapped her. Repeatedly. And yes, he did this with all his children, proving it really is a game to him. I'm sorry, you can't, you're telling me I'm supposed to be afraid of this? This is chronically unserious. But not unsurprising, gorillas have a genuine sense of humor. Had Mary and Cooper have known, King Kong might have had a different storyline. Like Exhibit B,
daughter play dates as kids.
You'll notice they have an interesting habit of grenading. As in, they'll throw something and immediately run away like Skeletor. Now you could argue it's a territorial, non-verbal way to tell humans to F off, but that goes against my narrative, so I'm gonna disregard it. Also, they've done it so many times exactly like this. It's like, how am I not supposed to see this as a prank? And if you need more proof, Coco, the sign language speaking gorilla, once tied her caretaker's shoelaces together and then signed the word chase. Now I know there's been a dispute as to whether Coco actually learned sign language or was just a master mimic that learned sign language the same way dogs learn words like sit. There's a much more nuanced conversation to be had on whether Coco was a genuine case of comprehension or just memorization and regurgitation. But that's not why I mentioned her. It's because she was involved in one of the most absurd lawsuits I've ever read. In 2005, 3 female former staff members filed a lawsuit against the Gorilla Foundation, because allegedly Coco was demanding that the workers flash her, and no, I do not mean with lights. According to Nancy Alperin and Kendra Keller, program director Francine Patterson told them that Coco had an obsession of the mammary variety and pressured them to expose their upper halves to the gorilla, even implying that their jobs would be in danger if they refused. They refused. And some of the quotes that will come out of this suit are almost too ridiculous to be real. And apparently Coco did not discriminate, with one man recounting a time Coco went up to him and demanded to see his human headlights, at a party no less. He didn't even say no, he said later, and according to him, Patterson put an arm around him and basically hit him with the, "Do you really want to say no to her?" There were other complaints like unpaid overtime, dangerous work environment, them apparently storing gorilla urine in the same fridge they ate out of, but none as outrageous as a 350-pound bosom bandit. Especially when you find out Patterson would switch up majorly when big-time donors came around. What do I mean? Well, apparently whenever Coco would make one of her requests in front of a possible benefactor, Patterson would just say, oh, you know, nipple sounds like people. So what she's really saying is she wants to see more people. Yeah, they should have read the verdict right there, because who even lies like that? I don't think that's how sign language works. The case was settled at, of course, so I guess we'll never know, but to be fair, how would multiple people lie about something like that? It means gorillas are the only animals to be formally accused of harassment of the sensually explicit kind. But it also proves that gorillas are just like us. They can multitask and focus on two things at once. I mean, they only share 98% of our DNA, and for the loud minority that's gonna somehow take offense, or, you know, make it racist, because, you know, I read the comments. I challenge you to spend a day watching a gorilla and tell me it's not an impulsive human in a fursuit. Like, I bet half of y'all didn't even realize that's a gorilla walking in the background. Yeah, this was a pretty unserious video for a remarkably unserious creature, but the point wasn't really to Disneyfy a wild animal. That's arguably as bad as turning them into monsters. But there is so much more to gorillas than a fade with Godzilla or the US Army, and I kinda wanted to show that. Especially when you realize gorillas have been getting slaughtered for as long as we've known about them, for bushmeat, for trophies, pets, and sometimes just for the sport, so us calling them dangerous is kinda wild. But I get it. Talk is cheap when it's in front of a green screen. So if this video gets 200,000 likes, I will meet a gorilla in person. Somewhere. Or an orangutan, and that works too.
Well,
but until then, drink water, hug your mother, never smile at a gorilla. Fun fact, clearing your throat sends a much better message. And I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Oh, that's a good shot. She's looking like dead at it.
Oh, they went. That's funny. Oh, I love this guy. What a great video. All right, I got to take a potty break, dude. But after this, we're going to watch some true crime. We're going to watch stuff about the Slenderman child stabber who they escaped. They escaped about a week or so ago. They got caught, but they left their psychiatric facility. We'll get into it in a second, though. Bathroom break. All right. Welcome back. So, we're going to watch a video about the Slenderman stabber. Actually, two, because I also found the body cam footage of them being apprehended. If you don't know what this is, a couple of years ago, I don't remember what year, don't quote me, a group of teenage girls lured their friend into the forest and stabbed her, I want to say, over 30 times. Their defense was that Slenderman told them to do it. I'm not joking. They said that Slenderman told them to, like the video game character Slenderman, told them to take their friend to the forest and stab them 27 times. Somehow they survived, which is great. This person, I don't know about the other ones, but this person in particular got sentenced to not guilty by reason of insanity. So they've been at a psychiatric facility since this happened. I don't know what happened to the other person. I don't recall. About a week ago, they went missing. They've been caught at this point, but that's context. I don't know what this video will give beyond that, just in case people haven't heard of this. We'll see if this is in any way interesting to watch, but if not, we have the 25-minute body cam footage of them being arrested as well. So.
Yep, the girl who stabbed her friend for Slenderman recently went on the run. 2025, the insanity never stops. I covered the Slenderman stabbing case on this channel a couple of years ago, and I never expected to discuss it again, but some truly questionable decisions by a judge and some medical professionals has resulted in a manhunt for an attempted killer.
It's been more than 24 hours since Geyser was last seen at her group home on Cronky Drive in Madison. Police say her whereabouts are still unknown at this hour, and tonight we're learning more about the timeline between when she cut off that GPS monitor and when authorities were alerted.
In order to understand how we got here, though, you need a recap of what happened in this case, and you need to learn about some controversial details about the Slenderman stabber's punishment. The Slenderman stabbing case involved three 12-year-old girls, Morgan Geyser, Anissa Wire, and their victim, Peyton Leitner, all three from Waukesha, Wisconsin. They were friends, and the air quotes are needed here, which you'll find out why shortly. Morgan and Anissa had a disturbing fixation with online creepypasta stories, specifically the legend of Slenderman. And when Slenderman wanted them to execute a proxy killing, they were happy to oblige if it would appease him.
I might as well just say it. We were trying to kill her.
In May of 2014, in Waukesha, Wisconsin, Morgan and Anissa held a sleepover and invited their friend, Peyton. They had all hung out many times before, but you could say that Peyton wasn't as tight with them as the other two were with each other. Little did
Where did Slenderman ask that in the original game? What were they collecting the pages and he was like, stab your friend 27 times? I don't remember that part.
Peyton know their reasoning behind her being invited was so that they could kill her and use her as a sacrifice to Slenderman to make him happy. Morgan and Anissa have gone on record claiming that they believed if they didn't commit violence for Slenderman, he was going to kill them and their families. So the demented duo lures Peyton away to a nearby park the morning after their slumber party, and that's where Morgan produces a knife and stabs Peyton 19 times. They leave her for dead and flee into the woods. Badly wounded and bleeding out, Peyton crawls up to a nearby roadside and is miraculously noticed by a passing cyclist who promptly calls 911, and because of this, she actually manages to get help and survive the attack. Several hours later, Morgan and Anissa would be found miles away walking down Interstate 94, and they were taken into custody for attempted homicide-related charges. Something that would become clear when it came to prosecuting these two 12-year-olds is that Morgan seemingly had no remorse for what she did, at least initially. During her interrogation, she remained cold, detached, and calmly explained that the only reason she did what she did was to appease Slender Man. It had to be done. You could say that her attitude was that of a hitman.
I might as well just say it. We were trying to kill her.
What did you do next?
I already told you.
What was that?
Stab, 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 stab.
On the other hand, Anissa was very much immediately remorseful, with detectives noting her being visibly upset, crying, and asking if Peyton had survived the attack. She even reportedly let out a sigh of relief when they told her that the girl was still alive. It became clear early on that Morgan was the crazier of this bunch and Anissa was more of a naive accomplice. The courts would certainly see it this way too. Now, considering the whole Slender Man told me to kill people element of the story and the fact that they were both 12 years old at the time, it might not be all too surprising for you to learn that both of them were found not guilty by reason of insanity. But they wouldn't be turned loose after that. Wisconsin law requires those given a not guilty by insanity ruling to be institutionalized by the state. Anissa was initially committed to serve 25 years under the custody of the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, whereas the knife-wielding Morgan was committed to serve 40 years in a state psychiatric hospital, specifically the Winnebago Mental Health Institute in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is where both of the girls were actually sent when it came time to, be monitored.
Why would they put them together? That seems not smart.
This is where things get a bit interesting and moves into the territory of Morgan escaping and going missing for a time. In July of 2021, Anissa Weier was actually granted a conditional release from the state hospital after responding well to treatment. She's no longer believing in Slender Man, she's not psychotic or psychopathic, and has consistently expressed profound remorse for her part in the attack on Peyton. As a result of this, she was given a conditional release which allowed her to live with her father, though she was still under DHS supervision for a bit and had to wear a GPS monitor. As far as I'm aware, she hasn't caused any trouble since this. Morgan, seeing this, would also make efforts to get a conditional release of her own, but to put it lightly, it's been quite difficult for her to get one because, well, it seems that she still might be dangerous. Morgan's case is just far more complicated. While in custody, she was diagnosed with childhood onset schizophrenia and has reportedly suffered repeated flare-ups of psychosis since being committed. While she has expressed more consistent remorse about the attack on Peyton, that has only come in recent years when she's been trying to get a conditional release. We gotta note how violent her attack was, 19 stab wounds. That's going to be taken into account when we're talking about letting somebody off easier and putting them into a DHS supervision that's a step belower than a hospital. Other troubling developments include reports that allege Morgan has used the internet while in the psychiatric hospital and sent violent communications to an individual on the outside. Another report that I've seen from ABC News claims that Morgan was allegedly caught reading a book pertaining to sexual sadism while she was in the hospital. All of these potential issues were...
What does that even mean, bro? What is she reading? Court of Thorns and Roses? Where like the main protagonist just like looks at any male character and like bites her lip? Like that could be literally any fucking young adult novel nowadays.
Were discussed during Morgan's appeal for conditional release earlier this year, but despite the concerns levied, in July of 2025, Waukesha County Circuit Judge Scott Wagner approved a conditional release plan that would allow Morgan to serve her committance under more lenient terms. Though given Morgan's past, her plan was a bit more stringent, at least compared to Anissa. In recent months, Morgan has been turned loose from the psych hospital and was allowed to live in a group home in Madison, Wisconsin. She was still under strict supervision though and had to wear a GPS ankle monitor. She lived here with other people in this halfway house setting. I've seen reports claim that she got there around October, but it could have been a bit sooner than that. Just know that she hasn't been there long. Now keep in mind, Morgan had to work extremely hard for years to get this conditional release.
Right.
Surely she won't screw this up or do anything insane, right?
Police in Wisconsin say a young woman at the center of the Slender Man stabbing case is now on the run.
On the evening of Saturday,
crazy,
November 22nd, Morgan went missing from her group home. Her ankle monitor was reportedly cut and she was seemingly on the run. The local police were notified early Sunday morning. Not long after, a surveillance photo reportedly showing Morgan was published by law enforcement, and curiously, she was with
The reading material that she's so focused on has themes of sexual sadism and murder and the sale of human organs on the black market. Deputy District Attorney Abby Nicoli argued. Like, okay, but whatever. I have no idea.
somebody. Now, this is quite the disturbing scenario, as it seems as though Morgan, with this action, is literally proving that she's not reformed. The moment they gave her just a little with somebody, reportedly showing Morgan was published by law enforcement, and curiously, she was with somebody. Now, this is quite the disturbing scenario, as it seems as though Morgan, with this action, is literally proving that she's not reformed. The moment they gave her just a little bit of slack, she ran off with some mysterious stranger, allegedly. And you know, you gotta wonder, like, is she going to commit violence? I hate to even say it, but your mind can't help but go there.
Well, yeah, it's a fair assumption.
Dude, is she gonna go after Peyton again? Like, can you imagine how unsettling it was for Peyton and her family to hear the news of Morgan escaping like this? I mean, Jesus Christ. Now, I would be telling you all to keep an eye out and call 911 if you see Morgan, but thankfully, the manhunt issued for her has been proven successful. On the evening of November 23rd, Morgan was found by police in Posen, Illinois. She was found with a 42-year-old individual at a truck stop in the area. It appears the 42-year-old traveled with Morgan across state lines by bus. According to reports, police responded to a complaint regarding two people loitering behind the building. When cops arrived, they found Morgan and the 42-year-old sleeping on the sidewalk back there. Police alleged that Morgan initially gave them a fake name, but when pressed, she admitted that she didn't want to tell them who she was because she had previously, quote, done something bad, unquote, and even suggested that they should, quote, just Google her. When found, both individuals were detained, and according to AP News, the 42-year-old has been charged with trespassing and obstructing identification. The two apparently described themselves as being friends, but I really don't have enough information to elaborate any further on that piece. We don't know anything about why she did this or what her motives were, but something is very blatantly clear to me. Morgan is not reformed, she wasn't ready to be released from the psychiatric hospital, and the people who pushed for her conditional release might need to spend a day or two in the psych ward themselves. I mean, okay, like the last part's obviously a joke, but this is an embarrassing fuck up by the state. The judge is probably regretting his approval big time right now. You know, just in time to ruin Thanksgiving, I guess.
Almost immediately.
Just wrapping up here, I gotta say, I'm so relieved they found Morgan as quickly as they did. It would have truly been terrifying having this girl on the run given her past. The fact that she skedaddled so quickly after just getting a small chance of freedom too is what proves to me that she's still very much unhinged.
In this context like
Anyways,
that.
guys, just wanted to weigh in on this in a one-off update style video.
What an unserious word. Yeah, so that's what happened about a week ago. But we also have the body cam footage of that apprehension that he mentioned. So it's 25 minutes. I figured we could also just check it out and see how
give me your name and date of birth.
Went.
You're not wanted for murder, right?
That was Slenderman stabber Morgan Geyser trying to hide her identity from police after she ran away from a group home.
Cool ass name.
It's ain't her.
Please let her go.
Then
Please let her go.
Then give me your name.
I did something wrong.
What did you do?
She doesn't know what I did.
I have the body camera footage and new details about Geyser's arrest.
so sorry. I wish I had it.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix.
Huh?
Let me tell you something. If you think the crime stories we
Jump
cover
scare.
here are scary, wait until you hear what's happening with your personal data online. Your name, your phone number, even your address. It's all floating around the internet for data brokers to sell. Nice hearing.
Please,
And you
please.
Data. They had
I've already
police
given
found
that
use
QR
code
code enough
CrimeFix
screen
for
time.
60% off an annual plan.
Yay!
When police found Morgan Geyser at a truck
Yes, guys.
stop in Posen, Illinois on Sunday night, they had no idea who she was. Morgan Geyser was with a friend, a transgender woman, and they were apparently trying to make their way south. But Morgan's
Hey
infamy
friends,
and their
a
lack
quick
of
Google search says that Morgan now identifies as a trans man using he/him pronouns, and the friend with him is also trans and uses she/her.
Okay, well, they clarified that that person was a trans woman, but nobody else is referring to that as such. Everybody seems pretty emphatic that Morgan is still identifying as a she in these videos, which is interesting. So where is that information being verified? Like, what's the verification for that? Like, guys, I understand why people misgender and misidentify. I'm saying, like, where are you learning that this is true? We're talking about a person who's been in a psychiatric facility for years. So how are you just Google searching this and that's just like, yeah, that's true. Where is your information from? Like, I'm not going to believe you right off the bat, just like I'm not going to believe the video or an AI or anything. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, according to a psychologist in the case, they began using he, him pronouns and a separate name during treatment. However, this hasn't been confirmed by them, and any name change hasn't been shared publicly. We're using their birth name and pronouns and birth pronouns to reflect court records. So they haven't even said it themselves? They haven't even publicly admitted to that at all. So, like, what? What are we doing, man? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't even know where you're finding this. Like, everybody's just quoting this same thing you're quoting. A random psychologist within the case claimed that they are referring to themselves as such, but then they're not doing it themselves at all. They haven't said anything. So what are we doing? Yeah, also psychologists can't just do that, by the way. They would get in massive trouble. The Wikipedia page refers to them as such, but that's probably because they're going off of that. What? Guys, I don't mean to sound insensitive here, but I don't really care. This person stabbed their friend 19 fucking times. I feel like there's a bigger piece to this case than getting... We're not really watching for that sort of point, are we? I mean, I get it, but like, we're not really here for that purpose. Like, it does happen and it's unfortunate. If it's true, then that's fine. I don't see how it's really relevant to what we're doing here. I also don't see how one random article quoting a psychologist who's not named, who's breaking HIPAA by saying anything like that, let alone case integrity by saying anything like that, as verifiable. That's not verifiable information. They also just haven't said anything about it themselves. Exactly why I don't feel like it's even further from like I believe it, because they haven't even said anything. So like, what do we do? They stabbed somebody 19 times. Can we just like that, not whatever we're doing here, right? Is that cool? Can we just watch like them being apprehended because they escaped? And we could kind of be like, it may or may not be true, who really, you know, maybe they can go on the record when this becomes a contentious topic. Who knows? They're free to explain themselves, okay? I'm just going to like not care whatever way it is until otherwise information is given. Okay?
He was. Morgan Geyser was with a friend, a trans...
I understand that it's like important in a lot of ways for people. I understand why it might be important for some of you. I don't feel like it's necessarily relevant to this. In fact, the argument is how it's frustrating for a lot of you, why people feel like it's relevant. So it's kind of like you're bringing it up when it's not relevant, which is sort of what people are also doing, which is what's frustrating you, is it's being brought up. But like, it's not even a point or a factor in this problem, nor the crime, nor the escape. So like, why are we even... I understand respect is important. I would never want to directly disrespect somebody, but also like the need to focus on such also pushes the narrative towards that topic, which is what people get frustrated about in the first place, correct? where like the discussion of transgender identity within crimes and especially violent crimes is very exhaustive and annoying because people like to attribute that sort of stuff to transgender people for basically no reason, because there's a giant disparity in crime when it comes to whether or not trans people did it or not. Fun fact, they really don't. It's a very small portion of people. It's almost like it's like not relevant whatsoever. Okay. So I feel like the push or the need to like clarify sort of puts that into the conversation, even if it's by good intention. Correct? I'm happy to be wrong here, but I feel like the need to bring this in sort of creates a cloud into that narrative, even if it's not intentional and with good reasons. I'm happy to discuss it. I just, you know, it's totally fine. Like, I understand. Like, once again, I don't think you're doing it. You and anybody else who's brought it up or is concerned about it, I'm sure you're not like sitting there going, got you, you're in trouble, or the last person's video is in trouble, or this woman's in trouble, right? Like, you're just, you have a good reason to bring it up. You care and it's important to you, and that's fine. I think when it comes to stuff like crime is not like gendered, right? There are statistics within gender and crime. Ultimately, there's really not a whole lot of disparity in terms of where it's consistent or relevant, besides maybe suspect to victim. And like, it sucks to be concerned and bring it up because, like, once again, and this is a very nuanced thing, and I don't know if everybody's going to love my dismissal, I guess, in a way, because people are going to take this as face value of me not wanting to discuss it, but that's not the case. I feel like bringing up that discussion within it causes that dialogue that people hate, where they get extremely weird about trans people in crime. And then your genuine need to bring it up out of respect accidentally puts that sort of conversation into the forefront. And you shouldn't feel bad nor not want to do it. I just want you to understand, like, what that might accidentally do. Also, like, once again, I think this person stabbed somebody 19 times at the age of 12. I don't think that, like, no disrespect, but I don't feel like it's really the priority nor the focus of what's going on here. If that's a fair thing to say. I don't want to be, like, rude in any regard, but I do feel like there's bigger, like, I hit the mic. There's like a whole bigger thing going on here, right? So let's continue. All right.
Gender woman, and they were apparently trying to make their way south. But Morgan's infamy and their lack of cash became a big stumbling block. Morgan Geyser is, of course, one half of the Slenderman stabbing duo. She and a friend, Anissa Weier, lured their friend, Peyton Leutner, to a park in Waukesha, Wisconsin in 2014 and stabbed her, nearly killing her, to impress a non-existent internet character known as Slenderman. Thank goodness
he's real to me.
Peyton survived. It took several years, but Morgan and Anissa were determined to be not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Anissa was later released to the custody of her father and placed on GPS monitoring. Morgan, despite objections from prosecutors, was granted conditional release by a judge earlier this year. She was supposed to spend 40 years in a psychiatric facility. She was placed in a group home in the last couple of months on GPS monitoring in Madison, Wisconsin, until police said she cut off her ankle bracelet on Saturday night and took off. An alert was issued. And
like, kind of, once again, like, kind of what I'm bringing up, where it's like, there's this need to bring it up because this sort of person who's going through this very brave thing, like transitioning, is a conversation piece, especially to media outlets. So there is this need to bring it up, which is frustrating in a lot of ways because it perpetuates this stereotype or this need for people to think there's violence within this community and stuff like that. There's this perpetuation of discussing it or bringing it up when it's even involved, despite minimal involvement in the actual crime, let alone any relevance. Like, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the dude who shot Charlie Kirk dating or living with somebody who was trans? They really loved to bring that up when it happened. It really doesn't change the fact that that dude shot him, does it? But it is like they feel the need to bring that up. Then not even get confirmed. Even worse. Even worse. That it was perpetuated within media without even being proven for sure or not. That's like, you're right. It's the exactly what we were talking about, where it's like, I feel like unfortunately what sucks is like the need for justice and respect of like a person's identity and stuff creates this paradox of like, well, you also like feed into all these fucking idiots who just feel like it's completely necessary to bring it up and that it's a relevant point within a crime when ultimately the person didn't do anything that has anything to do with this besides just like be with them, and we don't even know like what the purpose or relevancy for them being with them was. Sounds like they didn't even know who they were. And ultimately, we're talking about a person who stabbed their friend 19 times at the age of 12. So it really doesn't have any weight within the topic. And it's brought up anyway. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's frustrating. But once again, it's a spectacle to people, especially people with minimal exposure or involvement within the transgender community. So it grabs people positively or negatively, which sucks. I don't really have like an endpoint to that. It's just sort of what happens with media. I would just wish they just kind of didn't talk about it because it doesn't fucking matter here, but it's whatever. I don't know. I can't really do anything about it. Just like crime is crime, dude. It has nothing to do with it.
An employee at a Thornton's truck stop more than 100 miles away called police Sunday night because there were two people loitering outside. A police officer found these two people in a pile outside of the truck stop. Take a look.
Hey, guys. Guys.
Doesn't seem like a great spot to sleep.
Hey. You guys. Okay, unfortunately, you guys can't be back here.
I'm sorry. What do you have right now?
I believe that Robbins Police Department, you're able to sleep in their lobby.
No, we're fine. We'll just move around.
What was that?
We'll just move around.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry to bother you guys.
So okay.
I appreciate you guys being understanding.
Thank you so much.
Now, the woman who worked at the truck stop, she was very kind but concerned.
Yeah, I had called to see. I didn't know what to do. Like, I fed them. So I was calling to see, can they get somewhere for the night?
Yeah, the thing is, there ain't a lot of shelters. That's what's crazy.
It's not like they didn't want to do anything to them or bother them at all. They just said to leave.
I'm out here to move. But I couldn't leave them out here. So I was like, I didn't know what to do. So I was like, just let me call and see y'all or something.
Where you guys from?
We're from south.
South? Like how far?
Not that far. We're not living anywhere. We'll be fine tonight.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys are warm.
We're fine.
You sure?
I appreciate it.
No problem. I just want to make sure you guys have some place to want to stay.
No, we're all.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
23?
Yeah.
How old is he?
She's transgender. She's
Oh, how old is she? 23? Okay.
I don't have my ID, but
All right, well, give him your name and date of birth, because we just got to make sure you're saying who you are, you say you are, okay? You're not missing them.
Saying who you are, you say you are.
No problem. Thank you for calling. Okay, what's your last name?
I don't know why I have to do this.
You don't.
Because I don't believe you're 23. That's why. Okay? We got called here for a call. So, just be honest. I want to make sure that you're not missing. As long as you're not missing.
You don't until they say you're detained, really.
Are you missing from somewhere? Just give me your name and date of birth and you can be on your way.
Okay, I'm 19.
Huh?
I'm 19.
19?
Yeah.
It's fine. You're still an adult. So.
Yeah, so what's your last name? No what?
I don't want to give you my name.
Okay, well, then we're going to arrest you. We're going to take you an ID. We're going to hold you an ID at the station. So, you don't want to obstruct an officer. Give me your name and date of birth. You're not wanted for murder, right?
Right.
Okay, then there shouldn't be any problem.
Okay, you're making it bigger.
What's your last name?
And they do that? I mean, yeah. Kind of, I mean, they're asking them questions and they're not cooperating. And they kind of already said the reason for that. They kind of gave them like the reason that they're wanting to question them, and then they're acting suspicious. Like, I get where this is escalating. I mean, the cops can ask them anything. And they can absolutely arrest them if they don't cooperate, because that can be seen as suspicion. Now, I don't know if they'd be able to hold them for much long or over the 24-hour period. I mean, they probably would, given who they are. But if this was like a normal case, like, they might just have to let them go eventually, because they wouldn't have anything to go off of or any crime to give them besides maybe loitering, which isn't, much of anything. So, there's plenty to go off of and plenty to brush off here is the thing.
Greece.
How do you spell it?
I-E-S.
I-E-S?
No, G-R-I-E-S.
Okay. G-R-I-E-S. What's your first name?
Stephanie.
Morgan goes on to give a fake name to police, but kind of stumbles through her lies.
How do you spell it?
E-P-H-I-N-E.
E-P-H-I...
A-N-I-E, sorry.
A-N-I-E. Middle initial?
I don't know.
Do you have a middle initial?
Well, now you did something wrong, because it's come back no record on files, and that means you're lying to us about your name. Okay? So now that's obstructing. I'm going to give you one more chance before we're going to take you in custody and fingerprint you. Okay? So just be honest. It's not a big deal. You're making it a bigger deal.
So, Stephanie...
Give me your real name. Okay? Because if he comes back, no record on file also, which I hope he doesn't, because that means both of you are lying, I'm going to take you both in for fingerprints. Okay? Don't make us do all that. We just want to send you on your way. No, you can't. You guys wanted for something? Why are you hiding your name? I don't understand.
But you didn't come back to anything either. Even out of Wisconsin.
I just don't want my identity out.
Okay.
It's just personal preference.
Okay. You can have that preference, but we're going to have that preference of taking you in and fingerprinting you. Okay? That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, that was low-key misgendered.
Yeah,
I wonder
give
if
us the
that's
right
the
name,
same
date of
cop
birth,
that
and then we can go on our way.
they clarified that too.
We don't want to
that's
mess with you.
unfortunate,
We don't want to take you into fingerprinting. But if that's what I have to do, I have to make sure you're not wanted for anything, no homicides or anything like that. That's it.
I can promise you
Okay.
that much, and I know
I don't know you and you don't know me.
I know. but
Okay. So
Just gotta identify
give your
who you are,
names.
that's it.
Make sure you ain't wanted for no
Yeah,
warrants,
unfortunate.
and then you're
Okay.
good.
They,
Stephanie. One last.
I mean, I imagine it's a situation where they might not have had anything changed legally, and they don't want to use their like dead name or anything like that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that would probably suck.
Chance.
But also, like, yeah, the police do need to identify you because you are doing something illegal, which they probably don't. Ultimately, they wouldn't probably care about. They'd probably like let them go if there were any other people here. But yeah, they kind of just need to know to like be like, okay, you're good, because once again, they need to make sure they're not, I don't know, a person who escaped the mental facility because they were guilty of stabbing their friend 19 times because a video game character told them. But that would be crazy, right? Like that would, how do they check that? There's databases of everybody. How quick is it? Like they gave the names. He walked to his car, typed them in, and it said nothing. So like seconds, like minutes. So it's in their computer. Police have a monitor within their car, like on the passenger side. So they end up being able to like search things like that pretty instantaneously. Cop Google, essentially. You know, less Grok and ChatGPT, more like huge database of information given to them by facilities and hospitals and companies in order to maintain like justice in whatever regard the cop sees that as. But generalizing way, yeah, Cop Google.
So you broke the Illinois compiled statute of obstruction identification at this moment, which is a Class A misdemeanor. That's a arrestable offense. Therefore, you can be placed under arrest for that, both of you, because you lied and you lied. You didn't give me your real name.
And we got dispatched here because you guys are loitering in the back of the business. It's not like we approached you guys.
Posted, there's no loitering. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So it's not a big deal. What is your name? Don't make us arrest you and do all this extra stuff that we don't need to do.
We have other stuff to worry about.
I know. We got way more serious things to worry about than this. But we got called here. It ain't like we just walked up and started messing with you.
Now, these officers have told Morgan Geyser and her friend over and over again, just give us your names.
Yeah,
this is pretty standard stuff.
Unfortunately,
They
you don't have
to check
anything
for
better to
warrants.
do.
Then the cops turn up the heat.
Her thing. At this point, we're just going to detain him. Detain her.
Please let her go.
Then
Please let her go.
Then give him your name.
I did something wrong.
What did you do?
She doesn't know what I did.
Okay, that's fine. I ain't.
Let me talk to you over here.
What is it that you did wrong?
I did something really wrong.
Now, this friend must mean a lot to Morgan because she reveals her identity in this exchange for their freedom. But one officer doesn't quite let them off the hook.
Well, that doesn't
just
happen.
Yet.
We have to identify you. Okay, whether you agree or disagree with that, that just plays no fact into it, okay? The law is very clear. You have to provide your information. And I'm pretty sure you're a smart person, so you understand that, okay? Now, I ain't trying to have you in our station for 4 or 5 days, maybe even a week, until your prints come back.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
Unless that's what you want to do. So,
I know.
but you didn't give me your real information. I don't care about her. And
Illinois
I'm dealing with you, okay?
I can't.
You can't give me your information?
9 a.m. or 9 p.m.
Why?
Gotta be cold.
Why can't you give me your information? What's wrong with that?
I just can't.
She doesn't know my real name.
Okay. Well, give him your real name. Don't tell him.
Okay.
What's your last name?
So he says he just can't give you the information.
Okay, so it's Morgan.
Morgan.
And then your last name?
G-E-Y-S-E-R.
G-U... What is it?
G-E-Y-S-E-R. I promise she did not know.
G-E-Y-S...
E-R.
So Morgan is your first name, right?
Yes.
G-E-Y-S-E-R.
No.
Let me say goodbye, please.
Okay, we will.
I will never see her again.
Yeah, you will.
No, I won't.
304.
Why?
Because I did something bad. Let me say goodbye.
We will let you say goodbye, but just stand by until we fight and figure out what's happening. Okay?
You
I promise. I'll let you say goodbye.
No matter what I did?
Yeah, no matter.
Last name.
That's my word, okay? Okay? You're being honest with me.
I'm being honest. That's my name. Trust me, I didn't want to give it to you.
Okay.
You'll see why in a second. But she didn't know my name.
And then they move in for the arrest.
Go ahead and put your hand in.
You said I could say
I will
goodbye.
let you. You guys going to the same place, okay?
Okay. I promise she didn't know.
Okay.
This is fascinating to me.
Here, just go over there.
You promised I could say goodbye.
Yeah, you guys are going to the same station. You guys are going to the same place. Okay, we know you're not giving us your real information.
Yeah.
Whoa 63 money smile.
So why are they saying that there's nothing on record with that name?
It's me.
Wait, with her actual name? Brother, unlock your car, dude. Let us... Yo. Big back check. Tropical Starburst. Maybe not tropical. It is Starburst, though. Low key. No, it's not tropical. Big back check failed. It is the Favoreds, though. But he thinks he's slick. But he thinks I didn't see that. Hand me one. Give me one of those pink ones, bro. Give me the red ones. They're tangy. I like them tangy Starbursts.
My fingerprints will pop up.
Your what?
My fingerprints.
Don't worry, guys. I'm on it.
Look awful?
Will pop up.
Side quest.
Oh, okay.
Fingerprint me in.
Yeah, bro. Get that XP in.
And you're
Mad
telling me
efficient.
that your information that you gave me will come back to those fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay.
Even with Morgan in the back of the patrol car, officers still aren't aware of what really bad thing she did.
That's crazy to me.
Really, really bad. So, only really thing bad is you'll never see me again is I hope she didn't commit a homicide.
Well, she didn't. She definitely tried to, but you see, the funny thing is, technically, no.
That's really, really bad.
Yeah. Well, these officers, they are in for quite a surprise, aren't they? So back to Morgan's friend.
Yeah.
She's loaded into a cruiser.
Thank you for at least letting me be in the car and warm.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, W.
No, thank you.
I told my buddy to go get you guys your meals, prisoner meal, okay?
What?
Some Wendy's.
Okay.
I told him to get you some Wendy's so you can eat something.
Yo.
Thank you.
All right?
Appreciate it.
Wait. W? Bro, Wendy's at like 10 p.m.? That's got a slap. I mean, tough situation, but that would slap.
We really do just want to be on our way, and we're sorry to have caused trouble.
Yeah, do you think she gets a Frosty or
You gotta find
no?
out who you are, and then you'll be on your way.
Definitely not.
The lying to the police is not good. You can't do that. I gave you guys plenty of time. Just give me your name or get on your way. I mean, I could even try to find you guys somewhere to go.
How do we go from prisoner food to Wendy's, bro?
It's not that simple.
Rough me up, brother.
Sorry, but it's just not that simple.
I'll take a spicy 4 count, thank you.
I wish it was.
Morgan's friend was right. It definitely was not simple. A police report states, Officer Whiting then asked the male White for his information once again, to which he stated that his identification was in his book bag.
Brother,
I located a Wisconsin
you had so many
identification
opportunities
for
to know.
Chad Mecca after a subsequent leads check on his identification. It showed him to be clear
Bonehead
and valid
cop.
out of Madison, Wisconsin. Chad was then Mirandized at 1:38 hours, to which he waived his rights and decided to speak to us. When asked where both of them came from, he stated from Wisconsin and that Chad met Morgan a couple of months ago through Good Shepherd Church. Chad then stated that he did not like how Morgan was treated at her
Through
group home
church?
where she resided. Chad also stated that they denied him visitation time with Morgan at the group home. Due to her being mistreated at the group home and him not being able to visit her, they both decided to run away from the group home. Chad stated they used public transportation, a Greyhound bus, to get from Wisconsin to Chicago. From Chicago, they both walked to the south side of Chicago, and that is when they took a Pace bus to Posen, where they ran out of money. Once in Posen,
The dead naming? Well, okay. So, not defending here because this dude's a fucking idiot. If this is one of the reporting officers, they had plenty of chances to be correct. But I will say that if this person doesn't have any legal documentation of their changes, especially to their name, they have to put their legal name on record. Like, this is straight from a legal documentation. I'm assuming, most likely based off the way it's written, where the names are like capitalized and like emphasized, etc., for like summarization. It does suck. I agree. But I will say that if this person didn't have any sort of legal change to their identity, like, within a police report, they have to go by whatever is legally their name. So I understand the frustration, but just so you know, like, even if this dude was actually were a respectful one of them, which I don't know, they have to go by like what is legally listed. It sucks, but it's context, I guess. Do with it what you will. I'm not saying it's okay.
they stopped at the Thorntons and took a nap behind the building, and that is when Posen officers made contact with Chad and Morgan. Chad Mecca is a transgender woman, as I mentioned earlier, who uses the name Charlie. These are photos of Charlie at the police department. She was cited for criminal trespassing and obstructing identification. She told a local news outlet that Morgan Geyser is her best friend. Morgan Geyser was loaded into that cruiser, as you saw, for the ride to the Posen Police Department. Morgan was photographed at the police department where she agreed to speak with the officers. A police report states Morgan stated that she met Chad a couple of months ago at Good Shepherd Church. She then expressed how unfair she was treated at the group home and how she was upset that Chad was not allowed to visit her. Morgan stated that on multiple occasions, Chad visited her at the group home by climbing through her window and sneaking in. When asked about her ankle monitor, she stated that she cut it off with scissors and that she and Chad had discussed potentially making their way to Nashville, Tennessee. When asked how they got to Posen, Morgan stated that they took the Greyhound bus from Wisconsin to be here. Morgan was then taken to the courthouse in Markham for processing, where she appeared to regret her decision to leave the group home.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I guarantee you.
I'm sorry.
Because they probably ruined any of the controlled release they got. They like just got leniency in the release, and now it's like They're not getting any of that ever again. I got to spend 30 more years in that very restrictive outcome.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, her friend wasn't in the group home. They said that she would sneak into the window to visit her.
God, I'm so sorry.
Are they just parked in the precinct right now? This is like awkward. I feel like I shouldn't.
I'm so sorry. It's for the lessons you gave me. I'm so sorry. I wish I had it.
This is crazy, given the lack of any remorse when they stabbed their friend 19 times at the age of 12. So, I don't exactly feel much
Morgan
sympathy
was booked
here.
into the Cook County Jail and appeared in court Tuesday for an extradition hearing where she waived extradition back to Wisconsin. So I'd like to bring in Chief William Alexander. He is the police chief in Posen, Illinois, where Morgan Geyser was taken into custody. Chief, what did you think?
You're reflecting better than your badge.
That Morgan Geyser, somebody who was wanted for escaping out of Wisconsin, had been taken into custody in your town.
Initially, I didn't know who they were referring to until they said the Slender Man. I remember that case from years ago, but I was a little confused as to what was going on because I didn't know that she had escaped from Wisconsin. So after doing a little Googling myself, I realized who we had in custody.
So it sounds like she was trying to obviously hide her identity. This is somebody who, it appears, did not want to be in a group home in Madison, Wisconsin any longer. And from what we're hearing, from what your
that sounds
officers
terrible.
posted or you posted on your Facebook page, she gave a fake name.
Correct.
Almost like the insanity plea isn't a get out of jail free card. It's arguably almost a worse thing to have happen.
With gave a fake name as well. So that's when the officers pushed a little further, and she made a spontaneous statement that she was fearful of giving her correct name because she had done something really bad. So the officer pressed a little further, and ultimately she gave the officer her name and says, "You can Google my name and you'll know who I am."
About
Not
how
gonna
long
lie,
did it
that's
take for her
cold.
to give her a real name?
That's kind of aura. Objectively, that's aura. Yeah, you can Google me. Bad situation to use it. Kind of aura, though. Yeah, you can find me out. Just Google it. I guess I could do that. That's kind of cool. In the wrong situation, though, you're a douchebag. In this situation, you can Google me. Not like she's trying to skip the line at a bar. It'd be cringe if I did it.
It was a little back and forth, maybe 3-4 minutes between them going back and forth with the fake name and her finally giving her correct name.
What were you guys shocked though when you realized, wow, this is a girl who committed a pretty heinous crime?
Yeah,
she's not a girl anymore. She's a young woman now, but she was a girl when this happened.
Correct. Like I said, I had to do a little Googling myself, and once I looked up the case and started reading a little bit more into it, I was very
Do a little bit of Googling myself.
What happened when your officers took her into custody?
Well, they took her into custody without incident. After that, there was no fight or yelling or anything like of the sort. They took her into custody without incident, and the male counterpart that was with her.
How long ago was this? Last week.
He was ultimately charged with criminal trespass and obstructing identification for giving us a fake name. We didn't charge her with any local charges because that just muddies the water for the extradition hearing. So we just charged her with a warrant, and she was transported to the Cook County Courthouse in Markham, where she'll either tonight or tomorrow morning be transported to Cook, 26 in California.
No, they did not escape in October.
Back to Wisconsin.
What are you guys used to dealing with? I mean, obviously
They
anything
escaped
can
and were
happen
caught
anywhere,
a day later.
but do you get a lot of high-profile stuff in Posen?
I would say high profile. I mean, we have our share of crimes and people passing through here. We make pretty serious arrests on a daily.
No, I don't
basis,
think
but,
they charged her
nothing
with
of this
obstruction for
magnitude with
giving
this
her
much
preferred
publicity
name.
behind it.
I think
Sure.
she was refusing to give a name, period.
So she makes no attempt to resist or anything like that. You take her into custody without incident. Obviously, her presence there, along with the person she was with, it was causing some concern because somebody called from the truck stop to report that these people were there.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
she
why
might
we
have given her
rolled
fake
up
name at some
on them. They were
point, but
sleeping on the
if you
ground,
watch in the footage,
near the
she
rear of the
refused to
truck
give
stop.
any name,
And they had various
which
bags
is
around
the
them containing clothing and things
crime
like
that
So
they
it just
were given.
looked out of place, and it wasn't good for business, so they called our officers to have them removed.
Interesting.
Yeah. Also, they
do you
can't
think that
like
this
if, once again. Yeah,
process
like
will
I
take-
said earlier with like the report and stuff. If there's no legal information or like verification of that name change, they can't verify their identity with that. As unfortunate as that can be, and as awkward as the situation might become, especially for the transgender person, that's unfortunately like legally what has to be done, which is awkward. And I'm sure some of you have dealt with that. I've had people who have helped me in the past who I've paid, whose PayPal is like a name that they don't prefer because they can't get it changed yet. And like, I understand that. I don't look at it. I understand that's awkward. That's unfortunate. But if you can't like legally change it yet or haven't, like it ends up making this awkward nuance where it's like, well, yeah, that's not your name or your preferred name at all, but it's still legally your name, and because you're either going through the process or haven't, all sorts of shit. I imagine that sucks, and I imagine that makes stuff like this extremely awkward. I don't know what else to add to that. It's just an unfortunate scenario for sure.
A long time because she could waive extradition pretty quickly.
If she waives
and be
extradition,
on her
it'll
way back to
happen pretty
Wisconsin.
quickly.
I'm sorry.
So if she waives extradition, it'll happen pretty quickly.
Is there anything else you would like to add about somebody like this kind of ending up in your town?
It just goes to show you never know what you're going to run into on a day-to-day basis as being a law enforcement officer. I preach that to my guys every day, and I'm extremely proud of them for the extra work they put into this and paying attention to the red flags and push a little further to find out her correct identity so we could get her back into custody.
Yeah, because they could have probably, if they really wanted to, just said, okay,
Yeah, now I'm
scram.
thinking about Wendy's,
Right, it's a
bro.
loitering call. They're just sitting on the ground. You're laying on the ground.
It sounded like originally they did just kind of tell them to scram.
The officers noticed something wasn't right with the names that they gave and pushed a little
Dude,
further.
I could really, I would love Dave.
Well, thank you so
right now.
much,
Dave sounds
Chief.
really
We really
good.
appreciate your time.
I would eat the hell out of Dave right
thank you for
now.
having me.
Dave's double.
When Morgan Geyser returns to Wisconsin,
Oh, a biggie bag is calling my name.
the state's Department of Health Services could file a petition to revoke her conditional release.
That $4
The
biggie bag?
prosecutors
Oh
in
my
Waukesha
God.
County have said they would support that petition if it's filed. So stay tuned for more on this. That's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
Sorry, I like food. Sorry. My stupid ass is inert and loves eating disgusting shit, so no wonder I'm almost 300. Anyway, interesting one. Once again, I understand there's a lot of unfortunate circumstances surrounding the second suspect's like identification and stuff. And apparently there's some uncertainty to Morgan's identification, according to some random psychologist who didn't credit themselves nor give direct evidence of such, and neither has Morgan. I understand. It is like an unfortunate sort of deal. I don't want, once again, I don't mean no disrespect in terms of that conversation. I hope most of you or the viewers didn't take it as such. I just think it's important to sort of bring up that, like, when a topic like that is brought up with good faith, it unfortunately perpetuates that bad faith argument that a lot of people love to also bring up and try to use as a way to demonize transgender people especially. So, while being respectful and getting the correct identification is great and awesome, trying to overshadow the entire thing we're watching in purpose because of the misunderstanding is sort of like, you kind of are also putting the fact that that person's transgender in the forefront of the conversation rather than the fact that, like, this is the person who stabbed her friend 19 times at the age of 12. So, you know, it's, how do you respect the person and what's legally required? Yeah. Well, that's the problem. How do you as a police officer respect Charlie when they're legally still their previous identity? Like, realistically, that cop is put in a bad position because they can't. Because within the police reports and their documentation, they'll have to put in what's legally put there. And if Charlie doesn't have anything legally done, and I imagine they didn't, they have to put every single thing that Charlie doesn't want to be referred to as or remembered as, just because that's what's legally required of him, the police officer. Like, because in a respectful and regular conversation, using the preferred stuff like that is great and obviously expected and appreciated. But, like, if the cop starts using that instead of what's legally on paper, it creates this sort of like, what, who the fuck, what do you mean? When did this happen? Who are we talking about? Because there's nothing legally for the police to go off of, which sucks. But that's also why there's like a legal procedure, I guess. I don't know the full, like, step-by-step process. I understand some of you might, but yeah, like, that does create a really awkward situation for obviously the transgender person in whatever way they're involved and whatever hypothetical we come up with, but also like the police officer, understandably, because it's like, well, that officer is going to have to take the entire case potentially misgendering that person, because if they don't have anything legally done to correct their identification, that cop has to go by their legal identification. Otherwise, it creates a whole type of shitstorm that isn't going to make any sense at all, which does suck. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like a, what do you do? I guess people are free to talk about it more. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, well, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about it. I mean, I guess I feel like I said my piece about it. Like, once again, I hope nobody is like upset about my comments. I'm not trying to like be upsetting or disrespectful, but I just, as a person who understands the legal parameters that police have to go off of and the way they have to document things, like, that is a tough position for both parties. So I hope we can sort of look past it a little bit in this circumstance. Obviously, in normal circumstances, it's not as understandable and it's way more upsetting. But yeah. All right, let's watch another thing. Let's watch something about a Twitch streamer. Twitch streamer arrested after forgetting to feed her son for a week. I feel a little personally attached to this one as a streamer and parent myself. I have to pee first, though. Ay-ya-ya. Okay, we're back. All right. Let's watch this, dude.
Jesus. Good God. Jesus. Good God.
She's been a f***ing just...
These were the exact reactions of officers who just encountered one of the most horrific scenes of their lives. A 2-year-old boy was found lifeless in his crib, a scene that still sits heavy on everyone who saw it.
Nothing's gonna bring him back.
Dude. Like my daughter's age and everything, I'm actually fucking raging. I'm already pissed. Don't you...
It's already hard enough to want to live. They were my only motivation.
Don't you fucking be crying.
On the 16th of March, 2023, officers responded to an emergency call at the home of 26-year-old Jonathan Matthew Cheat and 29-year-old Sierra Pearl Zaitona. When officers entered the home, the first thing that hit them was the smell, followed by a stillness that felt completely wrong. They eventually moved toward a small bedroom, but nothing could have prepared them for the horror they were about to encounter.
Fire department, get down. Hey, come on. Yeah.
Puppy?
Let's go. Bring the baby out here. Back up. Bring it out here. Bring it out here.
I can't imagine the dogs are taken care of either.
Let's go. Come on. Come on. Go. Get down here. Hey. Hey, are you with the caller?
Hey, firm. Jesus. Good God.
That's fucking awful, dude.
Sierra, come out here.
Dispatch, you can close that one out. We're not gonna be able to get to it.
David, dispatch, we're gonna need a boss out here ASAP.
Cover. On the way.
What's blurred? The corpse of their 2-year-old son that they forgot to feed.
That's a month.
No. Stay back.
They know the shit that goes on over here. They know we're not okay. They've seen this shit.
What happened? Hey, stay right there. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit.
They've seen it all in this house.
Who?
John.
Who's John?
John's the dad. He's the man that lives in Xena. She's nice, I promise.
Puppy.
Fuck out of here.
He breaks me.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
I already said that too. I've been trying to get away from his abuse and save him, and half the time he's like, "No, you sit right there."
You want to see? Like, did you see Sierra?
Yes, I've seen it.
No, look now. Look. That's your fault.
I know.
Oh yeah.
I can't work. He had control of my funds before. I just got control of them
Take
back.
the mother 2 kids up to the
I've
back of
been-
the fire truck.
There's 2 more in there?
There's 2 more in there.
Two more dogs?
Baby's been dead for about a month, it looks like.
Dude. That is fucking insane. How did she not know? She probably does. You thought they said the baby just died? Well, I mean, that's probably a cop compared to like a paramedic or a fire department person who was probably a paramedic before they were in the fire department, so they probably knew a bit better. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if there's more clarification, but God, Jesus, bro. Like,
Yeah.
as a person with a literal 2-year-old myself, she doesn't stop moving. So there's no way you don't know. Like, when my 2-year-old gets up, she is at it. Like, she's all over. This feels extremely performative. We'll see what happens here, but I
Just
33. I'm going through the neighbors.
the mom.
Go down there right now.
Anybody else inside? There's 2 more kids in the house.
No, 2 more kids?
Watch her.
Bro, there's other kids?
I'll just see this.
Yeah. Christ. How old? I don't know.
I thought it came out as 2 years.
I want to vomit, bro. This is fucked
Inside
up.
the house, the officers found an unresponsive 2-year-old boy, and by mere observation, the officers discovered the boy had clearly been gone for a long time. You can hear the shock in the officers' voices as they process the scene, and the fact that the first responders visited the resident often says a whole lot. Officers continue to process the scene as they report and make contact with the child's parents.
Just hold up, man. I'm trying. Hold on till the boss gets here. Let's just sit tight. Sit tight.
This dude sounds like he's freaking out, and I can't say I blame him.
Yeah, that's far back. They're pretty far.
Just wait till the boss. If you guys are he's pretty far gone, just give it to the boss.
You good if I put the dogs in the room?
Yeah. As long as there's nobody in there.
Honest, for 1 second.
Miss, let's go. Bring it up. Last time you saw this child was yesterday.
He was really big.
Make sure there's nobody in there. Get the dogs in there and then get her back out. What? And two? Can you find out where the kid was at and keep the dogs out of that area?
Yep.
She's in the fucking house screaming, dude. It's like a fucking hoarder house. There's 2 other kids in there. This kid's all fucking emaciated. Looks like it's been dead for weeks.
Oh.
Yeah. Tiny little child. She's in there just fucking inconsolable. He's got her in the back of my car right now.
Abhorrent, bro. That is like...
Female, yeah. She's got 2 other kids here. FD had them over here. But, dude, it's a fucking mess in there. Chang went back with her to take the 2 dogs that are running.
This is one of these things that those...
There's nobody else in the house.
I mean, this is probably something that these police officers will talk about their entire life. Like, they will recollect this in horror the rest of their life. That is, like, so fucking awful.
She's out here. We got nobody there. The kids, FD had them somewhere over here. The 2 kids.
Bro, put this woman behind in a police cruiser, dude. Like,
this kid has been gone at least a week.
Okay.
So I told them they wanted to move it. You know, we brought the other kids out. They wanted to move it. I told them leave everything as it is.
All right.
So everything is as it is. They brought the kid out from one of these back bedrooms here. I'm going to assume the one that had the crib in it. They brought her out and laid her out. She's done, dude.
How in the world would you keep a deceased child in the house with other children for a week? What level of disregard to human life is this?
You just wouldn't.
The officer proceeded to the parents,
insane.
and they had different things to say as to the last time they saw the child.
We've been feeding him since, and then I went back to work and I said, we're leaving here. And I've been grinding and grinding. I finally got us a car, which he's controlling it. He's using it right now.
Where's the child? Where's the dad? Where's Dad at?
He's avoiding coming back, and I think he
What's his name?
I think he knew this morning when he left that Zayden was gone.
What? When's the last time that you knew of that Zayden was alive?
Yesterday.
Yesterday when?
Yesterday morning.
How do you know?
Before I went to stream, I made sure he was eating a pot.
Some of these
I'm sick, bro. I'm
bad, but my God.
No, she's got
Yeah.
We come on her all the time. She goes.
Not anymore.
Drugs.
Not anymore, guys. I gotta assume this is gonna be the end of this one.
EMS saying that they come here all the time.
Yeah.
Right now is his mommy.
What's his name?
Jonathan G.
Sit with her.
That's not a name. That's not a real name.
Jonathan G. She's always Can I at least grab the phone where it has the proof, please?
We'll grab it for
My God, bro.
Okay.
Put her in a fucking cruiser, bro.
Nothing's gonna bring him back, though.
Yeah.
It was already hard enough to want to live. They were my only motivation to get us out of here. And now
What do you
my
mean?
baby's
What do you mean? What do you mean? There's nothing that's gonna bring him back? What do you mean by that?
My baby. I tried. I was breathing. I was breathing. His mother is black. What is that? Why is it like that? Why is it like that? He looks like he choked it through about something. What was their color? He had to have known. Even when I called him and I said he's being cold, there's no way he didn't know.
I am speechless.
Why? Because where's my car?
I'm speechless.
What has he done? Why can I not escape? I'll never be able to give them the life I imagined.
This person is severely...
with a yard away from him, away from thing one, which was also narcissistic and abusive, which is my oldest dad.
The child's mother, Sierra Zaitona, starts to cry and blame everything on Jonathan. Her emotion is loud. but her explanations don't line up.
Yeah,
But
I'll
here comes
say.
Jonathan, the father of the child, who is lacking in both emotions and explanation.
Hey, hold on. Who are you? Oh, the father? Yeah. Okay. Okay, do you live here too? Yes, I do. Okay. Real quick, you got your ID on you? Yes, I do. Okay. Did she call you or something? Yeah. What? When's the last time you seen, is that your son? Yeah. When's the last time you seen him? This morning? Okay. How was he this morning? Fine? Okay. What time did you see him this morning, roughly? About 12 a.m.? p.m.? p.m.? Okay. What was he doing at that time? Sleeping. Sleeping? And, where? What room specifically was he sleeping in? The first bedroom right here.
They blurred his name, which makes me worried that he's... Damn, that mom is pissed. Oh my God. Wow.
This bedroom right here? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I feel like they blurred it because he might be sort of... I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Did you pick up the baby at all, or what? What was your interactions with the baby?
I just rubbed his back. He moved a little.
Okay.
Got readjusted.
Nothing out of the ordinary for you, though? Okay. You remember what he was wearing?
Just his diapers.
Just his diapers? Okay. And about what time did you leave here?
About 2:30.
2:30? 2:30 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you go from there?
I went straight over to my dad's house because we were wearing the bricks in her car.
Okay.
We were going to do it before the snowstorm, but...
Bro,
Okay.
It is baffling to me that nobody has put her, like, in a vehicle or something, because she is, like, having a moment. And, like... She's just like meandering around, freaking out, which is potentially due to drugs and the situation and all sorts of shit. EMS said they've come here all the time because of drugs. You put her in a fucking car. Just like, I feel like if I was a responding officer, like she would have to like go somewhere because...
Okay. And you live here? Okay. How long have you two been living here?
Put her in the back of the paramedic.
Okay. Any medical history?
She's literally talking about dying right now.
Did the baby wake up at all or cry today while you were home?
He cried this morning. Yeah.
Cried this morning when you were here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was supposed to go to an orientation for work, but I slept.
Okay. Who else lives here with you?
Just me, Sierra.
That's Sierra right here?
Yeah, Damien,
okay.
which is mine and her older.
How many other kids do you guys have?
That's just there. Then we babysit her oldest.
You babysit her oldest?
Yeah.
Does the oldest live here also?
Just only a few times. Just maybe for a few times.
So it's just you, Sierra, and...
How many kids do you have with her? Two. What's you told my partner what the name of the two were?
And then we babysit her oldest.
Her oldest. The
This make my head hurt, bro.
We're still investigating.
Yeah, both.
95 both, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both our car.
In one car?
No.
Okay.
Yours and mine.
The kids out of your car?
They're in 14. No, they're in 14.
Okay. I'll take this.
The baby crying. That's not a baby. That's her. There's no baby crying. The two other kids are in the police car. They're literally talking about how they have them secured in a car right now.
Again, the father claimed he saw the child that morning and he looked fine. That would have been believable, but the cause of the child's death totally nullifies this. The medical examiners eventually confirmed the cause of death. It's starvation. The parents starved their own child to death. Prosecutors said it was one of the worst cases of neglect they'd ever seen. And back to the question, how can a starved child look just fine in the morning, only to die just a few hours later?
They fucking wouldn't.
There is more to their story. And eventually, the inevitable came.
Can I just have you put your hands behind your back, okay? Interlace your fingers. Yep. Anything in your pockets that you know about? Nothing that's gonna cut us, poke us? Okay. No drugs or anything in your pocket?
Damn, okay. Look at that cuff flip, though.
Anything in your pockets that you
Wait,
know
that was
about?
clean. Look at this cuff flip, bro. Emoted.
Nothing that's gonna cut us, poke us?
Boom, bam, bop.
No drugs or anything in your pocket?
Damn.
You said no?
The body cam flex.
I got it.
What's that one movie where Jake Gyllenhaal's a cop at his locker being like, that shit.
Where is it?
Like crazy, or does starvation take longer than a week? Well, starvation may take longer than a week for like a whole person, but probably not like a 2-year-old. So also these people think that they've been dead for like over a week, if not a month. Also thirst is a factor.
Yep.
It would be probably relatively fast in comparison if for a 2-year-old. These poor kids, bro.
Getting your test against the card?
What's wrong with me now? I should have killed you a long time ago.
Are you?
Real quick.
It's like jawing at this dude. All the pit vipers, bruh. Very cool.
Have a seat.
Oh, they're not putting them in the same car.
Miss, what's your name again?
What? How are we?
The Rid was my resub. 41 months.
How are we? How are we down? Maybe this is backward. Maybe this is the other perspective. Hold on. Surely we're watching both views. I don't know how she was going to a cruiser and back out here. Surely this is the other cop, right? I'm expecting to hear her say it again. Otherwise, I'm baffled by the fact that she got back over here.
I'll put
Probably
her
not,
in mine
though.
chain. Come on.
If it's wrong to admit now, I should have killed you a long time ago when you first beat me.
We're done. We're done.
It's more worth it than losing my son. I wish
Okay.
he was the one dead.
You got a bra on, I see?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna search my body cameras now, okay?
This is fine. He was dead. He deserves to be dead.
Okay. Have a seat.
Step out this way.
She needs to stop talking. Well, I don't think she is clearly in a very normal mental state, obviously.
Stand right here. Stick to the wall.
We're gonna take all his clothes right now.
Okay.
Take the shoot.
Okay.
No, we're not gonna book him right now. So,
Well, we're gonna book one of his warrants. You got 2 warrants out of us.
okay, well, we can book him later.
Okay.
I guess they don't want to book right now at all.
Okay. That works. Place your hands on the counter for me. They just called?
That's what Randall told me.
Okay.
Don't book him right now. Hold him so.
Okay. Was that like sometime between when I was en route here? Okay. Okay, that works. Do me a favor. Can I take off your piercings? You don't want the piercings, right? Just the clothing. So what we're gonna have you do, you're gonna take off all your clothing. We're gonna give you sort of white jumpsuit.
Take the clothing off. Okay.
Okay, kind of take off your hoodie, please. Set it down right here.
Why aren't they booking? Because they're not assuming they're both guilty. They're figuring it out before they make full arrests. So, I mean, they're pretty sure, I imagine, but yeah, like they can't just like get them.
Okay. Take off your shoes. Need you to take off your belt as well.
While Jonathan kept a straight face, no emotions, no remorse, it's quite the opposite for the mother who wouldn't stop crying in the police lobby.
That's two different types of denial for sure.
Let's not do that, okay?
Imagine having to just stand here.
I need my baby.
Clearly not enough.
He's really crying. I'm not gonna see him tomorrow.
Yeah, you killed him. Fuck you. You killed him. Almost like it's like a reason to feed them.
In the end, Jonathan was sentenced to 24 to 50 years on a charge of second-degree murder and 86 months to 10 years on a second-degree child abuse charge.
I'm gonna guess that's a max sentence.
Sierra Zaitona was also sentenced to 24 to 50 years for second-degree murder and 43 months to 10 years for second-degree child abuse.
Yeah. Oh, we're done. That's the end. Wow. Jesus Christ, dude. That's crazy, dude. That's upsetting on a personal level, obviously, as a streamer and father. Dude, hate that. Stupid, ridiculous, awful. Jail forever. I'm gonna go hug my child. Good stream today, though. Kind of some tough topics, but you know, some good reactions and good stuff to watch. I mean, I know some of this stuff is hard, but that is the this is the unfortunate reality of what I study and the reason it's called true crime, because these are unfortunately things that people will do and have done and will continue to do if given the right opportunity, even if that opportunity is not good, they just think it is. So, excuse me. Good to see you guys today. Nice chill stream of watching some morbid shit. Unfortunately, that's how the reaction streams go. We watch some weird and bad shit. But once again, that is unfortunately what you guys find interesting and what I studied. So that's what kind of is part of what I teach and talk about and watch, whatever. So go hug somebody you care about, dude. That's heavy. That's hard. I mean, that's No thought to it. No explanation. Just go hug somebody. All right. It feels weird to rate somebody after something like that, so I'm not gonna. So just go have fun somewhere or do that hug. All right. Bye-bye.